package. I'm thinking of Caddyshack when Bill Murray caddied for the Dalai Lama, and he said, there'll be no money. There'll be no money. But on your deathbed, you will receive eternal consciousness. I don't even know if we're going to get eternal consciousness out of it either. There will be no money. There will be no win package. There will be no consciousness. There's only a long, dull summer ahead of you. So good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday, June 10, 2026. World Cup. 808 KNBR. Are we going to beat Paraguay? World Cup. Bring me your World Cup takes. Call Curly. Bang the number. Can we get it done Friday at SoFi, 6 p.m.? Not kickoff. First drop. What do we call it? Kick. I guess it's a kickoff, right? They kick the damn ball. Marcus, what are we going to do? Good morning.
Murph, we are going to talk about the World Cup. Hell, we can talk about essentially anything else other than the Giants because we've seen this story. We've done this song and dance. Another Giants game last night where there's a disappointing outing by the starting pitcher. There's a disappointing outing by the Giants bullpen, walking fools left and right. And the Giants, once again, found a way to out-hit a team but still lose the damn ball game.
Other than that, have a nice drive home safely, and thank you for coming. We'll be here tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Yes, we will.
Curly and his incredible knack for the New York Post headlines. I didn't know how much talent the guy had. I woke up this morning and turned on the bathroom light, looked at my phone, and he had it. Stranding Room Only. Pretty good. Pretty good. Mm-hmm. Stranding Room Only. I liked it. 13 left on base.
They will strand a guy.
13 left on base, and if you care, in a 9-inning game, it is the most they have stranded in a 9-inning game, eclipsing 12 stranded runners Monday night against the Nationals.
Great.
That's 25 in 2 games.
Breaking records.
So, Marcus, remember the old phrase, get them on, get them over, get them in? How about get them on, leave them on, go to the dugout?
Yeah,
how's that for an
Don't let them in. Yeah.
There used to be a let them in was Paul McCartney and Wings. Let them in. Open the door and let them in. No. There'll be no letting in, my friend. It's like knocking on a door and, did you ever go, I don't know, trick-or-treating and the door that didn't answer?
Yeah.
I mean, what about the creeps who didn't answer?
That's it. The front porch light is off. That's the Giants lineup right now.
There's no trick-or-treating. There's no candies. No bite-sized Snickers.
They're not even having a bowl hanging outside the door.
No bowl outside.
Come on. You can't even put a bowl out?
Well, you know what the bowl outside was? Eldridge hit a homer in the ninth.
Yes, exactly.
That was the bowl outside.
That was my bowl of candy that made me stick around until the bottom of the ninth last night.
Confession, raise my hand. For some reason, why was that game so slow last night?
It was moving at a snail's pace.
Because now it was time to go to bed, and it was 6-2, and I'm like, yeah, that's it. I'm giving up on these guys. I wake up, I see it was 6-3. Bryce Eldridge hit a home run in front of you and like 12 other people.
Yeah, me and the boys in center field that were still going strong with the tarps off movement in the ninth inning.
Were you tarped off?
I was not tarped off. I told you, dude, I'm not going tarps off until the Giants are out here winning ball games. It feels like every time I see the tarps off, it's Giants fans waving the white flag.
It is a loss. It's like a sign of a loss, right?
I don't know if the Giants have won a game this year where fans have gone tarps off.
Yeah, they did it that Friday night, that White Sox game that I was at when Trevor McDonald imploded and I had some beef with the White Sox guy next to me. They got hammered in that game and they went tarps off. So wait a minute. So last night there were tarps off in the ninth inning?
Yeah, tarps off in the ninth inning. Some of the only people still left in the building by the time that game concluded last night. Definitely had a slow pace after Adrian Hauser was pulled from the game after 4 1/3. But shout out to the boys out in the bleachers. They're moving all over the ballpark. Like they were up on the third deck going tarps off, and then 7th, 8th inning, they migrated out to center field and went tarps off.
Glad the boys are having some fun.
Yeah, someone's got to do it.
Glad the boys are having some fun.
Someone's got to be having fun.
I mean, it's summertime in America. You're supposed to be having fun.
And Murph, it was a City Connect Tuesday. I don't know if you've noticed the vibes this morning, Murph. I walked in and Dirty Work traditionally has the background here purple at the Sports Leader. Well, I didn't know. I was messing around with the lights. I changed one of the lights to orange, so now we actually have a City Connect studio. Orange and purple lights inside the studio just for your vibe, Murph.
So you know what, dude? I mean, they talk about like biorhythms or like feng shui or mood rings, all these things like determine. You just guaranteed that my biorhythms and feng shui and mood ring are going to suck today. There's times, and I know old man beats the drum, get over it. I like the unis. They're for young people. I'm telling you, Adrian Hauser's getting pulled from the game in the 5th inning. He's walking off the mound, and he kind of drops his head a little bit to the grass, revealing a bill of a hat that looks like a freaking lava lamp oil spill.
Yeah, lava lamp.
And I'm like, the team sucks, and I got to look at this? What the blank are we doing?
I would say,
what are we doing?
The Bills
this is the
of
San
the
Francisco Giants
are easily the worst part of those jerseys.
This is not the Spiders. You know what? The San Francisco Spiders can wear that S. There was an ABL team, the Lasers. There was a women's basketball team called the Lasers, and then let the Lasers wear that S.
Freaking laser beams.
These are the San Francisco Giants, formerly the New York Giants. I just reading the freaking game story this morning that Jung-Hoo Lee, who is absolutely nuclear right now, dude.
Stud.
Wasting it on this team. Just wasting it on this team. But I read that he had, what was the stat? Well, I mean, there's a number of stats for him, but this is the one here.
Yeah, what do you want? 29 hits over the last 12 games?
That's the one.
Yeah, I
Thank
know
you.
it is.
Because he's one of 3 Giants to achieve the feat, and the first Giant since Bill Terry in 1932. So when I was a kid growing up, I had this game called Status Pro, and you had these cards of great players throughout history. That's how I learned about Honus Wagner and Tris Speaker. I wouldn't have known about these guys. George Keller. I wouldn't have known about these guys except for when I was a kid playing a dice game. They had cards, and one of the cards was Bill Terry. I'm like, okay, cool. Who's Bill Terry? And then the Giants, wind up retiring. So I know Bill Terry. This is like hallowed ground. Here's the point. Bill Terry didn't wear these frickin' purple oil slick bills on his hat.
You're telling me Bill Terry didn't have the purple undersleeves? Looking like Barney?
Wear what Bill Terry wore. My God. So anyway, ball game today.
Yeah.
12:45.
Another opportunity, Murph.
Oh, man. They stranded 13. Do you want to go through some of this right now? I'm going to set the table for you here.
Sure, why not?
Oh, wait, did I say set the table? Because that's all they did. Mm-hmm. First inning, Luis Ariz triple with 2 outs. That's awesome. Willie Adames struck out. All right, 2 out hits first inning. Second inning, Bryce Eldridge double. Speaking of nuclear, bro, should we talk about this? 21-year-old kid, ready for this? On-base streak of 16 games, Walt, 16 games. Over those 16 games, he's batting .407 with an 1159 OPS, ranking 2nd and 3rd in the major leagues over that span since May 15th.
That boy's on fire.
Bro, Bryce Eldridge and Jung-Hoo Lee are wasting this stuff. So
they are literally the only reason why I stuck around until the 9th inning last night, because I saw Jung-Hoo Lee and Bryce Eldridge were due up, and thank God Bryce gave me a home run so that I went to bed happy last night. But outside of that, not too much to cheer about.
Your instincts were on point, buddy. So we went over the first inning. Ariz triples with 2 outs. We got a man on third. Adames strikes out. All right, it happens. Second inning. Bryce Eldridge double. Matt Chapman walk. Andrew Susac walk. And he was fired up, too. I know you were. He's hyped up. God, thank you so much.
I got you,
Correct
brother.
me all summer long. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Daniel Susac walks and was fired up. He's like yelling at the dugout, let's go. Jonah Cox, strikeout. Casey Schmidt, pop up to short. Okay, now you're starting to grind a little bit. You're like, okay, first inning was fine. Second inning, bases loaded, 1 out. You got nothing. All right, let's go to the third inning. Willie Adames drew a walk. Jung-Hoo Lee singled him to third. Bryce Eldridge grounded out. All right, so 2 out. Fourth inning, 2 outs. Jonah Cox triples. Casey Schmidt lines out to short. And now for fun. Fifth inning, Rafael Devers draws a walk. Luis Ariz singles. Now, Willie Adames goes down looking, which sucked. But then Jung-Hoo Lee doubles. And 2 runs score. It's a 3-2 ball game. And then Bryce walks. And then Chappie gets an infield single. Bases loaded. And here's my kid. And he's cooling off. Danny Susac. First pitch. Broken back. Pop up to second. Then Drew Gilbert. Pinch hitting for Jonah Cox, grounds out to short.
I believe also on the first pitch of the at-bat.
And from that point on, Marcus, we can kind of shut it down unless you want to go to the 7th inning when now it's a 5-2 game and you're defeated and dispirited. But the bases are loaded, and they send up Buddy Kennedy. Buddy Kennedy as a pinch hitter. He lines out to center. He remains hitless as a Giant. So that's 13 stranded runners, my friend.
Yes.
13 stranded runners. Each one of those, was any one of those innings the most telling or instructive or poignant or hurtful?
Really the Buddy Kennedy situation where it's like, all right, now we're going to go to the bench. We're going to use a bat. And it's a guy that doesn't have a hit this year at the big league level. Like, that to me kind of summed up the entire Giants season. Like, we're talking about a team that can't hit with runners in scoring position, and they're pinch hitting with a guy that doesn't have a single hit all year long.
So you said
a career 150 batter.
You used the word pinch hit, right?
Oh, yeah, uh-huh.
So it's pinch hit.
Yeah.
The word's hit.
We're missing the hitting part.
Yeah, missing the
well,
hit.
no, that's the thing, Murph. They out-hit the Nationals yesterday.
Well.
And that became the 10th game of the year this season that the Giants have out-hit their opponent and still lost, tied for the most in Major League Baseball.
And Marcus, you could be in your car right now yelling or watching us on YouTube yelling, saying, that's not the point. The bullpen sucks.
A lot of walks.
We could have done the whole opening segment on the bullpen.
Yeah, that too.
But we went Stranding Room Only. We can get to the bullpen later on a Wednesday. Hey, man, at least the weather's good. See, okay, heat wave coming in?
Oh, do we have a heat wave coming?
A San Francisco heat wave.
Wow, I did
think
not
a San
see
Francisco heat wave's coming in. Yeah, so check it out, man.
Sunscreen ready to go.
All right. Well, listen, we'd love to start your day on a brighter note. Look outside the window, though. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the sun is up already.
And Walt needs to know this is when I go back to my old line. You can get your Copes chuckle out. My Woody Allen standby said, I'd love to leave you with a positive message, but I don't have one. Would you take 2 negative messages instead? All right?
Yeah.
There you go.
I got 2 negative pinch hitters for you, Drew Gilbert and Buddy Kennedy.
All right, listen. Tell you what, John Joe Curley is not slumping. He stacked the guest list today. He stacked it like the Giants stacking runners on the bags. But we will bring these guests home, and you'll hear all about them next on The Sports Leader. And they send up Buddy Kennedy. Buddy Kennedy. Buddy Kennedy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants lost 6-3 to the Washington Nationals last night and went 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position, leaving 13 guys stranded on base. 808 KMBR. What's the problem with the Giants offense? They have the most hits in Major League Baseball, but they can't cash in. They can't score runs. Is it the approach? Is it the lineup? Is it the players not being able to perform? 808 KMBR is the number if you want to give us a call or shoot us a text.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Wood, the runner at first. Devers on the bag with him. Now a swinger. There's a drive into deep right field, way back there, and gone. He threw him a curveball, and not a good one. Crushed onto the arcade in right. 2-0, Nationals, 2 batters in.
So that's how our evenings started last night. So if you take in the tragedy of the 9th inning on Monday night when they coughed up 3 and then take the first 2 batters of the Tuesday night game, Giants pitchers had a pretty tough go there in back-to-back innings. 9th inning Monday night, 1st inning on Tuesday. You have to laugh so you're not crying. Hauser did settle down, I'll say that. He has trouble with lefties, right? That's the numbers, is that he just can't get lefties out, and they just greeted him soundly with he was lucky to really get through 4 1/3. So I don't know what you're going to do at the back end of the rotation going forward. Carson Wisenhunt's pitching well down there.
Yes, he is.
Maybe why Adrian Hauser and we talked about Tyler Mahle recently. He's on a 1-year deal. He goes tonight, right? Tyler Mahle today. Of course, this is how disgruntled and disjointed I am.
I think it's Robbie Ray today.
It is Robbie Ray. My bad.
And Tyler Mahle's not off the IL, is he?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Keep me on the straight. Very suspicious IL stint.
keep me
Ever
on the
since,
straight and narrow.
the Giants wanted to see another Trevor McDonald start. But hey, I'm just throwing out conspiracies.
Robbie Ray, lefty today, against a lefty for the Nats, Foster Griffin, a 30-year-old who was a former first-round draft pick of the Royals in 2014. He's 7-2 with a 3.63. It's funny, the Giants are kind of vulnerable to lefties all of a sudden with the everyday emergence of Bryce. And so you're going Devers and Arise, and then you go Jung Hoo, and then you go Bryce, and they've been playing Drew Gilbert a lot out in center field. We can talk about that. That's 5 lefties in your 9-man lineup. So lefties are opposing teams are wise to start lefties.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the lineup construction off air, and Casey Schmidt still being a leadoff hitter, which I'm not a huge fan of.
We were just talking about that.
The problem is, it's like they don't really have a righty to break up a lot of these lefties in the lineup. Like me personally, I'd love to see Jung Ho Lee with the way he's swinging it in the leadoff spot, bump Casey down to number 2. Luis Arise and Rafael Devers, 2 guys that don't really struggle as much on the lefty-lefty matchups. Hit them back-to-back. Then you throw in your Adameses, your Eldridge, your Chapman, stack up the lineup like that. But I think you should bump Casey Schmidt out of the leadoff spot just so you get maybe some of those lefty earlier opportunities, because right now your left-handed bats are your best bats in the lineup.
Yeah, Casey Schmidt, by the way, quietly cooling off a little bit. It happens in baseball. I mean, I'm not killing the guy at all. I'm just saying he has been so hot. Yeah. But in his last, let's see here, little Casey Schmidt here, a little last recent games. I'm doing a little in June, 44 at bats, 9 hits. What is that? What's 9 for 44? What's that? Basically 1 for 5. It's like around 200, something like that. So he's cooled down a little bit, but it happens. I mean, listen, the guy's having a great season. I'm not killing Casey Schmidt.
No, not at all.
But it is just something to talk about, the leadoff spot, all that, the stranding of runners, which is insane.
Yeah, and I think maybe it might be connected too. It's like when you look at this Giants team that is still, I believe, first in Major League Baseball in hits, but they just struggle to score runs. Like, to me, maybe that's a sign that you should shuffle up the lineup because the spot that you have guys in right now, they're not performing and coming up with those clutch hits when there are runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
So maybe you need to move up Jung-Hoo Lee, or maybe you need to move up Bryce Eldridge so that maybe you get some of these hits in these clutch times where there's actually guys on base.
Yep. As soon as today, we'll see what Tony V does with the lineup. I don't know. What doesn't matter. We're rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic right now. By the way, can we talk about the Dusty Baker book signing instead?
Oh,
can we
yeah,
do that?
please tell me. What do you got? What do you got?
Now, listen, man. First of all, Dusty. What are you going to say? I mean, Dusty Baker, right? And so he has a book out called Crossroads. We had Steve Ketman, the author, on a couple weeks ago, right? A few weeks ago. We're endeavoring to get Dusty. We'll see. But, if anybody's going to write a life memoir, it's got to be Dusty Baker. The guy has crossed paths with more interesting people in music, sports, politics, history, you name it. The guy just knows everybody.
He's the Forrest Gump of baseball.
He really is.
Anytime there's like a legendary story, you can trace it back to Dusty.
I told you there's just a picture of him with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Russell, Hank Aaron, and Ann Myers Drysdale, and Matt Kemp. For some reason, Matt Kemp's hanging out.
All right,
I mean, that's just like that's just a Tuesday for Dusty. That's like a Tuesday. So anyway, we had a book launch party at Perry's. Ketman was nice enough to invite me and some other old media heads and some athletes. And so he asked me to, quote unquote, like MC. And I was like, MC? He goes, no, just welcome everybody in 30 seconds. So I just kind of like did the knife on the glass thing, everybody, hey, everybody, thanks for coming. Here's the books. We all love Dusty. My only comment just to say was, hey, listen, we're all here for the same reason, Dusty Baker. And I said, I'll be honest, when 1984 he joined the Giants, there was suspicion we had a Dodger in our midst, I said, what did it turn out to be? Really, honestly, one of the great San Francisco sports figures in the history of our sports town. So how fortunate we were. Now, I said, now buy a damn book, right? And so we went on with the party. But I wanted to post something about it on Instagram and social. And I was like, what do I say? And it just dawned on me. I was like, what do I say is, how many freaking people were there for Dusty? So I just listed it in my Insta caption here. I just wrote the launch of Dusty Baker's memoir, Crossroads, at Perry's. And by the way, shout out Perry's forever. Shout out Perry Butler forever. Everybody go down and see him on the Embarcadero on Union Street. So I said, the launch of Dusty Baker's memoir, Crossroads at Perry's, drew the likes of Ron Washington, John Miller, cover photog Mike Zagaris, Gary Pettis, Ron Wotus, Keena Turner, Eric Wright, musician Elvin Bishop, fooled around and fell in love, Scott Osler, great sports writer Tommy Bonk, Robin Carr, the legendary Giants PR lady, Monty Poole, Sean Estes, Vern Glenn, Bonte, our buddy, Brad Mangian, Larry Baer, Russ Stanley, sports writer Dan Brown, John Shea, Alex Pavlovich, Giants exec Shane Adam, Perry Butler. And I said, and I don't even have room for more.
Wow.
I mean, dude, it was everybody who was anybody just poured in there to just say, Dusty, you're cool. Because he is.
I mean, that's such a cool list. I was just waiting for you to say Young Tony stopped by the party
that's
also.
Right. Where was TV Tony?
Where
was TV Tony? And Dusty was awesome, and it was like a great vibe, and you kind of miss those vibes, Talked to Woe a little bit, talked to Woe. I said, Woe, you looked sexy out there. He goes, did I? Did I, Murph? I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, maybe I did. He goes, I felt good out there, Murph. I felt good.
Looked good.
I said, man, hey, you got some wins? He goes, I did. He goes, I got a couple. He goes, I think I was 500. I'm like, hey, these days we'll go for that,
Yeah, he's got the best winning percentage as a third base coach this year.
I introduced myself to Gary Pettis, and he had a wave home last night on on the Jung-Hoo Lee double.
Yes, he did.
He waved home Luis Ariz. Yeah.
Also held up Bryce Eldridge at third, which I thought was the right move to make also. Bryce would have been hosed out at home, so nicely done, Gary Pettis.
At least our third base coaching situation has improved.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. And still, I can't believe I saw a dude in Wrigleyville wearing a Hector Bohr jersey. I still can't believe that.
Again, was that, the fantasy football punishment thing,
the blackout rage gown.
All right, let's go. Guest list, because it's packed on a Wednesday, June 10, 2026. The guest list is indeed sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership, we are family, and every day, this guy, Walt, becomes more and more a family member. Walt, there will be no win package, buddy. You're no win package, Walt.
Yeah, no, it's like it doesn't exist for like half of the week. Yeah.
Are you okay with that being your nickname? No win package, Walt?
I mean, until proven otherwise.
It's
It's very fitting.
It's very wordy.
Yeah.
You're supposed to nickname a guy like, Biff or something, Murph.
Well, maybe because the Giants can't get a W, maybe we just take the W out of Walter and just start calling him Alt.
That's pretty good.
Hey, what's up, Alter?
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
no
pretty
L's,
good.
no W's around here.
Yeah, I'd rather he'd be Water, take the L out, but instead we got to keep the L in and call him Alter.
Giants are so bad, you guys are just changing my name.
Yeah,
I love it.
exactly. I'm changing your identity.
Remember
Walt.
you said to me, Walt, about 2 weeks ago or a week ago, I forget, because it's all blurring, one big 13 games under 500 or 14 games under 500 situation. You said it's not good for my mental health, Murph. So where's your mental health right now?
I mean, it's teetering. It's teetering. It's back and forth. Yeah.
Well, at least you have baby Christian to hearten you. 27 and 41. 27 and 41.
Unbelievable.
All right, well, that doesn't stop John Joe Curley. He's a total pro. He stacked the guest list like a frickin', like in the winter in the cabin when they stack cordwood for the fires, He's just stacking guests. What do we got?
I mean, this guest list, it's a core 4 of guest lists. We really want them in the Giants bullpen. So we're going to kick things off. Coming up, 650, the lefty specialist, Javier Lopez.
Now, this is awesome. With Javi, you always come away just feeling better about the world in general. So good. Javi Lopez, 650.
We talk about how cool Dusty Baker is. Javi is one cool dude.
We'll get his memoir. I met Dusty at the crossroads. That'll be his memoir. Yes, all right.
All right, then I'll whip you guys into shape. 7:15, Walt's whip around.
Yes,
Ooh.
let's go.
Whip
you know
it
what?
out, Walter.
So little respect for you that he didn't put it on the guest
Wow,
list.
not even on the guest list.
Come on, Curls.
Uh-huh.
I had to write that one in. All right.
Who made this guest list? You or Curly?
Curly, yeah.
Come on,
Oh,
Curls.
come on.
Damn.
He's too busy writing headlines for the YouTube stream.
Yeah, Stranding Room Only. There you go. Shout out to John Travolta in Grease singing Stranded at the Drive-In, Branded a Fool.
Oh, yeah.
What will they say Monday at school?
Yeah, what will they say?
Yeah, yeah.
They're going to say you're a fool.
Sandy. Go ahead, bud.
All right. 7:30, Mike Krukow.
Hey, Kruk. Let's go.
And then we go Fear the Beard, Brian Wilson at 8:15.
What?
Wheezy,
We got Bee Weezy?
8:15.
That's awesome booking.
Nice.
He's always interesting. He's always got something interesting to say.
Oh, and there's a lot to talk about with this bullpen.
Just in general, too. Just get him going on something. He'll go.
Life.
Yeah.
Cooler content at 8:30.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And Rob Nen, Smoke on the Water, 8:30.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, Javi Lopez, Brian Wilson, and Rob Nen? Dude, show me what happens when all the guest requests answer on the same day.
Yeah, uh-huh. I will say, this is a pretty cost-effective guest list we got going on this morning.
Cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah.
Hey, Curls, take like a nice butter. Couldn't you spread these out over 3 days there?
Oh, we got them all today.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you got
uh-huh.
tomorrow, buddy? What do you got tomorrow? You got Jack for tomorrow,
yeah,
buddy.
Stay
You got
tuned.
Jack.
Yeah, you
Got a bunch of replays tomorrow. Yeah.
You got Jack Loader tomorrow. That's what you got. Yeah.
All
Uh-huh.
right. Well, that's awesome. The Wednesday crowd's in good luck. Good luck. All right.
And then we wrap things up at 9:30. Jared Shawley, San Jose Earthquakes team president, going to talk about FIFA World Cup watch party.
I can't wait. I told you this morning at 6:02. Bang the number. Are we going to beat Paraguay Friday? Bang 808 KMBR. All right. Javi Lopez at 6:50. Listen, is there anything to say about last night? Bryce Eldridge had some thoughts. Tony V had some thoughts. And then Javi Lopez at 6:50 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
1-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a high pop-up. Shallow center. Nunez, the second baseman, is out. He's under it. And he's got it. And that's the game. The final is Washington 6 and the Giants 3.
Oh, the sweet sounds of John Miller. What a great set of pipes he's got calling us through this. And he was at the Dusty book launch yesterday. He was very, very cool. So thank you, Walt, so much, because we have these quotes lined up. And the first one says, Vitello, what went wrong? And my brain, triggers things because I'm ADD and all that. And like, what went wrong? Well, that made me think of the great and legendary L.A. Punk ska pop band, The Untouchables, from the 80s, and their track. Turn it up, buddy. What's Gone Wrong? What's Gone Wrong? Yeah. Listen. There it is, buddy. You can add this to your cookout playlist, by the way.
Sounds good, Murph.
Yeah, these guys. Remember they...
I like this.
Hey, UT, get up off your feet. Shout out the mid-'80s, everybody. But yeah, I keep asking myself. There it is, buddy.
I can tell you what's gone wrong.
Well,
The Giants bullpen, the Giants starting rotation,
Yeah.
the Giants trying to score with runners in scoring position.
408 says, can today's guest list get out and suit up in the bullpen today?
No joke.
Javier Lopez, Brian Wilson, and Robin Nenn.
I'd take all three of these guys today right now in the Giants bullpen.
310 said, Jesus, that guest list is awesome and nostalgically depressing given the current state of our Giants. So
Damn.
there you go, man. And you just don't care. So you hear him singing, what's gone wrong? All right, well, Tony Vitello was asked, what's gone wrong with the pitching? And here was his answer, Walt.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's in common with a lot of them in specific tonight, it's with 2 outs, so you're going to need a 2-out knock. Limits the opportunities you would have if you don't get the base hit that you need. But nonetheless, those guys are out there, and I wish there was I know Augie had a big rant on 2-out hitting in his little YouTube clip that went viral, but I think all you can do is get a little more specific on the pitch you're looking for. Low line drives always do magic work with 2 outs, but that's kind of been the theme of the last 2 nights. Is we've had guys there, we just haven't pushed them across as often as we'd like. It's come in different scenarios too, not just 2 outs. So we'd be in a better position if we could do it.
Yeah, so that was about hitting. I apologize. It was a little mix-up on the cut sheet. What went wrong with hitting? He was talking about 2-out knocks, 2-out knocks, 2-out knocks. And we went through earlier in the show. I took you through the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different innings.
That's a lot of opportunities.
Where they had major opportunities, and the only time they came through was the Jung-Hoo Lee hit.
Yep.
So, I mean, listen, could you boil baseball down to 2 words? Timely hitting?
Yep.
That's like the 2010 Giants in a nutshell, right? Timely
Pitching
hitting.
and timely hitting. And the Giants don't have a whole lot of either right now.
And is there a skill to a timely hitter? Is it when seasons are going well? Is it when a hitter has a different mindset? I mean, we could just drive ourselves insane because you have this stat that the Giants lead Major League Baseball in hits. I'm going to say that again. You're sure about this?
Yeah, I double-checked. I have the
Giants
website right ahead of
lead
me.
Major League Baseball.
608 hits this year. They're the only team in Major League Baseball that has more than 600 hits. The LA Dodgers, 594 on the season.
We have more hits than the Dodgers.
More hits than the Dodgers. You want me to keep going?
Sure.
They're number 1 in doubles this year with 136. They're number 2 in triples this year with 16 on the season. Shout out Oracle Park and Triples Alley, but they're a team that's getting hits. They're just not getting them at the right moments. Yeah.
Can I do a whole show where I just go? All right, now here's the one on the pitching. So let's go over, before I cue up this soundbite, let's go over last night. Adrian Hauser gives up the 2-run bomb, gets you into the 5th, keeps it at 2, whatever. I mean, I guess, right? Now, here comes Hentges.
Well, let me stop you real quick on Adrian Hauser because now that's 4 straight outings for Adrian Hauser where he has yet to complete 5 innings.
Okay, that's a situation.
That's a problem right now.
Situation.
That's an issue. Yeah. And you mentioned Carson Whisenhunt earlier in the show. He was just a PCL pitcher of the month in Sacramento. Just had an outing about a week ago where he had 10 strikeouts. I would much rather see guys like Carson Whisenhunt and Trevor McDonald get these opportunity over Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mallon.
I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. And meanwhile, I said 2. No, Hench just came in and scored one of Hauser's left base runners. So 4 1/3, 3 earnings. But Henchus comes in, ready for this? Walks 2 and gives up a hit in 2/3 of an inning. Okay, so Henchus is a problem. Okay, they bring in Brubaker, who, by the way, his stuff looked pretty good last night, I thought, actually, although he did give up 1 hit and 1 run. Okay, 1 hit and 1 run. Here comes Eric Miller. We got problems. 1 hit and 2 walks doesn't retire a hitter. Also uncorks a wild pitch. Now, would you like to see Susak get it? Susak seems to be losing a little confidence back there. He's letting balls get past him, but it was scored a wild pitch. Then they bring in the guy, and maybe the only guy who can get it done, Dylan Smith. Now, somebody wrote, did you see he's got a caboose on him? I did not check out his caboose.
Hey, now.
But I will next time.
Yeah,
he did walk one guy with the bases loaded, but he was given a bases loaded, no-out situation and only allowed 1 run. He got out of a jam and kept it at 5-2. And then Tristan Beck came in and pitched the last 2 and gave up a run in the 9th inning. So I'm going to say that last night, Hauser, Henchus, and Miller were the particularly egregious guys. And Henchus and Miller are 2 lefties out of the pen you're supposed to count on.
Yeah.
And they can't throw strikes.
And it's a terrible situation when you have Eric Miller in the game. He's walking fools, and you have to take him out when there's 2 lefties coming up to the plate.
Yeah.
Like, that's when you want him in the game. But ever since his back injury that he dealt with, since he's came off the IL, he just simply cannot throw strikes.
Wow. So here's Tony V on the pitching.
A couple different meetings, just about attacking in general. You come in and the fire's a little hot. You come in a tough situation, whether it's bases loaded or you got to get hot quicker than we had planned in a pregame scenario. It is challenging, but that's kind of the name of the game. This whole damn thing's pretty challenging. So you got to have an attack lifestyle or approach to you. So we've talked about it a few different times, but all we can do is find the guys that want to throw strikes and throw those guys the most. Haven't ever had a situation where guys, are badmouth for giving up hits or a ball getting driven off them. It's kind of the name of the game when you're seeing good lineups. This one's younger than most, but it's as talented as all the other ones at the very, very least, so guys can drive the ball.
Wow, a couple things in there. 1, this whole damn thing is pretty challenging. And 2, you just got to find the guys who throw strikes and pitch them the most.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where they're – well, if they're looking to find guys who throw strikes – I mean, listen, they're not going to get rid of Miller and Henchus. These guys, they need these guys. They can't toss these guys aside, DFA them, send them down, whatever. No, they need these guys. They just got to fix the mindset, the mechanics. Mike Krukow always talks mechanics. Those guys look to be mechanically lost, the way the ball's coming out of their hand and missing the strike zone so badly.
Mm-hmm. It's not just them, though, Murph. As a team, as an entire staff, bullpen starting rotation, Giants are 4th in Major League Baseball when it comes to giving away free 90s.
There's 3 worse?
There's 3 teams actually
Who's
worse,
worse,
believe it or not. The Houston Astros have
they're
the most
having a bad
walks in
season.
baseball.
Yeah.
The L.A. Angels of
Having
Anaheim
a bad season.
and the Cincinnati Reds.
The Reds are right now at, they're 2 games under. So every team you mentioned has a losing record.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's what happens when you give away
What does
free
Marcus,
90s.
the Waterboy Boucher, say?
No free 90s.
There it is.
I'm going to get it tatted on my chest at this point.
Would you rather give up a bomb than a walk?
Yeah, I would. Like a solo shot to me, like walks are rally starters. You give a guy a free 90, next thing you know, he's still on second base. Yeah. Then they start piecing hits together. I can deal with a solo shot because at least you're competitive in the strike zone. At least you're throwing strikes. Walks are rally starters. It feels like every single time there's a leadoff walk, the other team scores.
Oh, my God. Hey, how about this text? 831. Bro, there was a point around the 4th inning. They had 4 walks, 2 triples, a double, a single, and it scored 0 runs.
Wow.
That's insane.
The math ain't mathin'.
That's insane. That's because 2 triples, Cox and a rise. Yeah, the double, a single, and 4. Anyway, that's a great stat. All right, listen, we talked about pitching, and we loaded up on pitching guests. Javi Lopez will join us at 6:50, and he just starts a parade. Brian Wilson at 8:15, and Rob Nen at 8:50.
Wow.
And I think you're a businessman here,
Well,
buddy.
that's
Yes.
right, because the Murph and Marcus bullpen is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
Well, listen, the calming voice of Javi Lopez next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, let's talk about Kalshi, because the world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. We like Bosnia because of that banger song they got. So let's look. When do they play? Friday at noon against Canada. Are you thinking the Bosnians can fight for a tie? Because that's trading at 3.52. Okay, and so that means a $352 payout if you put in $100. That's how Kalshi works. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. So as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm from Bosnia, take me to America. I really want to see Statue of Liberty.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's talk baseball with one of our all-time favorites, the World Series champ himself, friend of the program, and now working with the Giants, the great Javier Lopez. Javi, we always like talking to you. It's just a good conversation. We're looking forward to catching up. How you doing, Javi?
Hey, what's up, Javi?
Hey, guys. Well, I mean, I could be better, I suppose, if the Giants are winning a couple ball games. But all in all, you know, I'm upright, I'm breathing, and things are good so far. So, yeah,
right.
doing okay.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things to talk about with this team. The thing we were just talking to you about prior to you coming on is something you know very well, which is relieving in Major League Baseball games. And right now the Giants are having a problem with walks. So I know it's a very broad question, and I know it's like, you know, the thing that bedevils any pitcher since the beginning of time. But if you are on a staff that's having trouble throwing strikes, in your history in baseball, what's the best way out of that as a staff and as like a coaching staff and as a bullpen?
Well, I do think I've been part of staffs just like that. I mean, I know I had a nice run in San Francisco, but I was awful bad if you check the scorecards. And I had those moments where I just physically could not find the strike zone. And I think ultimately what it came down to was pitching in much lower leverage situations, going out there, being able to repeat a delivery, and more than anything, working on the side, just to go ahead and not working on any specific pitch other than just finding the strike zone with the fastball. I do feel like when you find that release point, everything else kind of falls into place. But again, it's hard to do that at a big league level. So you've really got to try to do that on your own and do it kind of on a day-to-day basis. But I do think as a squad, this is when you need to start huddling around each other and trying to find some time to hang out with each other and kind of figuring everything out, because you know, you don't get a break. You got to go get in the fight this afternoon for the Giants, and it's for those reasons it's time to figure it out, because nobody's going to quit on you. You know, those fans are coming, the bullpen's coming, or you know, bullpen changes will be coming and things like that. So you've got to go out there and fight for your job, and ultimately that's what's going to have to happen.
Javi, it seems like recently Giants relievers have been being used a lot. We look at the road trip in Chicago and even before that in Milwaukee and Colorado, and it seems like we're seeing guys almost on a daily basis. Keaton Wynn 3 days in a row, Dylan Smith 3 days in a row. Do you feel like the workload is maybe contributing to some of these wild pitches and some of these walks that we're seeing from the Giants bullpen?
I do think there's a little bit to that. Again, when everything is so scripted now and so much information has been be at everyone's fingertips now, whether it be 3 days in a row, whether it be however many ups they get in the bullpen. I do think a lot of those things factor in. I think the travel schedule as well, but you can't make the excuses, right? That's part of being in the big leagues. You're still traveling in first class style. You're still living in nice places. So those things will take part. I do think that they have been worked a lot, and I do think that does contribute to the walks ultimately, but I think what you're trying to get these guys back into is that you have to sell them in the fact that they're firemen. They work in the fire. They're comfortable in the heat. And you got to get that philosophy back into that bullpen. That's shown it at moments this year. But, you know, when you look at they've had the lead in 10 of the last 17 losses. It's tough to look at that and realize that you're holding up your end, and it's time to figure out how you're going to do that.
Javi Lopez, who's kind enough to join us, 4-time World Series champ, once with the Red Sox, 3 with the Giants, and he's now an advisor to the Giants baseball operations. And like he said, he's not stoked with what he's seeing, but kind enough to hop on and talk to us about throwing strikes, working on the side, having a different mentality. You mentioned closer, so let's go there. We've been talking on the radio, and fans have been talking about the lack of a closer. I guess, I know you're not going to blow up anybody on the roster or call anybody, but you can talk about the philosophy of needing a closer or finding a closer. In your history in baseball, Javi, what's the process if you don't have a defined closer? How big of a problem is that for a clubhouse? And how easy or hard is it to find somebody to emerge to grab it?
Well, I think ultimately you would love to have a closer. I think those last 3 outs, I don't care. I know the people will tell you that those aren't the hardest outs. Sometimes it's a 7, sometimes it's a 6. But I will always contend that the last 3 outs of a ball game are the hardest outs to get. And when you have a reliable arm to do that, I think it's the best way to go about to win a ball game. But ultimately, the Giants had that opportunity in a sense with Randy Rodriguez. Unfortunately, gets hurt. But that was your guy that was establishing himself in that moment, and they felt like he had some answers inside the bullpen itself. And when you're in that spot, I know that I've been parts of bullpens that have not had a closer, and that's where you got to kind of piece it together with being really excellent at what you do. Now, for me, I focus on trying to be a lefty flush guy. Like, I try to go out there and make sure that I would dominate lefties. Doesn't mean I was punching a lot of tickets, but I was getting outs and I was attacking the strike zone when I was good. With the Giants, again, before Romo or Casilla established themselves at the end there, and even Affel, like, we'd come in and split some saves for like a month or so till somebody decided to step up and take it, and ultimately that was both Casilla and Romo being able to step up into those roles. And that's ideally what you want down in that bullpen. You want guys that kind of control the situation, being able to slow that heartbeat down, and pick each other up and challenge each other too. Like, if you throw the ball well, and Marcus, you throw the ball well, I want to do it. I want to get out there and do the same. So it's one of those things where healthy competition is never a bad thing. And I think that's ultimately probably what Jesse Chavez's message is down there, is kind of like, hey boys, let's go. Like, somebody take the ball and roll, and that'll get everybody else going, as opposed to kind of looking around to see who really gets the call. Just expect it and anticipate it, and ultimately I think that's when things start going in the right direction.
Javier Lopez, the voice you hear, of course, 7 years as a Giant, 3 championships with the Giants. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I am looking at 2012. You had 7 saves that year. That was easily an outlier year for you. Everything else was either 1 or 2 in your 14 save career. So what about those 7 saves? Can you remember 2012 and getting into a different mentality? You talked about those last 3 outs, and you got it 7 times that year. What was different that year?
Well, that was exactly kind of the year I was talking about. You lose Wilson there at the beginning of the year, closing a game out in Colorado, and the Giants weren't going to add another arm. They believed in the 4 of us, and Affel, Casilla, and Romo, and myself. So we were out there just trying to piece it together, and we were on the same page with Bochy. That's one thing that was great about being with Bochy, is that you could kind of think along. And again, we had a great starting staff as well. So you kind of knew if the game's going the way it's going to go, how it would line up. You play the box score, you play the matchup, and you kind of see who's coming up. And it was, my 7 saves were predominantly lefty batters that I was facing, for sure. And I think that's one of the things that we were able to do. It's just have that communication with the manager, with the pitching coach. Like, hey, if it's left, right, left, right, Javi, you got it. If it's right, left, whatever, Romo or Casilla, you got it. Like, we were all pulling on the same rope and kind of understood exactly what we were doing. But again, we were more established, more veteran bullpen than what you're seeing right now with the Giants. These guys are trying to learn on the fly.
Javi, on Monday night, Logan Webb and Tony Vitello had the opportunity to give the Giants the bullpen the night off. Now, they had a discussion during the 8th inning, and when Logan Webb was asked if he was good to go, he told Tony Vitello, it's your decision to make. He went with the decision to put Keaton Winn in the 9th, and we all saw how that ended. Now, me personally, I was a bit surprised that Logan Webb didn't put up a bigger fight and maybe a bigger argument to get the ball in the 9th inning. But what was your reaction after seeing Logan Webb go 99 pitches, 8 innings strongs, and not go out there for the 9th inning on Monday?
Yeah, I instantly was thinking he was on a pitch count of some sort. Again, he's been coming back off of injury, and he's thrown the ball extremely well. I think when you take the lead the way the Giants did, I think it was one of those deals where, like, all right, well, maybe I get it. He's reached close to 100 pitches, and challenge or two away. He could have shaved off a few of those, but that's not a big deal, right? You can't armchair quarterback that. But when you go into that bullpen, that should be the moment that you actually do want to pitch. And I understand Keaton Winn was the guy. Again, we've talked about going 3 days in a row. He didn't look very sharp, but that being said, he had 1 out on 1 pitch. So you're feeling pretty good about what's going on. And then it just kind of snowballed from there. But again, I would think Logan Webb, if he could do it again, would want to throw that 9th inning. I do like the way he's continuing to throw the baseball. And I think ultimately that's kind of what I think it was, is more of a pitch count kind of situation for him, get him feeling right. And if that opportunity presents himself next time, I expect him to toe the rubber.
Yeah, Javi, you were talking about somebody competes at a level that inspires the rest of the bullpen. That's the way to go. And right now, and I know it's a very small sample size, but this is kind of what we do in our job, day to day. To me, it's Dylan Smith. And he did it again last night. He came into a bases loaded, no out situation. Yeah, he issued 1 walk, but I mean, he was throwing the ball well. And he got out of a situation only allowing 1 run. He also got out of the Sunday night situation in Chicago. There just seems to be a presence. Kind of when you were describing a guy grabbing it, and again, I know it's a small sample size, but he's kind of grabbing it right now. Do you have any thoughts on that and his role as a possible climbing up the ladder guy?
Well, I think all those statements are true, can be true. I think he sees the opportunity is there. He's been able to come up and has the opportunity again to be in the big leagues and pitch, and that's an exciting moment in itself. And you're right, it's been limited amount of innings, but what you go out there and you see from him is that he's got a little 4-pitch mix, and he's not afraid to throw any pitch in any count. And the jam that he came into last night, exactly like you said, like he looked a little fatigued to me, and he was still throwing the ball extremely hard, and he had some pretty good bite on the off-speed stuff. So, it's another one that threw 3 days in a row. So even if you want to go to that guy, you got to give him today off. Who knows if they're going to try to give these guys a couple days off, just kind of reset their bodies. But that's ultimately what it comes down to, is who wants the moment, who wants to be on the stage, and who's going to attack the hitters. Because you can deal with hits, you can deal with homers, anything. But the walks are what just drives me nuts, and many of the fans, I'm sure, in the front office and the players themselves. Like, you can't defend a walk. It's just so hard to do, especially when you're facing a team that is super athletic in the Nationals, that they're able to kind of go out and do some things. I mean, Nasim Nunez is maybe hitting around 200, but I think he got his 24 stolen base last night. Like, they have speed up and down that lineup. And I think when you walk a guy and you continue to do that, you're just putting your defense in bad spots.
Javi, switching over to the Giants offense, that has been one of the few positive takeaways over the last couple of weeks. Had a great road trip for guys like Jung Hoo Lee and Bryce Eldridge. Jung Hoo Lee's on a 17-game hit streak. Bryce Eldridge went deep last night. He's been on base 16 straight times. And Murph and I were talking about the stat that the Giants are number 1 in Major League Baseball when it comes to hitting the ball. Does that make you feel more optimistic that this is closer to the lineup that we all thought we would see before the season started?
I do. I think, again, Jung Hoo Lee's out of his mind. I think he's got 29 hits or so in like his last 10, 11, 12 games, something like that. He's on fire. Eldridge is throwing up good at bats. And I think you can, I'm not saying you're going to turn around and all of a sudden win 20 in a row, but you can kind of feel the energy in that lineup. They're able to get there. Last night, the last 2 nights, really, it's what's tough to swallow is the sense that I think they went 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and really it was the 2 hits because of the last one. Gary Pettis didn't jam in Eldridge, which was the right call. But you get bases loaded in the 2nd, the 5th, and the 7th, I believe it was, and and you can't come up with that big knock. You need a 2-out RBI to get the boys going and kind of get them excited. But I do think the lineup is starting to show a little bit more balance. We'll see how it looks to get today. I think they're facing a lefty today. So, you do have the Devers and Arise and Lee and Eldridge. So how they decide to spread that lineup out will be an interesting thing. But I do think you're starting to get some better at-bats up and down that roster.
Javi, before I let you go, you're advisor to baseball ops now, and I'd love to hear just your thoughts on Tony Vitello's adjustment to the big leagues. Now, I think I preface this by saying we should all understand this is his first year going from college to a big league dugout, which has never been done. And I think we're seeing some of the, the speed. He said last night in postgame, one of his comments was, this whole damn thing has been challenging. And I'm just kind of wondering what you're seeing in his evolution, perhaps, what you're seeing where you'd say, as an advisor, what he could do to tighten things up or what he could do to smooth the process. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I guess I'm asking for a parent-teacher conference where we all, how's my child doing in school? I'm not likening Tony Vitello to a child, but what I'm saying is let's have an HR evaluation. What's going well? What can he improve?
I would say that Tony is actually, for me, I think he's doing a great job with what he has. I think I would probably ask him if I had that opportunity, which I will in a few weeks, I'll see him. But, when you're at a university, you have your roster and that's what you have. And at a big league level, you've already seen it, the amount of call-ups and the amount of different moves and the bench changing. And I think that's when he's talking about the whole thing has kind of been a lot. In my sense, I feel like just watching it, that's probably one of the bigger adjustments he's going to that he's had to make, is that all of a sudden it's not just a 26-man roster. It is a full 40-man roster. And how do you try to keep guys happy? How do you try to keep them balanced? How do you try to win ball games through all of that? And I think that's where you lean on the guys that have formerly managed, whether it was Ron Washington, whether it's Jace Tingler, whether you reach Bochy or Dusty. Like, those are the conversations that they can answer. I can't judge a manager since I was just a player. I just know that when you have to try to manage a lot of personalities, sometimes that gets a little bit difficult. And I think he's done a good job with what he's had. And, we can nitpick anything, right? We can pick apart all the things once we know the outcomes. So I think he's doing a tremendous job. He's held his head up high. He's answered every question, and I think ultimately that's what you want out of a manager, taking responsibilities.
Javi, you said you're going to see him. They're coming to Atlanta next week. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
All right, well, good. It's always good to see you around. Are you going to be in the booth at all or no?
That's when I start next week.
Okay. Listen, it's great hearing your voice.
Yeah.
I always feel
thank you.
I always feel like it's a civilized conversation with Javi Lopez. So we'll look forward to you being in the booth next week. It's always good to have you on the show, and appreciate you, man. Talk down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Javi.
Sounds great, fellas. I appreciate you.
Yeah, Javi Lopez, civilized conversation. There was a lot of good stuff in there.
I feel better now.
Delivered in a calm, adult manner. I liked it. I liked it.
That's what I need. I need that calm presence, not only on the air, but on the mound also.
There you go, buddy. And no, we're far away from 602. Me asking, World Cup, 808 KNBR, bang the number. All right, Walt's going to whip it out?
Yeah, he is.
The wide world of Walt?
Hey, now.
Next on The Sports Leader.
This whole damn thing's pretty challenging.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, it's summertime. Look at that beautiful weather outside. So it's time to get a new ride, a new Honda at El Cerrito Honda. Summer heating up, and so are the savings at El Cerrito Honda. Stay cool, baby. Save big at the pump. Those Honda hybrids where you drive right past the gas station. Straight into summer with that better mileage and fewer fill-ups and legendary Honda reliability. El Cerrito Honda. I got my Honda CR-V hybrid there. Love it. Family friendly. Great mileage. How about the Accord hybrid? Same thing. The fuel-sipping Civic hybrid? Same thing. And then Sharif running the show over there. Just that family atmosphere at El Cerrito Honda. Just a great lot. Great selection. Go to elcerritohonda.com. elcerritohonda.com. They have the selection you're looking for. Where is El Cerrito Honda? You know the answer. This isn't Jeopardy. El Cerrito, California. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Easy to find. And when you go, tell them your boy Murph sent you. Proud to send you over there. El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
We are family.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It's time for Walter's Wednesday Whip Around, where producer Walter Acalbaceta uses a serious and objective scoring system to uncover the biggest wonders in sports.
And the crowd goes mild for Walt's Wednesday Whip Around. We're still looking to trademark a new name. We can't steal the midday name from it. Always baffled again by that little Disney Irish jig that starts the whole thing. But hey, it signifies that it's Wednesday at 7:17, which means I always say it's the start of the tilt towards the weekend. We're getting halfway through hump day. Here we go, buddy. And then your boy's off for 2 weeks.
Wow.
It's like I'm saying to Curly and Walt and you, this baseball team, that's your problem.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys late June, buddy. We got big family stuff coming up for the Murphys. Excited. But it is time to turn the stage to the man, Walter Acalbaceta. Spell that, everybody. Walt, good morning. What you got?
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Well-
How's your mentals, Murph?
Yeah.
That's my answer.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll say this. My mentals were a lot better when I was drinking Old Styles out at Wrigley this past weekend.
My mentals were better watching you drink Old Style.
Yeah,
All
dude.
right, so go ahead. What do you got, Walt?
All right, so let's get this thing kicked off. We all know the rules. I'm going to read a question, and you guys answer, and I award a point. We'll see who wins at the end of it. So let's go ahead and get into it.
It's heated.
The talk is Giants. They lose again. Shocker. What is the most surprising aspect of this 2026 Giants team?
What is the most surprising aspect of this 2026 Giants team? My immediate answer is the three dudes: Chapman, Adames, and Devers. Listen, and you can point to any little microcosm where each guy got hot for like a half a minute. But in general, these guys' failure to kind of carry the team. We can talk about pitching, but I think we all knew it was going to be bad coming in. We can talk about Tony V pressing the wrong buttons, but we kind of knew coming in that he was not going to press all the right buttons. So I'm going to go with the nucleus of boys. I mean, I love Devers. I wanted him to succeed so badly. We're coming up on the year anniversary, bro. It just ain't happening. So there's my answer, Walt. My nucleus has not nucleused. How's that?
Now, I'm going to go off the road a little bit and say my biggest surprise of this season was actually the offseason. The fact that Buster Posey and Zach Manassian did not add a legit closer to this bullpen. The fact that they went out and brought in Tyler Mahle and Adrian Hauser as their two veteran pickups for this rotation. Buster Posey, we just got done talking to Javi Lopez. We're going to talk to Brian Wilson. We're going to talk to Rob Nen. We talked to Sergio Romo about that Cholo mentality. We know that in San Francisco, in this ballpark, you got to have pitching. You got to have a rotation. You got to have a bullpen. So I'll take it all the way back to the winter meetings. My biggest surprise was the fact that Buster, Zach, and this entire Giants organization did not take pitching serious enough during this offseason, and now they're dealing with the consequences of their own actions.
Walt?
Point awarded to Marcus. I am equally as surprised that they didn't do that.
So here's where the lawyer says, objection, Your Honor. You asked about the season, not the off season.
Yeah,
so I was
that's
answering
true.
the question accurately, starting with the season.
Season, off season. The word season is in there. So
It
works. It works.
It's the season of the fits. I'll take the point.
If you had asked me the all-encompassing era of Buster Posey, my answer would have been different. But you asked me about the season. I'm out here answering questions. That's all I know.
I'm going last calendar year, and I'll take the point. Let's keep it moving.
Damn,
All right.
off to a tough start.
Next question.
Tough start.
Here we go. Keep it with the Giants. I'm going to have you guys play GM. Okay, it's a rough season so far.
Am I playing GM in the off season
No,
or
no,
the
no.
season or
This season?
Okay,
Moving
all
forward.
right.
Moving
all the
forward.
above.
All right.
You're running the show for
Wait,
the Giants.
GM or POBO?
Both. You're running the show. How do you approach the rest of the season?
Oh, so
the off-season.
I'll go first. I'll talk about this season and the offseason because it feels like we're getting closer and closer to trade season. There's going to be moves, and the Giants are going to be sellers. So that means Robbie Ray, I'm looking to move him at this year's trade deadline with his expiring contract. We've talked about this topic before. I love Luis Ariz, but if you're not going to sign him to a contract extension, you have to trade him as well. I'll take a bag of peanuts right now for Tyler Mahle and Adrian Hauser just to get them out of rotation. I want T-Mac, Trevor McDonald in the rotation the rest of the year. And I mentioned it earlier. Give me Carson Whisenhunt, the whiz kid. PCL Pitcher of the Month in Sacramento. Just had a 10-strikeout performance. He's been in AAA for damn near 3 years now. Put him in the starting rotation. Let the young kids play. Keep Bryce Eldridge in the lineup every single day. Continue to develop these players. That's my plan for the rest of this season.
I wish I had a overturn the apple cart answer that would disrupt Marcus's momentum after scoring that point there. But I think we're on the same page here. You have to sell. It's simple as that. You have to sell. It's over. As the great soundbite from the old Polymac soundboard used to say, De Niro eating the tuna sandwich in that movie. Was that Copland? Was that it? I'm so sorry to have awakened you from your slumber, but it's over. So you do trade Ariz. You do trade Ray. You mentioned Mahle and Hauser. Here's the only thing I would add as a little twist for your martini. I'm going to try to move one of the big three. I'm going to try to move Adames, Chapman, or Devers. And if that means eating money, and it's going to have to mean eating money, you're going to eat money. Which of the big three would I trade? Probably Devers. I would probably trade Devers. He's blocking Eldridge right now. I gave him a full year. It ain't happening. Some team will see that bat, and if they know they can get half off on his contract, they would do it. I love Rafi. I like the tobacco. He's playing well at the first base bag, but it's time to move on. It's been a year. It's been a failure. So that would be the only twist on my rebuild.
I like that twist, but I like both answers, so both of you guys get a point on that one.
What is this, soccer?
We can both get a point.
Shout out FIFA World Cup.
Canada, Bosnia, Herzegovina, 1-1 tie?
Will we get a draw today?
My Devers trade didn't get me a point.
If you would have said Webby. Now.
Oh, that's right.
Why would,
Walter's trying to run Webb out of town.
Why would we trade our best starting pitcher when we have no pitching? Why would we do this?
Would have got you a point.
Oh, my God.
For the point. That's why you do it.
Point. What is this, the social media team?
Yeah, exactly.
Looking for clicks?
We're playing for clicks. We're playing for points.
Are we looking
here.
for negative takes only?
That's exactly what we're doing.
Right. Team players only, happy to have Goog. Go on you go.
All right, next question here. Knicks and Spurs, game 4 tonight.
Bing bong!
Something
shout out
different
Marcus
than the
Hatt.
Giants.
Yeah, let's get away from it. All right, MSG was rocking. You guys all saw that on game 3 on Monday. What sporting event have you attended that could equally rival what MSG was on Monday?
Oh, my God. You're talking about just atmosphere. Okay, man. Well, top of your fat. I mean, easy. The low-hanging fruit is what October was like at Oracle Park in 2010, 12, and 14. You think about college basketball where it gets a little raucous. I'm going to go ahead and say just because I'm going to start flexing seniority on all y'all and go back to when I think you guys were either born or filling diapers. But I went in June of 1994. I went to the Italy-Ireland World Cup match in New York City, the East Rutherford, New Jersey match. Ireland 1, Italy 0. Ray Houghton goal in the 8th minute. I don't think I've ever been in a bigger doggy pile in my life there. Speaking of doggy piles, 1989 Monday night, Joe Montana to John Taylor twice. Anaheim, I was there. I'm going to go Italy-Ireland 94 World Cup soccer. It doesn't get much more epic than that. Marcus.
Well, I want to go back to Wrigley this past weekend because that was a great environment, but a regular season game in June, not at the top of my list, although it was one of my favorite ballpark experiences. But my number one experience at a sporting event at a ballpark has to be Game 4 of the 2024 World Series with my pops, with my brother, celebrating the one win that the Yankees got over the Dodgers in that series. And yes, they did not win the World Series, but for one night and one night only. We partied like we were World Series champions outside of Billy's and Stan's Sports Bar. And I'll say this, Yankee fans were not ripping the jerseys off the backs of Dodger fans.
Dude.
Knicks fans, get your act together, dude.
Oh,
we need to figure this out.
Yeah.
You can't be jumping dudes outside of Madison Square Garden. Win with some class,
Dude.
lose with some class.
Dude,
That's
that was-
unacceptable. Those
Bro,
are not real Knicks
that was
fans, in
something
my
out of like the
opinion.
Middle Ages. That like something medieval. Like something out of like 300 BC or AD or what? I don't know what's the Middle Ages. 800, 900. Looked like just a savage freaking behavior by human beings with no governor on their brain, dude.
That
It
was
insane.
the worst of herd mentality of Knicks fans who I don't even know if they want to claim to be fans.
Dude.
They don't remember the last time the Knicks were good. They're out there live streaming and looking
it
for
makes
clicks.
it hard to because I'm enjoying the Knicks. It makes me hard to
You
enjoy the Knicks.
asked me
there.
a couple weeks ago when the Knicks were kind of the underdog story. You said, are the Knicks fans going to be the reason why people turn on the Knicks? And I said, yes, back
we
then,
called it,
dude.
damn it.
They're a bunch of lunatics. I love the passion, but you can't be jumping
bro.
dudes
That was
and
like-
stealing
yeah,
jerseys.
that was medieval
That's not
ass.
even passion.
By the way, we digressed. Well, who got the
sorry,
point?
Go ahead.
Press the wrong button. I got to go Murph. There. Yeah, soccer. Come on, man. That Marcus, I don't know if you've been to a soccer game. Well, international soccer. Dude,
Well,
that is incredible.
And the singing at this place, so they make up the songs on the spot, too. So Ray Houghton scored the goal in the 8th minute, and the whole rest of the game, who put the ball in the IT net? Rayo, Rayo. Who put the ball in the IT net? Rayo, Rayo, Houghton. Rayo, Rayo, Houghton. Rayo, Rayo, Houghton. Who put the ball in the IT net? Rayo, Rayo, Houghton. They're singing that the rest of the game.
For full 90
Making that
minutes
up
of that.
on the spot.
Yeah.
On the spot.
That's incredible.
Doggy piles and everything. It was really hot and humid, though. And then the beer, after you had all your beer, and then the game ended, and then you started to come down because the beer was stopped selling, and then it's hot and humid, and there was like a 2-hour bus line. The come down was real, dude. It was like in the parking lot with a headache. Well, that was really fun, but man, I'm hungover.
Yeah, I'm feeling it today.
I mean, it was like 90 and humid, you're sweating. I digress.
Yes.
What else you got, buddy?
Yeah, 2-2. Make this quick. We got to get the crew.
Got to get
Or
the
is it
crew.
1-1-1, something like that.
Yeah.
101.
Yeah.
I think it's anyway.
0-0. I don't
30
know.
seconds only. Let's go.
Here we go. Brandon Ayuk is back at it again. What athlete irritates the hell out of you? Go.
Marcus, you go first. It's your turn.
Me first.
yeah.
Well, I've never liked a few people, a.k.a. Tom Brady, LeBron James, Ronda Rousey, who I told you was also on my Mount Hatemore
good. I didn't
list.
know that.
I'll throw that into the conversation as well. All three of them annoy me. As good as they are, as much respect as they get from other fans, I'm not a fan of either of those three. I'll take LeBron James because I'm hating all these rumors I'm hearing about him potentially joining the Warriors this offseason.
LeBron, man, one of the greatest of all time.
He just
You hate
annoys
him.
me.
You know my answer. You know where I'm going. I spent money that you don't even know how much money I spent on an oil painting of this guy walking off of a field in the snow, looking dejected. You guys just don't understand how much
Not going to San Fran.
smarter I am than all of you and better than I am than all of you. And if I showed any joy in life, it's because you're just not as smart as me. Aaron Rodgers. Remember I said his Netflix thing was going to be called Aaron Rodgers in Douche. Now on Netflix.
Yeah, still waiting for that one.
There's my answer.
All right, I got to go with Marcus. I got to go LeBron James. I got to go LeBron. Yeah.
LeBron James. LeBron. You guys don't like LeBron James?
No,
I really
don't.
Yeah, I really don't.
Yeah, I don't. Never have, never
What
will.
if he's wearing the blue and gold?
I still won't like it. I still won't like it.
That's a
Good job,
crossroad
Walt.
I
Good
will
job, Walt.
cross.
You
Yeah.
got people involved.
Nicely done.
I'll surrender the L. Whatever. Don't mean nothing. Hey, brushing it off my shoulder.
Have a good vacation, Murph.
That's right. I won't get to do. I have to hold this L for 3 weeks.
That's tough.
All right. I'll be in Ireland, like looking around, going, "Damn, I lost." Who do we? Mike Krukow next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, let's talk about River Islands in Lathrop because it's June, which means it's summertime. And I'd say at River Island, summer isn't just a season, it's a way of life. That's right. It's the good life. Whether you're drawn to a home steps from the water, whether you're drawn to a neighborhood built around family-friendly parks and top-rated schools, or whether you're looking for a vibrant, active adult community with a clubhouse pool and neighbors who know how to enjoy the good life, River Islands has a place that feels like it was made for you. I'm going to give you a little picture here. Summer morning, linear trail, San Joaquin River. How about an afternoon kayaking or fishing on the sparkling lakes? How about those summer evenings gathering with neighbors at Islanders Field for sports and community events under the open sky? We got a town center growing right alongside you, a brand new amphitheater on the horizon, Sutter Health's medical office building coming soon, and a real sense that something special is being built here. This community is growing fast, and the best way and the best time to make your move is before everyone else does. So come see the homes, walk the neighborhoods, and find the one that fits your lifestyle. Start your search today at riverislands.com.
The good life.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, tough one last night. Washington 6, San Francisco 3, Nats 6, Giants 3. Giants fall to 27-41. The Monday night sting kind of felt like it carried over into Tuesday. Giants leave 13 runners on base. A little trouble with the bullpen throwing strikes. Lots to talk about. Wednesday day game today, Robbie Ray going for the Giants at 12:45. Nats answering with a lefty of their own. Mike, it is a Wednesday morning. It is Murph and Marcus. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Looking forward to today's ball game, Robbie Ray, and hopefully, they can get a couple of money hits, a couple more money hits today. Really a frustrating night the last couple of nights for a lot of reasons, but I think the biggest reason was they set the table beautifully. Both games. They left 12 runners on the first game, left 13 on last night, and a lot of what they did was set it up with 2 outs. And they just couldn't get that one hit to push them over the top. So it winds up being another loss and another frustrating loss. And the other thing, aside from not being able to get the money hit, is bullpen walks. It just has to.
Oh, Mike, you dropped out for just a second. I'm sorry. You said bullpen, and then you fell out. You're back.
Bullpen walks have to stop.
There were 5 last night from the bullpen, and
in the later part of the game, that's crazy.
I mean, we've talked to you about this a number of times on the show, and it's like I know it must be frustrating for you to kind of repeat the same stuff. So, we asked Javi Lopez. We had him on. He was great. And is it mechanics? Is it mentality? He was talking about all the above, and he was talking about the group themselves have to sort of get together and challenge each other to compete at a higher level. Does any of that resonate with you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to look around the bullpen and say, well, we need to turn this around. They're going through a rough 2 weeks. I think they're now 5-10 in their last 15 games. Their ERA collectively is in the 7s. Well, they're not that bad, but they're in a slump right now. And it takes one guy to step out and kind of, get everybody back on track. And that leader would be the guy that would wind up pitching the 9th inning for the most of the times. I think it's still going to be a work in progress as they go forth. I just don't see a dominant closer coming out of the group, but I do think that they have guys that can get the job done. And it starts with, number one, believing with your stuff. that you have to have, and that just hasn't been a claim that they can make right now. And because of that, you're sensing there's too much of a nibble. Mechanically, I do think that there are a few guys out of whack. Eric Miller in particular, I don't think he has been the same since he went on the IL. Because I never worried about him being able to throw strikes. I mean, when he first came up with those great 3 pitches he has, his fastball, changeup, and his curveball. I mean, he was a nibbler with the fastball. Here's a lefty throwing in the high 90s and he's nibbling. But a player has to, he has to get past that. He has to believe that his stuff plays up here. I thought when he had a save earlier in the game in Cincinnati, and he was striking guys out, and he was woofing towards the bullpen or the bench of the Reds when the game ended, I thought, okay, yeehaw, daddy, here we go, we got our guy. And then all of a sudden, he started having some pain, throwing around the pain, got into some bad habits mechanically, and so he still has to correct those. But they have to get better from within. They have a track record of being better than where they are right now. They certainly are a group that is a 7+ ERA group. So, hopefully this dry spell is over after 15 games, and they can get back on track today.
Mike, you mentioned the Giants offense going 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position last night, left 13 guys on base, and it was actually their 10th game of the year where they've out-hit the other team, but have still lost the game. And Murph and I were trying to make the connection this morning because we're looking at the overall offensive team stats, and the Giants are number 1 in baseball when it comes to hits, but they've been struggling with timely hitting. So what do you think the disconnect is? Is it the approach when there's runners in scoring position? Is it the lineup construction? Or where do you see the disconnect when it comes from this team having a lot of success hitting the ball, but not hitting with runners in scoring position?
Well, if you take a look at what the Washington Nationals have done, it's pretty amazing. They have almost 80 more runs scored in the same amount of games than the Giants do. 80. We're talking 67 games, and yet they've scored 80 of 68 games, whatever. Anyway, they've scored 80 more or so runs more than the Giants. It's absurd. I think when the Giants got off to such a poor start offensively, and you had a lot of their big RBI guys just coming up cold night after night, it really put pressure on that hitting with the runners in scoring position at bat. And I think it just sort of snowballed from there. I never sensed early on that they were comfortable with the at-bat. They were pressing too hard because they felt like they had to come up with a big at-bat, and they just couldn't do it. And then it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger the more that they couldn't get it done. Nothing frustrates a team more than not being able to get a big hit. It's what stutters an offense, and it is really, I think, has been what has kept this team from being who they thought they were going to be offensively at the start of the year. So they can get better. And again, it starts with the obvious, and that is setting the table, and they're doing that. I mean, think about it. Early in the year, they weren't even doing that. So they've made a step in the right direction, but they just need to come up with some more money hits.
We were talking about the lineup, is there a way to shuffle it around? And, Casey Schmidt's cooled off a little bit. He's having a great season. He's just going through a little bit of a cool stretch. Is there a way to get Jung-Hoo Lee? And you had mentioned Bryce Eldridge in the 2-hole earlier. I don't know. Jung-Hoo Lee at leadoff? I think he's got the best on-base percentage on the team. Arise as the second best. What do you think? Shake it up a little bit, Lee to leadoff?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I would like to see Casey Schmidt down the lineup a little more to where when he hits his home runs, there's more people on base. Again, I think when you have a guy like Devers who's always been, a mainstay in the lineup, hitting in the third, fourth, or fifth spot, a total RBI guy, I don't think it's a bad thing to move him down the lineup to where he can breathe a little bit. Put a hot hand in the money spot right now. Right now, the hot hand and some of the best at-bats on the team are coming from Eldridge. I would have no problems, seeing that type of flip. And the same thing with Adames. Right now, Chapman's on fire. Move him up. Move Adames back. Let him relax a little bit. And it doesn't say it's a change that's going to be, forever. But, move things around. That's what I would like to see.
Mike, just to follow up on Jung-Hoo Lee, he's got 29 hits in his last 12 games. He's one of the hottest hitters on the planet right now. Now, we saw some of these flashes of his bat-to-ball skills during his rookie year before he got hurt, but nothing like we're seeing right now. Do you think what we're seeing from Jung-Hoo Lee is sustainable moving forward?
I do. I believe that. I think what he's done, you think back his first year, he got 70 games in, and then he was hurt. And then he comes in last year, and it was the very first time he's ever tried to play a whole season healthy. And, he kind of ran out of gas in the last month of the season. And not only that, but he was learning his opponents. And, it takes time to establish a database to where you don't get surprised in at bat, especially in a two-strike situation. And think about the stuff they see now. I mean, it's not like they're hitting off the same guy 4 times in a game. That never happens. But you're seeing, the starter for 2 at-bats, and then you see 2 big arms coming out of the bullpen. And it's I think because of that, it's never been tougher in Major League history to be able to hit for a high average. Well, I think that for a large part of Jung-Hoo Lee's success, you can explain it that he was learning. He was learning the opposition. Now that he's also stronger than he's ever been. And, he's done his homework to get in position to succeed. And now he's succeeding. He's getting pitches to hit. He's not missing them. He's using the whole field. His eye is incredible. We marvel about a pitch that he challenged last night in the ABS, and it was like 1/100th of an inch that it was from the strike zone. And it was like, well, there you go. There you're seeing why he's got such great success going right now, because he's seeing the ball great. So I think it's all of those things collectively, and I do think it's sustainable. And I think he may not be a guy that's going to hit around 340 his career, but I do believe he's going to be a guy that can flirt with 300.
Guy's hitting 335 right now on June 10th. Pretty awesome. Last couple ones, Mike, sort of ball game last night. One was there was this woman umpire, Jen Powell, I think her last name is Pawol. I don't know. She did it last summer. Was the first time ever. It maybe wasn't perfect last night. There were a couple ABS, but I don't know. Just as a guy who's been around the game all your life, is it still kind of amazing to see a trailblazer like that behind the plate?
Well, yes, only because they've only had a couple attempts at it, and both times it failed. But I thought last night she did a really great job, and I think it's. When you're placing a trail and you're the only woman umpire in all of baseball, there's going to be a lot of eyes on you. And I think because of that, there's a lot more pressure on her than any other umpire. And but I think she's handling it well. I've seen her a couple times on TV, and I was curious as to what kind of strike zone she had. She takes her time. She's in control of her rhythm. And I thought she called a good game last night. It's great because the ABS, we see – obviously the ABS that everybody sees, but then as we progress into the game, we'll see the result of pitches that are not even challenged. And last night, she was really, really accurate. I thought and she was consistent. If she had any gift, it was up around the belt. She didn't give a whole lot down around the knees, but that's fine. But what she gave early in the game, she gave late in the game. So I thought she was very consistent, and I think she's an inspiration to a lot of women that want to get into baseball, and here's an opportunity for them to do that. And I hope we do see more women in the game. Yeah,
brave of her, because you're right. There's way more eyes on her every pitch than any old guy behind the plate, so it is an extra scrutiny for sure. She actually had a pretty good hop out of the way on a play at the plate, too. It was very athletic. Mike, last one is I got a chance to go to Perry's yesterday. Always good to see Perry Butler at Perry's in Embarcadero. Dusty Baker and Steve Kevin had their book launch party for Dusty's memoir, Crossroads, in which, of course, Dusty, who's led one of the great, most interesting American sports lives of the 20th and 21st century. But, Mike, just for you, we've talked about Dusty over the years with you any number of times. It's a chance to do it. But, we go back to this guy was a Dodger, and you came into the league in, 76, 77. He was a Dodger. And I remember you told me there was you guys had a little, back and forth. Then he became a Giant in 84. And Mike, he's now so beloved here in the Bay Area, right? Could you have imagined in 1978 me telling you that Dusty Baker would be one of those beloved San Francisco figures? And I don't know. You've known the guy forever. Just any thoughts as he publishes his memoir?
Well, first of all, we've read the book, and it's spectacular. He doesn't pull any punches, and there's a lot of just great stories. And I think that's one thing about Dusty. If anybody has ever heard Dusty Baker speak in front of a group, he's one of the truly gifted speakers. Mm-hmm. And, he ad-libs everything. And his recall to a story is total. And it's it impacts the point that he's trying to make during his speech. It's just beautiful how he does it. I was a big Dusty Baker fan when I was not in professional baseball, and then when I got a chance to play against him, you feel Dusty. I mean, there was always a chance that if you went in there inside to him, and you hit him, he was coming out. He was going to fight. And with Dusty, I mean, I've been in fights with Dusty. He ain't afraid. If you're going to fight with Dusty Baker, you be ready to go because it's going to go. And but I had nothing but respect for his game. And when I got a chance to play with him, I mean, he was exactly how I thought he would be. Extremely knowledgeable and incredibly intense and passionate about the game, and truly one of the great people I've ever. I mean, he's just as good with everybody. He speaks fluent Spanish. He engages. He uplifts people that he's around. Then it was a no-brainer. He became a coach, and I think he's the best hitting instructor I've ever seen. And when the opportunity came in 1993 for him to become a manager, a consideration for the Giants, I was thrilled when they made the selection because I knew he was going to be good. And everywhere he's gone, people love the guy. He's just one of those guys that is just rare, and he impacts you in a positive way, and that's his gift. And so reading this book, I encourage you to, because you'll get something out of it. You'll get something out that will make you better. That's the kind of book it is.
He's awesome. You're right. It's just he's got a way, man. He did a Junior Giants. We have a Willie Mays Scholar Program for African-American kids in San Francisco for the Junior Giants Community Fund. And he showed up, volunteered his time, and like you said, he ad-libbed in the speech, and we were hanging on every word, man. And he also he'll give you the path to go on. He's like, no, this is where you got to go now. We're not here just to mess around. We're here to get stuff done. He's awesome, man. So we've been so blessed with so many managers here, and he's obviously one of the greats. So, all right, Mike. Well, that was a good way to end it. And hey, listen, win a game today, right? Win a game. That's all. Just win a game, and we'll see what happens. Everybody takes Thursday off. So enjoy the game today. Have a good call. We'll talk to you Friday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yeah, man, Dusty, he came to the Giants in 84. And, so I'm at that point 16 going on 17, and I'm like, no, Dusty Baker, freaking Dodger, man.
Be honest with us. Did you heckle Dusty?
What, mean when he was a Dodger?
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
Uh-huh.
I just have such bad memories of those Dodger teams dominating the Giants. Dude, Garvey, Say, Lopes, Russell, Dusty Baker, Rick Monday, Bert Hooton, Jerry Rice, frickin' Mike Scioscia. The mug of a Mike Scioscia. Frickin' Joe Ferguson, the backup kid. Dude, and dude, yeah. Oof. Now I'm getting in my dark memory phase here.
But be positive, bro. Now you're hanging out at Perry's with Dusty.
Yeah, and you know what? Shut up.
How life has changed.
The ageless Perry Butler.
Perry's is great.
Perry's unbelievable. I got a big Cobb salad at the lunch. It just sat there. I felt like a civilized San Franciscan.
Nice.
And then in came Dusty with the crew, and everybody, I told you, I read you guys the list. Everybody was there. Everybody was there for Dusty. Crossroads, and of course, he's a great music fan, so I put the Robert Johnson Crossroads track on my Insta post there, buddy.
Nice.
All right, well, we ended with that, not talking Giants, or not talking 2026 Giants. Well, he's part of the squad. I mean, he's there if Tony needs him.
He is a special advisor.
Maybe he should go into the dugout and hang out on the rail and say, hey, Tony, man.
Yeah.
Why don't we try this?
Yeah, bring Bochy with you while you're at it, too.
Listen, Tony was calling for those bunts Monday night in the 8th inning. Life was good. They were up 3-1.
Yeah, then we got to the ninth.
Since then, everything's gone to hell. That's the big hit, everybody. Stranding Room Only. How did leaving 13 runners on base make you feel? How's this bullpen making you feel? And maybe Walt threw out the question of the day. What's the game plan? You're the president of baseball ops. You're Buster Posey. What's the game plan going forward? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
I just hope we can win a game.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Giants lost again last night, but you can always win prizes, tickets, and gift cards right here on the Murph and Marcus Show all week long. We are giving away a $100 gift card to Smoking D's Barbecue, my favorite barbecue spot in the Sunset out in San Francisco. I heard the Sunset Night Market is back this Friday. Make sure you swing by Smoking D's Barbecue to pick up some of the best barbecue in town and tell Mr. and Mrs. Smoking D's happy anniversary.
Hey, let's feel better when we ache. Marin Health Orthopedic Care are going to take your pain away. Joint pain, sports injury, arthritis, back trouble. Everything's slowing us down. Listen up. Marin Health Orthopedic Care right there in Marin County, across the Golden Gate Bridge, Richmond-Sanderfeld Bridge. Expert surgeons, specialists, and support teams dedicated to getting you back to the life you love. So that could be a total joint replacement, hips, knees, shoulders. You're seeing more of that as we get a little older. Hand and upper extremity care, non-operative spine treatment, pain management, that's big. Sports medicine, we've got you covered. So whether it's helping you recover after a surgery or managing chronic pain or evaluating a new injury, Marin Health's team partners with patients every step of the way, educating you and building a plan that fits your goals and lifestyle. And with those convenient orthopedic locations across Marin, from San Rafael to Novato and beyond, world-class care is close to home. So you want to move better, feel better, and live better? Visit mymarinhealth.org and click on orthopedics to learn more. Better days start with Marin Health.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a high pop-up. Shallow center. Nunez, the second baseman, is out. He's under it, and he's got it, and that's the game. The final is Washington 6 and the Giants 3.
Oh, John Miller, you could hear the sort of forlorn nature. National 6, Giants 3. I confess I didn't even make it to the end last night, Marcus. That one tapped out at 6-2, missed Bryce Eldridge's homer in the ninth inning. That's pretty cool. But no win package for Walt. No win package for the Giants, and ever since Monday night in the ninth inning, things have gone awry down at third and King. We'll see what happens today, 12:45, when they're just trying to get one freaking win from the Washington Nationals. How about our guy? Remember we had Paul Taboni, the president of baseball ops from the Nats, St. Ignatius Wildcat. Everything was cool. I would say, hey, yo, Taboni. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Throw us a bone, Taboni.
My God, can we get a bone from Taboni?
Can you throw us a Taboni?
I mean, listen, that Nationals team is they're doing the rebuild that the Giants just won't do. That's why when Walt asked us what's the path forward, my answer was you have to break up the big three, that nucleus of contracts that's underperforming this year. I would try to move one of those. And to be honest, Devers would be the one I would. Now, I'm not calling, this isn't like, let me make this clear before they aggregate and clip on social here. I didn't wake up this morning and say, hey, man, I'm going to go and light it up and trade Devers. But we're talking, and when we talk, things come out and we converse, and Walt asks provocative questions and all that. And I'm not demanding it. Listen, if Devers stays and hits 40 bombs, I'm the happiest guy in town. But I was just saying, I guess what I'm getting at here in a very poorly worded and convoluted way here is that we're looking at the path forward. And the path forward to me is closer to what the Nationals are doing to what the Giants are doing with their roster. And, whether it's, obviously Bryce Eldridge or Jonah, I don't know. Is Jonah Cox part of that? I'm not sure. Is Drew Gilbert part of that? I'm not sure. Is Carson Wisenhunt part of that? I hope. Is Carson Seymour part of that? I hope. Who's the guy? Joe Whitman? Is that his name down there doing his thing? I don't know. I'm sort of bereft right now because they're 27-41. The path forward is not great. Every night they have to kind of try to turn the corner. They've been denied the last two nights after winning the series in Chicago. So I don't know, Marcus. What is the path forward?
Well, let me give you a response to your plan, or should I say your questions about the big three moving forward and how you just brought up the Washington Nationals team in general and how they went through the rebuild. Now, they have scored more runs this year than anybody else in Major League Baseball. We were just talking about how the Giants have more hits than anybody else in baseball. But the big difference is they have dudes that can leave the ballpark. I'm talking C.J. Abrams. I'm talking James Wood. The Washington Nationals are tied for 5th in Major League Baseball when it comes to home runs. Now, you look at this Giants lineup. We've been talking the last 20 years about how they have not had a 30 home run guy until Willy Adames last year. Rafael Devers did hit more than 30 home runs last season, not all with the Giants, so it doesn't count. And we're looking at Bryce Eldridge. Even though he has not flashed a ton of power so far, he is swinging the bat phenomenally and went deep in the ninth inning last night when I was still out there with the tarps off boys. So, you're looking at those three guys as potentially having power. And that's why I want to build my lineup around those three guys. And so I would actually go in the other direction if I had to move one of the big three between Devers, Adames, and Chapman. To me, the easy answer is Chapman. The problem is it's not that easy with his no trade clause, because I think if you move Matt Chapman, as much as I love him defensively over at third base, it opens up Casey Schmidt's natural position. And I'm more optimistic about the future and the next couple of years with offensive production, as crazy as it sounds, with Rafael Devers than I am with Matt Chapman. So if we're looking at the plan for those big three, if you can move on from any of those guys, I would still try to move on from Matt Chapman and get a team like the Boston Red Sox to come out and eat that contract.
Well, I'm not blocking you from that move, but the pushback on that would be that, first of all, I do think we take the defense for granted. I know he had a throwing error last night in the ninth inning. It was over. He had a couple of plays in the Chicago series. I was like, this is the kind of stuff we take for granted, man.
No question.
And I would say that, yes, Casey Schmidt could play third, but the easier fix is to trade Luis Ariz and put Casey Schmidt at second.
That is also true.
And you keep Chapman's defense then. So,
and I think that's the most realistic option because Luis Ariz is on an expiring contract, and if you're not going to sign him to a contract extension, then you have to get something for him instead of letting him walk away this offseason.
I mean, it's kind of tough because Ariz is gives some of the most spirited at-bats on the team. But listen, let's be honest, man. We're 27-41 right now, and we'd thrown out various. Are they out? I mean, is it over? We asked this question 3 weeks ago. Are they cooked? Here we are 3 weeks later, Marcus. They're 14 under. If I was asking you 2 weeks ago, are they cooked? And 2 weeks later, they've gotten worse. Then they're cooked, bro. They're cooked.
And the crazy part is their offense has been so much better the last 2 to 3 weeks, and they're still 14 games under because they're still blowing games with the bullpen.
Well, right now, I mean, it's like the shift. It's like when you have a bad season. Bad seasons are just, when bad seasons when you see them. Things happen. Things go wrong in bad seasons. And the offense for the first 6 weeks was atrocious.
It was the worst in baseball.
And we were like, what is going on? That's why they traded Pat Bailey.
Exactly.
Is to get offense into the lineup. Now, Dan Susek cooled off a little bit. He's won for his last 11. Had a big at-bat last night with the bases loaded and 1 out and popped out on a broken bat on the first pitch. Now, it's baseball, I know. But, he's going to have to hit to make that trade work. But the point is that when you have a bad season, everything goes wrong. So the offense sucks for 6 weeks. Then when the offense turns it around, the pitching goes in the toilet. And that's what you should call losing. Now, the old line from The Natural, losing is a disease as contagious as the bubonic plague. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So here's part of the problem. You talk about the bullpen. We just talked to Mike Krukow, 5 walks from the bullpen. And we are now, John Curley's answer, John Joe Curley, Jean-Joe from Paris, is to stack up the greatest relievers in Giants history. We had Javi Lopez on at 6:50 this morning. And in about 10 minutes, B. Weezy, Brian Wilson, Fear the Beard is going to join us at 8:15.
808 KNBR, should John Joe Curley be the president of baseball operations for the Giants?
All right, what are you guys saying out there on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line? Here's what you guys are saying. 209 just says, it was over week 1. Come on, man. That's not accurate. 831 says, don't get rid of Devers, Adames, or Chapman, at least not yet. They're all streak hitters, so move them down in the order or platoon them when they are cold. Well, I'll stop you right there. Devers will never take a day.
No,
he just won't take a day.
No. And you don't want Devers on the bench.
Well, I think he needs a day. I would sit him today because tomorrow's an off day. He needs a day. He looks like he's getting a little tired right now.
How about half a day? How about Bryce plays first, he plays DH?
I just give him a day.
Full day.
Give him a day.
I don't know, dude. The Giants need all the help they can get right now.
Hey, listen, you've worked with me for a while. Aren't there days when you're saying to Walt and Curly, you're like, Murph needs a day.
Yeah,
Murph needs a day.
Murph needs 2 weeks worth of days. That's why he's taking off the last 2 weeks of June.
No, but I mean, there's times I just think, I get that Rafi played 163 last year. That was cool. But I think, listen, Cal Ripken, dude, the streak was cool and all, but I think at the end of the streak, people in Baltimore were like, bro, this guy needs a day because he was tailing off. So anyway, the season's not going to turn if Devers sits for a day, but that was just responding to that texter here. A lot of people say, here's 510, said, guys, Flag Day is almost here.
Oh, no.
Flag Day is almost here. By the way, it's Sunday, and it's the day of your big UFC match.
Yeah, I'm still
on the White House lawn. Do you think
through a
DJT will say on that day, it's my birthday?
Uh-huh.
We got a UFC, and I got bad news. The Giants are not at 500.
Yeah, that's exactly how he's going to start his opening statement on Sunday.
Oh, man. 510 says Devers does not adjust his swing in situations. He does swing for the fence every time.
Yes, he does.
He does. He says he can't hit a 4-seam fastball here. 530 says, if you bench Chapman and let Schmidt play, Chapman will waive the no-trade clause. I don't think it works like that. 707 says, I don't understand why we get rid of players that are doing well for us. We need to keep our second baseman where he is and sign him to a longer deal. Would you? Would you sign Ariz to a longer deal?
I would. Well, I wanted him to sign a 3-4 year deal this offseason when everybody hated the Luis Ariz signing. But now he's going to cost you even more because now he is playing phenomenal defense and there's going to be a much bigger market. And I don't know if the Giants view Luis Ariz as a cost-effective move because they have Casey Schmidt and they have so many middle infield prospects in the system who really those are the next guys up. So I don't know what the long-term plan is for a guy like Luis Ariz. And if he's going to leave and if you're not going to sign him, That's why you have to trade him. Nobody wants to trade him. If the Giants were 14 games above 500, we're not having this conversation.
Yeah.
But this is the reason.
Yeah.
This is the reality you're living in now.
408 says, I love Arise, but they have to trade him and get something in return. This team is beyond cooked. They're burnt like a marshmallow at a campfire. Was that a little preview of Brian Wilson coming on? Is that what that was, buddy?
Yeah, get it going, Walt. What a tease.
916 says, Marcus, what's going to happen if Devers doesn't play? Are the Giants going to lose? LM.
Yeah. They're losing. Whatever, I guess.
Oh, man. 408 says,
whatever. Give me more Buddy Kennedy, I guess, huh? That's what we want.
By the way, Platsy's checking in and said, guys, while you're down and out, don't check Wade Meckler's stats down in Anaheim.
I refuse to look at Wade Meckler's stats.
I haven't checked. I guess he's playing well.
Everybody plays better when they leave.
Oh, boy.
What's going on?
510 says, you're right. Losing is an attitude and it's contagious. Maybe the players' problem is that they're listening to you guys.
That's it. We're the problem. That's it. It's lash out season. Now people are lashing out at us. We're the reason why the Giants stink.
209 says, getting rid of our good players. Who are we? The Sacramento Kings of Major League Baseball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. 209 says, move Chappie, switch Devers back to third, and Eldridge at first. Devers to third. How about that? I've seen that before. So you trade Chapman, Devers goes to third, and Bryce goes to first.
I mean, theoretically, that could be a solution, but I think it's more likely if you trade Chapman, you just give Casey Schmidt everyday opportunities at third base, unless second base does open if you trade Luis Arraez.
Well, guys, listen, this will be a big hit that we return to a number of times throughout the summer. As you know, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the Devers trade. It is on Monday, and they are now 24 games under 500 since that trade. And make it make sense, as the kids say. So there you go, guys. Big hit. Sorry. It's depressing. It's a beautiful day. World Cup's starting soon. We're going to beat Paraguay?
USA.
We're going to beat Paraguay? Let's beat Paraguay. Put a couple in the net. Put a couple in the net against Paraguay, right? Give me a W Friday night at SoFi, by the way.
I'll take whatever I can get.
You know what we could talk about other than the Giants later in the show? Adam Schefter's report on Aaron Donald.
Ooh, there's an update.
What did I open the show with last week?
Aaron Donald is going to make his return.
Did you see the latest?
No,
Schefter
I did
said,
not.
quote,
I don't want to see it.
more likely than not, unquote.
Those are two things I don't need in my life. Aaron Donald updates and Wade Meckler updates.
Southern California updates I don't need.
Yeah, I don't need them.
Aaron Donald, Wade Meckler. Sentences I never thought I'd say. All right, Brian Wilson, Be Wheezy, Fear the Beard. Next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Walter. Wade Meckler might be smoking hot, but he's not smoking up barbecue like my guy Daniel is over at Smoking D's in the Sunset District. And right here on the Murphy Market Show, we are giving away a $100 gift card all week long so that you can have yourself a Father's Day feast. But you have to wait for the cue to call. Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the cue to call, and you will win this $100 gift card right here on the Barbecue Leader.
Hey, our tax attorney, Steve Moskowitz, is here to help. And Steve, this morning's topic is ERC. Some people are wondering how to go about it, Steve. You're our tax attorney. How do we do it?
You call it ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is a program the government started in the pandemic to help out small business. Right now, you have a lot of listeners say, hey, they've been waiting years to get paid. They wonder, are they ever going to get paid? What happened was a lot of scamsters made claims. The government did a big investigation and stopped processing. There's a lot of paper forms just sitting in a big glut in the IRS. There's multiple ways to hurry them up. That's what we want to do for you. If you're sitting back waiting to get paid, we want to get you your money. Or if you got a letter from the IRS and you don't qualify, no ERC for you. A lot of those letters are just wrong. We need to appeal them. Or if you're being audited, the IRS wants the money back. So the bottom line is that's the big three. One, you just haven't gotten paid. We want to get you the money. Two, if they said you don't qualify, we want to appeal that and get you your money. Or if you're being audited, we want to represent you so you can keep your money. Bottom line is the only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
There he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, through the years, every now and again, we place a call to one of the greats, and every now and then he's like, yeah, I'll hop on. He is the man. You know the music. Fear the Beard. Brian Wilson, number 38, Be Weezy. 2010, November 1st, Arlington, Texas. Lives forever. Here we are. June of 2026. Still sounds good. So, Brian Wilson, welcome back to KNBR in the Morning. Your boy, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. How you doing, B Weezy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Brian?
Gentlemen, thank you for having me. I'm doing excellent. Appreciate you giving me a call this morning.
Good to hear your voice, man. What you up to these days? I know you're always up to something interesting.
Well, getting the golf game dialed in, guys. Really practicing hard right now.
All right. How's the short game? You making the putts?
Oh, I'm actually a pretty phenomenal putter. I can read greens. It's sometimes Daddy can be a little errant off the tee.
Long and wrong, they call you? Long and wrong?
I don't know if they call me that, but I appreciate it.
All right. Well, listen, we know you're not like following the 2026 Giants pitch by pitch, but they're having a lot of trouble in their bullpen. They don't have a defined closer. So we called you, Rob Nen, Javi Lopez, just to talk about the art of what it's like. So, Brian, take us back like to when you get drafted by the Giants, you're coming out of LSU. I don't know. Did you think of yourself as a closer even then? Or was it something that developed as you moved through the Giants farm system?
I was first introduced to closer my sophomore year of college, but because we weren't getting very many opportunities, I immediately went back into the rotation, was drafted as a starter with Tommy John. So as I was making my rehab stints, I would only throw 3 and 4 innings at a time, and I didn't like that. I wanted control of the game. I wanted guaranteed 7-8 innings. And just to protect my arm, I just kind of moved to the bullpen and stayed from there. I guess the Giants really liked that position for me.
So you said you didn't like it. Tell us about the mental transition of, hey, man, I got drafted as a starter. Why are you moving me to the bullpen? Was there a mental transition for you?
No, I actually moved myself to the bullpen because I didn't want to do the bucket the next day when starters have to, during batting practice, collect all the baseballs and bring it into who's ever throwing BP. That was lame and boring, and I didn't like it. And I knew that relievers didn't have to do that job, so I just moved myself to the bullpen. I don't think it was too much of a transition because I felt like whether I was starting a game or relieving, it was all the same. It was just a different inning. But all the innings to me were the same.
Now, that's interesting because we've talked to a lot of closers and a lot of relievers, and we've talked about the fact that the last 3 outs are the hardest outs to get in the game. So how did you approach that differently between starting the game in the first inning versus coming into the game in the 9th inning, Brian?
Yeah, some people might say the first 3 outs are pretty difficult too. You know, the umpire's new zone, the crowd, the adrenaline. So I think every inning, if we're being real in the big leagues, is a little bit of a heart palpitation. I mean, there's no easy inning in my book. I think the perception of it being the hardest 3 outs could play a role in one's mindset for sure.
Well, that's like a unique, maybe that's part of what made you you, is this whole, everybody says the last 3 outs are the hardest, and you're like, no, not necessarily. Is that accurate?
I think it's a high leverage situation, but my goodness, some of the hardest innings I ever had to come into was the 8th inning when guys are on and they're not my runners. I always thought that was the most pivotal point in the game. I thought that's what a closer was. I think they used to be a stopper, stop the other team from scoring runs in the most high leverage situations. So that could be the 6th or the 7th inning. I think there's a lot of glory given in the 9th inning, even though the first 8 innings were defined by the starting pitcher, the setup guys, timely hits. So yeah, there's a lot of glory at the end because it's exciting, I guess.
Yeah, there's more pressure and there's more intensity at the end also. So I'm curious about how that affects your mentality because, in my opinion, you kind of do need to kind of have a screw loose a little bit to be a closer in the ninth inning. Do you think having an FU mentality maybe prepares you more to be able to close out games?
So, I don't think so. I think pitching in the ninth inning was just a culmination of thousands of hours of playing catch, doing what you do best, and simplifying it. It can get out of hand. I do think being a professional athlete takes a different mindset of problem solving, and I think that's what a closer's role is. Whether you have it or not that night, you've got to problem solve with the best of them. So it can create a pretty big, high adrenaline kind of moment where you'll see a lot of guys have sort of an act or these yelling aggressive type moments because, yeah, your heart is racing at 165 beats per minute.
It's good stuff, man. Talking to three-time All-Star Brian Wilson, the man who closed out the 2010 World Series and will live forever in Giants lore, of course. And B. Weezy, I'm looking at 2010, and I got your stats here, 48 saves that year, 74 and two-thirds innings. You only issued 26 walks. Okay, right now, like I said, I know you're not following every pitch of the Giants, but they're having a problem with walks. Their bullpen tends to walk a lot of guys, and they walked 5 last night, and a couple came around to score. So let's address this issue now, like pounding the strike zone versus falling prey to losing the strike zone. In your experience as a reliever, you get this short little window. You can't really work through it as a starter. What is the mentality? Is it mechanics? Is it mental? Is it pitching coach? Is it bullpen coach? Is it your catcher? To you, what is it like to lose the strike zone and then reclaim the strike zone? How does that happen?
Well, first and foremost, strike one's probably the most important. So if you've got a guy that swings the first pitch, you've got to be alert of that. So you might want to throw something that's close to the strike zone but not as tasty. If they don't swing, all right, you're down 1-0. This is now the most important pitch because if you go down 2-0, you might as well just give up a jack at that point. So the second pitch and first pitch are very crucial in establishing tempo. If you're just a guy out there, and there's been many nights as a closer where your control is not on, you have to find another way because A, you're getting paid to do that. So your job is to do well that evening. And if you mechanically are off, maybe you don't feel well, that's too bad, Buttercup. You got to suck it up and you got to figure it out because there's no one behind you. The closer is the end. Now, of course, technically there are other relievers, but they've set up their best pitchers throughout the game to end with the stopper. And you've got to have the mentality that no one else is coming in behind me. This game's either over for the other team or over for us. And I have to figure it out.
Brian, we've been talking about the topic of bullpen pitchers pitching on back-to-back days or in even some cases pitching 3 days in a row, and if those fatigue issues have led to some of the walk issues that we're seeing. So for you, what was that like on your body, pitching 2 to 3 days in a row? Did it change your approach and your routine going into those games?
So you have to be prepared every day. When we were playing in the early 2000s, in the mid-2000s, we weren't scoring many runs, but we were keeping the game very close. So I could pitch 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row. I didn't really have any built-in days off. So I would come to the park ready, and sometimes it would be an if necessary night. Like, yeah, you pitched 3 days in a row. We want to give you a night off. But if the game's close and we need you, you're going to pitch. So there were stretches where I may not have pitched in the game, but I got hot like 95% of each month. And it does take a toll on you, but again, if you're a professional athlete, you're the elite of the elite, you have to figure out how to get it done.
Well,
each person's different.
There's the mentality for sure. Talking to Brian Wilson, it's great to catch up with him, man. And we're just talking about the art of closing and bullpens and mentalities and strikes and pitching. Another thing that's come up with this new regime of the Giants is a little bit more of the 4 or 5 out save, or at least asking for it. You did that, especially early in your closing career. I think of you in 09, 10, and old Boach would ask for like a 4 or 5 out save. Can you explain that to us, the difference between having to, they call it, It's funny, Brian. I'm an old guy now. I've been around baseball a long time, and now lately they're talking about up downs or getting up and down. I'm like, wait a minute, up and down. Like Rich Gossage and Randy Moffat, these guys used to play 3-4 inning saves. Like, what's going on here? So is it getting up and down from the 8th and the 9th? Is that a problem? Does that take a certain kind of pitcher? And tell us about the 4 and 5 out save versus a 3 out save.
It just requires more focus. So let's say you come in the 8th inning and you get that last out. Now you're going to go in and your team, let's say they explode for like 4 runs and it's 35 minutes. You still have to be able to maintain focus for those 30 minutes and then go back out and get the job done. After high leverage situations like that, more often than not, when a pitcher sits down and comes back out, he will give up runs. The manager is going to have to obviously understand who he's dealing with. But that's why when you get the outs in the 8th inning, don't show too much emotion, because guess what? You got to come back out for the 9th.
Brian, last question for me, just on the Giants bullpen. They've been using the closer by committee approach pretty much all season long. There's been a lot of shuffling in the 9th inning. Do you feel like a bullpen needs to have defined roles to be successful?
I personally enjoyed defined roles because it wasn't a hierarchy. It was everybody understood their role in the team. And one thing to consider is, I've mentioned this before, but our bullpen was very good, not just because Bruce Bochy was an incredible manager and not because there was a lot of talent. There was a team chemistry where we didn't have a bullpen where the bullpen guys would be segregated from the hitters. We were all in the dugout. And the last year that happened, I think, was 2014. So just saying, maybe we get rid of the bullpens and have a whole team in the dugout.
Just go hang out in the dugout with the gum and the seeds and all that stuff, man. Hey, just for fun, we're going to have Rob Nen on at 8:50. He's one of the greats. I loved Rod Beck. We all loved you, of course. Not even Giants, but for you, Brian Wilson, who's your favorite closer to watch? And again, it doesn't have to be a Giant. And I'm talking like mentality, act, stuff. Who was the guy who you like, oh, yeah, that's my guy?
Mariano Rivera. The guy's motion was flawless. He landed in the same position each time. He got the job done. He didn't celebrate. He was a class act, and he'll be forever remembered as, in my opinion, the greatest closer ever.
And he only had, one pitch, Brian? Is that right? Just the cutter?
There was a few years where he was throwing a 2-seamer and was still nasty, but yeah, he had the one pitch, the cutter.
So he embodies everything you're talking about, which is the mentality. I'm a professional. They're asking me to do this over and over again. Therefore, I will come out and deliver because I am an elite professional athlete.
Yeah, I was a little bit more excitable in my body, and I just really appreciated the class act that he was on and off the field.
Now, Mariano was also a guy that was drafted as a starting pitcher by the Yankees organization and then turned into the greatest closer of all time. So, Brian, what do you think is the biggest key for development? Can a guy develop into a closer at the major league level, or do they need to have experience closing in the minor leagues? Or what do you think is the best path for development for closers?
Though a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. If you believe that you're a closer, you'll be a closer. Every pitcher should have the same mentality. I'm a pro athlete. The manager has given me the ball to get outs. I'm going to do just that. Doesn't matter what your role is.
Be Weezy, you're the best, man. Give me one memory. November 1, 2010. Anything from that night. The last pitch, the first pitch, something before the game, after the game. November 1, 2010, Arlington, Texas. First thought.
Kruk and Kipe in the morning at Starbucks, getting a coffee. Just talking with them, telling them that tonight's the night. We're going to win it all.
That's it. Drop the mic. Go pound the fairways. Fairways and greens, my friend. We'll catch up down the road.
Thanks, guys.
Brian Wilson, the inimitable.
Be Weezy.
Be Weezy on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, that was really fun. Everybody enjoyed hearing Brian Wilson. He's the unique nature of a Brian Wilson.
There's
band.
only one B Wheezy.
How about seeing Cook and Kipe at Starbucks, telling them tonight's the night? Sponsored, Cooler of Content, sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Do I go here now? Do we go here, buddy? Do we go here? We've studiously ignored it for 2.5 hours.
It feels like we're about to go there.
Number 11.
11.
Oh, boy. Brandon Ayuk has chosen now to drop his second social media post in the last 3 days.
Now I did not get your breakdown in your translation of the first social media.
In fact, some listeners were upset that we played the audio and didn't have me read the transcript.
See, I need you reading every single quote that comes out of the mouth of Brendan Ayuk.
This poor guy. I say poor guy, but not really.
No.
I don't really feel sympathy for him.
Not at all.
Well, here's the latest. I want you all to listen to Cut C here, Walt, and tell me what you think of Brandon Ayuk's social media post from yesterday.
And another thing, you want to know why they really mad, though? They mad because they stupid. They dumb. They mad that they paid me $50 million in 8 months. And they avoided my guarantees for 2027. And I'm about to be on a new team in 2027. They mad at they selves for real. They acting like they mad at me, but they stupid ass mad at they self.
Okay, that's the entire thing, huh?
That's it, huh?
That's the entire post. Well, first of all, he got his years wrong. He meant 2026. So we'll clean that up a little bit for him. But he's just trying, as the great Jim Harbaugh might say, I think he's just trying to provoke.
Yeah.
He's trying to get some kind of reaction.
Looking for a reaction. He's looking for a release. He wants to be freed from the 49ers so that he can go play in Washington with his boy Jaden Daniels.
You do know the Niners have no obligation to do anything.
Nope.
Because he's on this reserve, non-injured list. And so they don't have to do anything. The only thing would be if he shows up and takes a physical and passes a physical and then has to ask for like a letter. Did you see this theory that maybe the stupidest thing I heard, Oliver, that Kyle canceled this week's minicamps to avoid Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, that's one of the dumbest conspiracies I've heard in a minute. Brandon Ayuk wasn't going to show up regardless.
Dude, we talked about this with Krug on Monday, and we were talking about if indeed he does eventually get to the Washington Commanders. First of all, Adam Peters, he runs that show over there, and he's like a big Niner guy, Niner culture guy. Does he want this in his building, number one? If he does, Number two, what kind of player will BA be? Krug and I were talking on Monday saying, bro, this guy hasn't played football since 2024. No. I don't know if he's going to be the explosive Pro Bowler that he thinks he is.
He's not going to be the $30 million wide receiver that the 49ers made him. And I say that for multiple reasons because I agree. I don't know if he's going to be the same after that knee injury, but I also don't think there's going to be another team that's going to pay him anything close to what the 49ers paid him a couple years ago. So maybe that's the one thing I agree with Brandon Ayuk when he's saying the 49ers are stupid. Yeah, in hindsight, they were stupid to give this guy the contract because it's been a nightmare ever since, Murph. We sat here for summers at a time complaining about Brandon Ayuk, the holdout situation, him finally getting paid after Kyle Shanahan ran up to John Lynch's office and stopped the trade. Next thing you know, he's at the practice field with his pants on the ground, showing up with the wrong color pants. This guy's been a headache. Then he gets hurt. Then he doesn't show up to do his rehab. Then they void his contract. I'm just so damn tired of talking in circles about Brandon Ayuk. I want the nightmare to end, but I also understand that the 49ers are in no rush to wake me up from this nightmare.
Yeah, he's on the reserve left squad list, which means they do not have to pay him while he remains on that list, and he does not count against their roster. According to Matt Barrows, to come off that list, Ayuk would need to submit a letter to the NFL and the team requesting reinstatement, and I don't even think they have to do it then. So this thing continues into eternity. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times.
They mad because they stupid.
We'll always have the ladybug catch.
Do you want to go from, we talked about that, do you want to go from that to like the exact opposite? Paul Skeens, Pittsburgh Pirate, future Yankee.
Oh, yeah. Give me some good vibes.
By the way, I want him to be a Yankee, not a Dodger.
Yeah, I think most people do.
So he
I don't think anybody wants to see him on a Dodgers.
He's driving through Pittsburgh and he sees kids it's summertime in America, y'all. He sees kids at a Little League field and pulls over to play catch. This is the exact opposite of Ayuk here. So do we have video here, Walt?
Yeah. Brandon Ayuk's too busy driving 100 miles per hour past Little League parks.
Here is video of Paul Skeens stopping by a Pittsburgh area Little League field on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Check it out.
When a man in shorts and flip-flops wandered into this Pittsburgh area park last night, 11-year-old Ryan Dubis did a double take.
I told my dad that Paul Skeens was over there, and then he didn't believe me, and then I told a bunch of other kids, and then they didn't believe me.
Why would they? Paul Skeens, after all, is a local hero and one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. He of the unhittable pitch called a splinker. And yet, there he was, spending more than 2 hours signing autographs, taking pictures, and playing catch. What did he tell you drew him?
He told me it was an off night and he was driving and saw the baseball lights. And he said, I remember back to whenever I played Little League Baseball was some of the greatest moments of my life.
And right there on the receiving end, that's 13-year-old Evan getting his chance to toss a ball with a legend.
The fact that he got a chance to play catch with maybe one of the generational pitchers of his time for 30 seconds on his own Little League baseball field is just a memory that he'll probably have for the rest of his life.
And all this the night before taking the mound against the Dodgers. And today, did you have those pinch me type moments or like, I can't believe that just happened?
Yeah.
And their dad says what amazes him most is that Skeens came to their park, just sat on a bench, not for publicity, but for the love of the game. When a man in shorts and flip-flops wandered into this Pittsburgh area park last night,
by the way, that was on
11-year-old Ryan
CBS Evening News. We
Dubis
stole
did
that
a
video
double
from.
take.
Thank you,
I
CBS
told
Evening
my
News.
dad
All right, now here's the
that Paul
super
Skeens was
hardcore
over there,
cynical
and
take.
then,
He was doing it just to
he
get on
didn't
social
believe-
media,
told
just
a
for
bunch of
likes.
other-
Paul is a
Just for
local
likes.
hero.
I don't,
baseball.
Come on. I'm just saying that. I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
There
But
he
this is the
was,
world we live
spending-
in.
See,
I didn't read any comments. Did anybody rip him for this?
I'm sure. I'm
my
sure
God.
there was one Bucko fan, Alan Pittsburgh, saying he should have been game playing for the Dodgers because they lost 12-3 last night.
It's like aura what do you got? So, what's the word I'm looking for? Engagement farming or something.
Aura farming.
Can we take this at face value
Yes,
that this was just a pure moment?
I definitely can.
Okay.
Because I don't see Paul Skeens out there with a camera crew.
He's not one of those
I think
guys.
he was legitimately driving through, saw the lights on, and I was already a huge Paul Skeens fan. This makes me an even bigger fan.
Yeah, he didn't bring the camera. The kids whipped out the cameras. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. The dude's out here in flip-flops
He didn't,
on
he
an
didn't have a
all
social
dirt
media
field.
team in tow.
No, dude.
I mean,
he didn't even bring Livy
Do
Dunn
you
with him.
believe that a guy like him is driving and he sees the lights on, he goes, I'm pulling over?
Dude.
Okay.
I do. I'm buying it.
I love it.
What say you? You buy it?
Yeah, I'm buying it.
Walter,
I'm a romantic. I'm a romantic.
You'll be coaching Little League in a couple of years. Do you buy that this was authentic from Paul Skeens?
I do. I think he's that kind of guy, yeah.
Look at us. We're all suckers.
Yeah,
We're all suckers.
yeah, I know.
Well,
They
if you
got
want to
us. They got
stay
us fooled.
on this warm and fuzzy tip, Rob Nen going to join us at 8:50, by the way. So the World Cup starts tomorrow, I think, right? Is the first match. USA plays Friday.
That's right.
And all these teams are scattered across the country. There's that hilarious thing about the Spanish national team has arrived in downtown Chattanooga, and people are like, strangest sentence ever, right? But how about the Algeria, North Africa country, Algeria, are choosing Lawrence, Kansas, which is the home of the University of Kansas. You can't get any more heartland than Lawrence, Kansas. And now there's video going around of the locals in Lawrence, Kansas embracing Team Algeria. This is, I think, we're bringing the world together, everybody. So here's a couple of old people in Lawrence, Kansas saying that they're digging Team Algeria. This is supposed to make you feel warm and fuzzy here.
Algeria, and what's the idea about Algeria? So I want to say thank you to Team Algeria for choosing our hometown, Lawrence, Kansas, to come here. And so welcome. Welcome to United States. Welcome to Kansas. Okay. What do you know about Algeria, and what's the thing make you to come to support Algeria? So I came mainly because I was so happy that they chose our town for their base camp, and we just know Algeria is on the Mediterranean Sea, and then the south part is in the Sahara Desert. But and we know that you gained independence from France kind of around the time I was born. So we don't know too much, but we want to welcome you here. What about you?
Here's his wife.
Say about Algeria, and what do you have idea about Algeria?
Well, yeah, the only idea I have is so far everybody here has been very friendly and very welcoming, and I'm really glad Algeria is going to be here. And 1, 2, 3, vive l'Algérie.
This is the most
Algeria.
unlikely
And what's the
alliance
idea
of
about
all
Algeria?
time.
So
Lawrence,
I want to
Kansas
say
plus
thank you.
Algeria equals global harmony and peace.
Who would have thought?
Oh, man.
Who would have thought?
I got one Algerian story. In 1992, I got to go to the Barcelona Olympics, and it was one of the great experiences of my life. God, I should have put that down, Walt, on your question. And they had a woman named, I had to Google her name to make sure I got it right, Hasiba Bolmerka. Man, I am talking to the 0.00001% who remember the women's distance runners from 1992. But she was legendary. And at the time, I think Algeria's female thing, it was like females in Algerian government and tradition. It wasn't a real thing in terms of freedom and all. She won the gold. And I remember when she crossed the finish line, the boom mics she was screaming, Algeria! Algeria! It was like freaking goosebumps, man. It was an incredible moment. She was an amazing runner. She won the 1500. Go check it out. Hasiba, she was the first African and Arab woman to ever win a gold medal. It was awesome. Wow. So, Hasiba Bolmerka.
Yeah.
My tribute.
Welcome to United States. Welcome to Kansas.
Oh, man. Very cool.
That's
very
awesome.
Cool.
And it's been a really cool storyline on social media. One of the positive storylines on social media of all these international fans coming to America and like enjoying fast food and like barbecue and Waffle House for the first time, and them just being like amazed by like the taste of ranch dressing.
So I'm following that German guy, Freddie. He's going to like the Buc-o's or the Buc-ee's. What's the name of the
Buc-ee's,
place?
yeah.
all
Yeah.
those places.
Yeah, the barbecue gas station. Yeah, welcome to
What'd
America.
you say? Brisket on the board?
Oh, brisket on the board.
And here it is. 415, great Paul Skeens story. That's why we love baseball. 831, because of this, I will never throw shade at Skeens again. And then here it is, 707. Skeens knows his girlfriend posts everything. Pretty sure she planned all that PR.
Wow, I didn't see her at the baseball
field. It must
field.
be so sad to go through life like that, isn't it? All right, how about us starting the cooler with Ayuk and ending with Skeens at a Little League field and the Lawrence, Kansas, Algeria
That's
love.
the cooler.
That's the cooler. There it is. Rob Nen, Smoke on the Water, as we continue our deep academic exploration with Javier Lopez, Brian Wilson, and Rob Nen of how to fix your bullpen. Next on The Sports Leader.
Welcome to United States. Welcome to Kansas.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, still riding that high from the graduation feast we had last Saturday with the Detroit style and the thin crust and the pastas. We had the penne alla vodka. Remember Peter came in studio and brought us the penne alla vodka? Dude, I'm telling you, man. Amici's, don't make your pastas so good that I talk more about the pastas than the pizza. Because I love the pizza, but I do love the pastas too. It's a great compliment to it all. And it's all by way of saying that the soccer's here and it's time to eat pizza and watch the soccer. We have big screen TVs in every Amici's. So go in, get the pizza, get the pasta, get the wings, and watch the soccer. Or have them deliver. If you're having viewing parties at your home, have it delivered. Go to amicis.com, go to the app, and have it delivered fresh and courteous and prompt and professional. And the Detroit-style pizzas are really good. The thin crusts are the classics. And the pasta, the penne alla vodka pasta, I recommend highly. And, of course, the flame-roasted chicken wings. What am I saying? Come on, man. It's all happening. The soccer's here. The graduation parties are here. We're feasting. It's the best pizza and the best wings and the best pasta, and it's fun. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, you know that music, baby. See, that's the thing is right now, there's no Giant with that music. That's gonna. We already played House of Pain, Jump Around.
Yeah.
And then we played Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple. But there's no. Maybe Dylan Smith can come up with something good. That's my guy now. He pitched well again last night.
Last night he came in with a little Sheck West Mo Bamba. That was his walk-in song last night when he came in the game.
That one that got real popular with all the kids and all that.
Because I got bros calling.
Okay, that's what it is.
A young brother's phone.
He came in with that?
Yeah, he came in with that last night.
Well, all I know is he came in last night with the bases loaded, nobody out. He did allow one run on a walk, but he was still around the strike zone and got out of it pretty well. Now he's pitched 3 days in a row. I can't imagine. Dude, I don't even know what they're going to do for a bullpen today. Can Robbie Ray go 9? And he's a guy that leaves generally. His pitch count has been a problem this year.
Yes, and recently it's definitely been a problem.
Curls, Walt, yes, no, maybe so? No? No connection with Rob? Okay. Well, we had Rob Nen dialed up, but we don't have him yet, so we can just kind of, while we wait and stall out, and we'll see if he comes on, we can talk about the fact that we had Javi Lopez on and Brian Wilson on earlier today. A lot of reaction to Brian Wilson. I would recommend you check out the Javi Lopez, too. These are two very cerebral dudes who gave very... they're not crushing individual Giants. They're talking about what it takes for a bullpen to come together. A lot of it was mental. A lot of it was cohesiveness. A lot of it was knowing your roles. You asked that question about Brian Wilson. Do you have a hierarchy? He said, I prefer a hierarchy because it doesn't mean you're better than anybody. It means you're all part of this team with a defined role, knowing your role on a team. So,
yeah. And even Javier Lopez earlier this morning, he said, look, Marcus, if you're pitching better, I want to pitch better. It's some of that competition, but it's also being together as a bullpen, knowing that if I get you through the 7th, I'm going to have Sergio in the 8th. I'm going to have Brian Wilson in the 9th. It's building that ladder. But right now, the ladder has been broken all season long in this Giants bullpen.
We do have the question to Brian Wilson is, do you prefer roles in a bullpen?
I personally enjoyed defined roles because it wasn't a hierarchy. It was everybody understood their role in the team. And one thing to consider is, I've mentioned this before, but our bullpen was very good, not just because Bruce Bochy was an incredible manager and not because there was a lot of talent. There was a team chemistry where we didn't have a bullpen where the bullpen guys would be segregated from the hitters. We were all in the dugout. And the last year that happened, I think, was 2014. So just saying, maybe we get rid of the bullpens and have a whole team in the dugout.
Isn't that wild? Because I guess he's right. Because remember, they didn't have the center field bullpen. They were down the line. Yeah. And so,
guys would just hang out in the dugout.
He's literally saying, that's why we're not winning World Series now.
808 KMBR, blow up the bullpens at Oracle Park.
You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, well, listen, if we don't get Rob, we'll circle back with him in just a little bit. We've been talking Giants all morning long, but there is other stuff out there too. Knicks Spurs tonight, just quickly. We can get it back to some of the cooler stuff that we didn't get to that has some sound. First of all, the spread is, again, curious. Only 2.5. When you were gone on Monday, Larry Kruger and I were in, and we were like, that's a small spread. And they're like, what does Vegas know? And they knew because the Spurs won the game.
Yeah, well, maybe they knew about that whistle that the NBA refs like to blow a little bit more when a team's down and they're trying to extend a series. But sorry, I'm going full conspiracy.
Are we at that point now? That the NBA, quote unquote, wants a longer series?
Well, come on. Wemby's out here shoving Jalen Brunson down to the ground. And even yesterday when they reviewed it after the game, they did not upgrade it to a flagrant foul.
So, listen, the national guys are all talking about the physicality and Wemby and that foul and was it a flagrant foul and all that. And this actually was a pretty good debate. I'll steal it from the national guys coming in, and that is, do you like, because it's funny, I'm of a certain age, right? Duh. As are you.
Yes.
And you're all shaped by what you grew up with,
no
right?
Doubt.
And hey, shout out 80s Fridays in the fall. But I heard Jay Williams of ESPN coming in going, no, man, bring me this physicality. He goes, that's 90s basketball. That's early 00s basketball. That's what I want. And I'm in my car talking to my windshield going, dude, are you kidding me? Because I came of age in the 80s, and it was Showtime Lakers. Even though I hated them, it was a beautiful brand of basketball. And the Celtics, Larry Bird and the ball movement of the Celtics. And that's the basketball I loved, right? And then I remember having an active thought that Pat Riley's Knicks ruined basketball. Like, I want to say, go back and look at some of the scores from the Eastern Conference playoffs and the NBA Finals in the 90s. I want to say there was a game in the 70s, something like that. I can go back and find the exact score for you. But anyway, the point is I do enjoy physicality, but I also enjoy a free-flowing basketball game. I don't know. I'm asking you, do you want to see a knockdown, drag-out fight on a basketball court?
Yeah, I like seeing teams be physical. I'd rather see a physical game than a flopping game because that's what the NBA has turned into now. Guys are flopping all over the court. So that's interesting hearing what you heard this morning because I heard Michael Wilbon talking about the same thing. He goes, look, everybody's complaining about Wemby and Cat being physical. This was not physical compared to the 90s. And I'd say I'd even want the Knicks to be more physical tonight with Victor Wembanyama. Get a little bit of a get back for Jalen Brunson. Hell, get Charles Oakley to suit up, mend his relationship with the Knicks, and get him out on the court to maybe go get a nice hard foul on Wemby. Now, again, I'm not calling for cheap shots, but I like it when we get a physical brand of football, baseball, basketball. Murph, I'm a combat sports fan. I want to see dudes get physical.
I do like that, but it doesn't mean games have to turn into wrestling matches. Like I get like Kurt Rambis and Kevin McHale, man. I mean, clotheslines to the head. Bill Laimbeer. I mean, these guys were physical, yeah, but there was also an artistry to the game. I don't want to see the game just go down into the mud like it did in the 90s. I found in 1990, and this is when it started to fade, the Bad Boy Pistons. Pistons Bulls 86-77. There was a game in that. I got another one here that the Bulls held the Jazz to 54 points in one of these games. I mean, it got really ugly. But that said, I'm okay with the physicality of Wemby and Karl Anthony Towns and all the wrestling going on as long as we continue the free-flowing game. I don't want it to turn into this freaking Pat Riley 79-78 finals.
But that's interesting because also you look at the different eras of basketball, the overall philosophy, and when it comes to scoring. And of course, we have to mention Steph Curry changing the game. Like, teams are shooting three-pointers at an all-time high mark. So would you prefer this style of basketball where it's nothing but three-pointers and flops versus 90s physical basketball?
Well, see, now when you bring three-pointers in, that's a whole other thing. Here's the paradox, biggest paradox in my life as a sports fan is that Steph Curry is one of the most enjoyable athletes in the history of my life. He is he's absolutely spectacular in every way, on and off the court. And yet he ushered in a brand of basketball that I don't totally love, dude. I can't marry the two. I mean, when he wins championships for my team, I'm thrilled to death. When guys come down and just fan out around the three-point line and start chucking it, I'm like, come on, man, what are we doing?
Yeah, when you're now coaching 12-year-olds in your city youth basketball league and they're chucking up 30-footers, it doesn't make you that happy.
I know, and then it just becomes, again, literally, how'd the Warriors do last night? I don't know. How'd they shoot from three? And you can ask that about any team now. Any team. They make their threes or not. Like in game 3, I think, didn't the Knicks shoot poorly from three?
They did.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, the Knicks made some threes. So anyway, so that's going on tonight. We have some sound from, you had something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you your thoughts on the series. Did your opinion change at all after seeing the Spurs bounce back in game 3?
Yeah, because I said Friday night, it's over. It's over.
And I think most people had that same take.
I still think it is. I think the Knicks will win tonight.
Okay.
I do.
And then do they close that out in 5?
I'm going 6.
Yeah.
I'm going 6.
I think that makes more sense. Knicks win tonight at Madison Square Garden. Don't have to deal with the off-the-court distractions. Get back in action. Fly down to San Antonio, lose Game 5, and then come back and win at MSG Game 6.
Now, that said, my guy Wemby, and I brought this up on Monday. I think you were gone. But my problem Friday night in Game 2, it wasn't that he missed the shot that would have won the game. It was that previously, 30 seconds ago, he took another outside shot, and it's symptomatic. Listen, if he made the shot, I get it. He's a hero, right? But my general problem with Wemby is he's way too outside. And I understand he's thin, and he's not Shaq, but he's got an amazing reach. And in Game 3, we brought this up with Amick yesterday, he was much more aggressive to the rim. Take it to the rack, young man. And I know the Knicks will clog the key, and they'll try to make it trafficky for him, and they'll knock the ball out of his hands and stuff like that. I get it. It's not going to always work. But if he establishes more of a down low, take it to the rack, attack the rim game, then the Knicks might have some problems.
Yeah.
Because an aggressive Wemby, to me, is different than the floating outside Wemby. The first 2 games, I didn't think he was nearly aggressive enough.
I agree. And we saw a different style of play. Look, Wemby is an all-around player. We know that he can stretch the floor and pull it from the logo damn near like Steph Curry, like he did just a couple rounds ago against OKC. But the difference is you're not playing Chet. Chet's skinny as hell. Chet might be skinnier than Wemby. Now you got to go against Cat. Now you got to go against Mitchell Robinson, which makes it a lot tougher to have success down in the key. But to your point, one thing they did great in Game 3 was pick and rolls, get him to the basket, alley-oop.
Yeah.
Let him just toss it up and jump into a stratosphere that nobody else can reach.
Yeah.
That was one of their big adjustments, and I expect to see more of that moving forward.
That would be a problem for the Knicks, obviously. They're going to have to answer it somehow, some way. All right, some of the stuff we didn't get to then, if Nen's not answering, that's fine. We'll try to get him later in the show. Our guy De'Aaron Fox talked about, so everybody's talking about Wemby as a villain now for what he did to Brunson.
Well, it's not just Brunson. Earlier in the playoffs, he had that spinning back fist against Naz Reid, too. Like, there have been a few dirty plays that Wemby has had throughout this entire playoff run.
So here's De'Aaron Fox saying it's not a villain, it's life. Check it out. Cut H, Walt.
I don't think it's a villain role. If you get hit, you hit back. That's life, you know. If life hits you, you need to figure out a way to get on your feet and hit it back. Vic's, every time he rolls, he gets tagged. He gets hit. If he's trying to go set a screen, if he's trying to box out, whatever it may be, he's getting grabbed, he's getting held. It would be crazy for him to think that he's going to get open by not hitting somebody. But that's basketball. It's going to be physical. No one expects anyone to come out here and not have bumps and bruises or injuries or all these things. I don't think it's trying to be a villain, but you know that teams are going to be physical with you, so you go out there and you try to hit first.
I'll buy that. And again, you know, I know one of our listeners' favorite thing is when I compare great sporting events to my pathetic athletic career. But in high school, I used to get my ass beat by Mike Hanley. Shout out Mike Hanley. I was a, quote, post player, Marcus, and he used to beat the S out of me. And this was the life lesson that changed me forever. I was like, oh, what are you doing, man? He grabbed me by the jersey at practice one day at Gus Gym and said, hey, you can either cry about it or you can fight back, and shoved me. And I was like, okay, I guess that's life. So that's exactly what De'Aaron Fox is saying. I got no problem with Wemby being physical. Again, I don't want to see the Knicks of the 90s tackling 68 to 67 games, but I'm okay with Wemby fighting back.
Yeah, see, I don't want to see dirty plays, but I don't mind hard fouls. And there's been a lot of contact in this series, but throughout Wemby's career, I mean, we're talking about this guy being an alien, being built in a lab. Like, he's literally a 2K created player. 7'4", can dribble, can shoot, can do everything. So how do you slow him down? You got to get physical, and you've got to try to get into his head as well. Like, we talked about this throughout the regular season with Draymond Green having some of his best defensive performances all season, matching up against Wemby, giving up some of that size, but also talking a lot of S and getting inside of his head and trying to make him feel uncomfortable. Now, did you see this sound that I sent over this morning of Draymond Green talking about the Wemby-Jalen Brunson situation in Game 1? Here was Draymond Green earlier this week, just yesterday, talking about what would have happened if he was on the court and how he was surprised other Knick players didn't stand up for Jalen Brunson.
Don't not for 1 second think he pushed him down and none of the guys on the Knicks team did anything. Don't not for 1 second think that didn't matter. Oh, that mattered.
Jalen Brunson stood up for himself there, but nobody else really did.
I wish Steph Curry would stand up for himself right there and not just watch Victor Wembanyama take his hand in the back of Steph Curry's head.
What would Draymond Green have done right there?
I'm probably going to get thrown out right there. And it may cost us Game 3. But Game 4.
You would have done, what was the thing you said to that Hana Hoops account? I'm going to crush those tickets.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you would have done.
Absolutely. Right like, by the way, you're not pushing Steph Curry by the back of the head down to the ground. And I'm seeing Josh Hart was like, yo, no, you get right in there and you make something happen. Because guess what? I may get thrown out of Game 3 because you're not doing that. But when I come back for Game 4, you got to deal with me, and you got to deal with me.
Ooh, Draymond gonna Draymond, right? Well, he's right. I mean, it is true. I mean, it's interesting to see how the Knicks respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Draymond. I'm surprised there wasn't a Mitchell Robinson hard foul after that play.
It's funny.
I'm surprised nobody stood up for Jalen Brunson besides Jalen Brunson in that situation.
Funny how the media and Days Off can make narratives, because that play happened in the first half, and the game went on. And then it was after the game, people start parsing through highlights, and then something gets a little momentum, and then it gets showed, and then people start dropping takes. And now all of a sudden tonight, that play is looming large, even though they played an entire game after that play.
But no, that play is now bulletin board material because of what happened to the face of the Knicks, Jalen Brunson, who, by the way, is only 6'2". Like, this guy is Steph Curry size, and he's one of the best basketball players on the planet, and he's getting mushed to the ground by a 7'4" Frenchman.
All right, FanDuel TV was Lou Williams and DeMarcus Cousins talking about the Spurs maybe being tougher than we had thought.
As a
Give
big,
credit where it's due. When we starting to do a lot of dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, guess what?
We talk about
y'all called him skinny and weak for 2.5 years.
we talk
I'm
about the
right here.
heroes being soft
Guess
and
what?
all this
He's
other
here.
shit.
Yeah,
Now we over here
give
complaining
credit
about
where
them
it's
being
due.
bad.
No,
I'd rather him do this
I'm
than
okay
the
with
flopping
it.
and the
I
flop.
like some good.
Good, be afraid.
I love some good playoff basketball.
Get them off you, man. Get them off. They've been
This
fouling
is
the
up
young
to-
fella, hanging on them all series.
Yeah.
Hey, get them out the way, bro.
Got muscles now.
No,
Like, look out,
that
people.
ain't it.
I think it's
That ain't it. But it's
If
also.
he did this
it's
to
also-
OG, do we feel a little? Is it because it's Brunson? It's the short guy. If he
Nah,
does it to OG or Cat, do we?
Did
feel
anybody talk
different?
to Rick Brunson?
I
Is he
think
okay?
anybody in that position that gets shoved with two hands in the back of their head going down like
It's
that. I
also
don't
the
care
guy
if
that-
it's OG.
But by the way, Josh Hart also kicked somebody, and that was.
This is the same guy that also elbowed Nas Reed directly in the face. I don't think he's
you know
targeting
why?
little guys.
Because he'd had it.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, we talk about them being soft.
I
He's
love
showing us
narrative stuff.
otherwise.
There it is. I mean, they were all yelling at each other at one
Nice.
point in there, but
Was
DeMarcus
that Michelle Beadle in there?
Was it?
I think
don't
that was Beads. Yeah, she's a big Spurs fan.
The key was DeMarcus at the end. We talked about them being soft, and they're showing us otherwise. So all this drama tonight, man. What do we got? 5:30 tip tonight? That'd be pretty good, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
I mean, they're right because that has been the narrative of not just Wemby, but a lot of international players, that they are softer and you can get inside their head, just like we've seen with Draymond Green against a lot of these guys.
Well, then we'll end it on this. The softness of Wemby on Sunday was filmed in Central Park doing a sketch of like a statue or a bird or something. I don't even know. So
at least it wasn't tanning shirtless in Central Park like A-Rod.
Oh, bro.
Poor A-Rod.
Oh, man, what a mess. Brandon Ayuk taking advice from A-Rod. So Carter Bryant of the Spurs saying, yeah, Vic, he likes to do extracurricular. This is cut F. Walt, here you go.
Yeah, we were, Vic loves to do, extracurricular activities. So he shoots me a call, shoot me a text. Usually me, him, and HB. He'll shoot us a call or a text and be like, you guys want to go do something? And, depending on the day, we're like, yeah, let's go do it.
What is the wildest thing that you guys did? Like, nothing crazy, of course, but, I didn't expect to be called for that.
We've done paint, we've done game days, like playing board games and stuff of that nature. Went to the world's quietest room. We've done a bunch of dope stuff.
Dude, so now we're back to calling the Spurs soft.
Yeah, dude.
What if I called you, Marcus? Hey, Marcus, you want to go paint?
Yeah.
Want to go paint?
Yeah, you want to go to the world's quietest room?
What is the world's quietest room?
Is it just a room with nobody in it?
What is it?
I have
Does
no
anybody know?
idea.
What is it?
Sounds crazy, though.
Darkness retreat? What are we doing?
Yeah, an Aaron Rodgers darkness retreat.
World's quiet. I'm going to look it up here. World's quietest room. So world's quietest rooms are anechoic chambers that absorb 99.9% of the sound. With background noise levels, the silence is so absolute that visitors report hearing their own heartbeat. Okay,
That
so
does
I guess
not
you can
sound
go.
like a fun team activity. You can't talk to anybody.
Sounds like anxiety.
Yeah.
There's one in Minneapolis, so I guess they did it when they were playing the
People
T-Wolves.
pay money to go to these
That's what it
things?
says here. So silence is a reputation for being restorative. Orfield Laboratories in Minneapolis, a place so stripped of sound, Guinness named it the quietest room on the planet. Walk inside and the silence stops feeling like a wellness feature and starts edging into a mental nightmare.
See, now I'm back to calling the Spurs soft.
It says the room sits at minus 24.9 decibels. When it's quiet, your ears will adapt. The quieter the room, the more things you hear. Inside the chamber, you become the sound. Dude!
You become the sound.
Kind of tripped out. I'm kind of intrigued.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you imagine me, the biggest loudmouth of all time, in the world's quietest room?
Dude,
I'd be like, I don't hear anything.
Yeah,
People
huh?
like, shh, shut up.
Why is nobody talking? What's going on? I can't see
I'd be
you
like,
guys.
Walt, you played the wrong sound.
Dude, when a reporter asks, what's the craziest thing you've done? And your answer is, we went to the world's quietest room, we went painting, and we played board games. That doesn't sound like the funnest squad to hang out
I'm
with.
intrigued by the world's quietest room. I read about this in the Wall Street Journal recently. This movie Backrooms that's getting a lot of traction. You guys seen this thriller that's out right now?
No, I have not.
I know movies are out. I know, but I have kids that still try to maybe go to a movie every now and then. Overnight Dave goes to movies a lot.
Big movie guy.
Go look this up. There's a movie called Backrooms that's really popular with what they're calling Gen Z, and it's about do you ready? There's like apparently these are kids younger than you, Marcus, and younger than you, Walt. We need young Tony. But they're tripped out by what they call liminal spaces, which are empty rooms in abandoned buildings. And like they're becoming memes and stuff on TikTok and they're just tripping out. It's like becoming and now there's a horror movie based on those empty rooms. Like things are happening in those empty rooms. And Gen Z is fascinated by it.
Huh.
So maybe this is the same kind of thing.
What are they? They're fascinated by empty rooms.
They're called liminal spaces. I don't know what the word liminal means, but yeah, nobody's down with that, Curly?
No.
Liminal spaces?
Not at all.
We're too old.
Yeah.
If it's too, there's the old joke, if it's too loud, you're too old. I guess if it's too quiet, you're too old.
Yeah.
I guess.
And I don't know which generation exactly I blame for the downfalls of like malls in America, but now you go to a strip mall and it's all empty rooms.
Well, yeah.
So maybe that's why Gen Z is so fascinated with these empty rooms.
Dude, 650 says the kid who directed Backrooms is a 20-year-old kid from Petaluma.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's 707, the creator of Backrooms is from Sonoma County. Dude, somebody says we should do a show from the world's quietest room. So soundproof you can hear your own heartbeat, 415 says.
I don't
Some
wanna
people
hear
get
my
anxiety.
heartbeat. Yeah, I don't want to.
408 says Backrooms takes place in San Jose.
For real?
669 says back in those days we called those empty rooms raves.
Hey now.
Right.
There you
Let's
throw a rager.
415 says Japan was way ahead of us in this area. They encourage a lot of quiet time in their society.
Ah, very quiet society.
And then 707 says Brandon Ayuk's done irreparable damage to his career. He's completely immature.
Yeah, someone needs to put that guy in a quiet
That's a
room.
guy who needs to go to the world's quietest room.
Yeah.
Well, this is what happens when Rob Nen doesn't answer his phone. We go to the world's quietest room and liminal spaces in back rooms.
Hell of a segment.
All right. Okay, we got some good stuff from Javi Lopez and Brian Wilson. We'll play that for you guys on the other side. What they have to say about this Giants bullpen next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
No smoke on the water, but we do have some Smokin' D's barbecue to give away today. That's right here on the Murph and Marcus Show, we are giving away a $100 gift card. The Smokin' D's barbecue right here in the Sunset District in San Francisco. Heard there's a night market going on Friday night in the Sunset. Make sure you swing by Smokin' D's barbecue, whether or not you win this gift card, but you have to wait to hear the cue to call to be caller number 10 for your chance to win right here on the Smokin' D's Barbecue Leader.
Hey, it's Kalshi because the world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. We're into Bosnia and Herzegovina because of that banger. I'm looking at the June 12 game noon against Canada. Bosnia Herzegovina is trading at 21% or running at 21%, which is a 4.51x, meaning $100 pays out $451. If you're right. That's how it works. Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade on anything 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm from Bosnia, take me to America. I really want to see Statue of Liberty.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it's been a fun day. Listen, Giants lost just an ordinary whipping last night, 6-3. We've talked about stranding 13 runners. Curley went with the stranded, what do you go with? Stranding room only. I like that. Stranding room only. And then, of course, the bullpen came in, walked 5. And listen, buddy, they're 27-41. Yeah. You going today?
I'll be out there.
I had intentions to go. Declan graduates Thursday. Rory graduates Friday. We have graduation gatherings, to-do lists. I just can't do it. I just can't. I got too much going on.
Yeah.
I got to squeeze in a jock blog before I leave on vacation, too.
Ooh.
Amari just cracking the whip, dude. Unbelievable.
There's a lot going on in your life.
So I got to do that, and then so I can't. And I texted, share you with my personal text file here.
Oh, please do.
So you guys should know about my personal text.
Please do, Murph. Please do.
Shoot me a text.
Don't look too hard.
Hey, now.
All right, brother? But Paul Taboni, we had on the president of baseball ops from St. Ignatius, who's put together a nice little squad there in Washington.
Yeah, the highest scoring team in baseball.
We wanted to see each other and hang out and chop it up at Old City Trivia, but I had to send my regrets. And he said, cool, but he's glad to be back and still hearing us and listening to us and all that good stuff. So, damn, Paul, take it easy on us. Take it easy on us.
Throw us a bone to Boney.
So I'm sorry to miss you guys out there today, but I'll be back out at the yard later this summer. You got something.
I do. I got something for you, Murph, because you're a busy man. You got graduations coming up. You got Father's Day right around the corner. So why not take something off your plate and replace it with some barbecue? Because right now, the cue to call is here. We are giving away a $100 gift card to Smokin' D's Barbecue. Father's Day is coming up, just 11 days away. Shout out Jalen Brunson and his dad, Rick Brunson, trying to get the job done for the Knicks tonight. But if you want to get the job done for Father's Day, we've got you covered. This year, skip the grill and bring home the smoke. Smokin' D's is serving up Father's Day takeout and catering all across the Bay Area. We're talking slow smoked brisket, homemade sides, and family-style barbecue packages that are perfect for getting everyone around the table. And here's the move. Pre-order now and save 15% on select barbecue packages. But don't wait. Pre-orders close on Thursday, June 18th. So lock in your Father's Day feast right now at SmokingD'sBarbecueSF.com. That's SmokingD'sBarbecueSF.com. And right now, we are taking one winner, caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. And you will win one $100 gift card, the Smokin' D's Barbecue. Prize furnished by Smokin' D's Barbecue. Find official rules at thesportsleader.com.
I'll take that as a Father's Day gift. You kidding me?
Oh, who would not want to get some of those brisket bows for Father's Day?
Sounds pretty darn good there. By the way, in the middle of all the stuff I have to do, Danny Dunn, this is what happens when the This Date in Giants History producer, it's like a naturally adversarial relationship because, I got a lot going on, man. I got stuff to do. And then it used to be this way with Holler, and he just pop his head in, you're recording today. I'm like, bro, I can't. I got no time. I can't do this, S. Why doesn't Danny do one?
Who?
Now, the only thing I'll say is that Danny's doing a great job with This Date in Giants History.
He is.
He's doing a great job. You hear me, Holler? No freaking Dustin Moore, Shea Hillenbrand. Listen, all due respect to those guys, but I don't think Giants fans live and die with the Dustin Moore, Shea Hillenbrand highlights.
Tell that to Mike Holler.
Holler would just go for the easiest highlight. He's like, I found one from 2017 involving Evan Longoria. I'm like, really? Because then Danny Dunn will be like, hey, man, I found one from 71. Chris Spire hit a walk-off granny. Lon Simmons,
Oh, yeah.
Russ Hodges, Hank Greenwald. That's Danny Dunn.
Oh, Danny will go deep.
Yeah. The only problem is that on a day in a week where I'm super slammed and I'm like, I got to get out of here, Danny Dunn just texted me, don't forget This Date recording. But that's a stressor in my life. That's an anxiety producer in my life.
Sounds like today you and Danny Dunn will be hanging out together in the world's quietest room.
So now I'm like, I got a little stress in my neck. God darn it.
Yeah.
All right.
You and Adrian Hauser from turning around and watching first inning home runs.
Let's do the show. Let's do the radio show. Let's talk about Javier Lopez joining us this morning. And he was awesome. He's just such a gentleman. He always gives us a good connection, too.
Javi's the man.
So, Javi, we asked, he's now advisor, president of baseball ops. He's Buster's advisor, but you don't have a closer. What kind of effect does that have on a clubhouse and bullpen?
Well, I think ultimately you would love to have a closer. I think those last 3 outs, I don't care. I know the people will tell you that those aren't the hardest outs. Sometimes it's a 7, sometimes it's a 6. But I will always contend that the last 3 outs of a ball game are the hardest outs to get. And when you have a reliable arm to do that, I think it's the best way to go about to win a ball game. But ultimately, the Giants had that opportunity in a sense with Randy Rodriguez. Unfortunately, gets hurt. But that was your guy that was establishing himself in that moment. And they felt like he had some answers inside the bullpen itself. And when you're in that spot, I know that I've been parts of bullpens that have not had a closer. And that's where you got to kind of piece it together with being really excellent at what you do. Now, for me, I focus on trying to be a lefty flush guy. Like I try to go out there and make sure that I would dominate lefties. Doesn't mean I was punching a lot of tickets, but I was getting outs and I was attacking the strike zone when I was good. With the Giants, again, before Romo or Casilla established themselves at the end there, and even Affel, like we'd come in and split some saves for like a month or so till somebody decided to step up and take it, and ultimately that was both Casilla and Romo being able to step up into those roles. And that's ideally what you want down in that bullpen. You want guys that kind of control the situation, being able to slow that heartbeat down and pick each other up and challenge each other too. Like, if you throw the ball well and Marcus, you throw the ball well, I want to do it. I want to get out there and do the same. So it's one of those things where healthy competition is never a bad thing. And I think that's ultimately probably what Jesse Chavez's message is down there, is kind of like, hey boys, let's go. Like somebody take the ball and roll, and that'll get everybody else going, as opposed to kind of looking around to see who really gets the call. Just expect it and anticipate it, and ultimately I think that's when things start going in the right direction.
Okay, another great answer from Javi. I think that was a long way of saying, Marcus, Dylan Smith. Yeah. That was a long way of saying Dylan Smith's my guy.
I think it's a long way of saying somebody needs to step up and take this role.
Dylan Smith.
Because we've seen Caleb Killian in the ninth. We've seen Keaton Wynn. We've seen Eric Miller. We've seen so many different tries, but nobody's actually doing it. Nobody's actually closing out ball games.
Jason Foley was signed as a guy who had 28 saves for the Tigers, and they were trying to go a little lightning in the bottle, come off and get the surgery, and if it works out, like Matthew Boyd, remember with Farhan and all that, and sure enough, he's retired, or they pushed him aside because of shoulder fatigue. Sam Hentges was a guy who had a track record in the big leagues, and he hasn't found his stuff. No. Guys coming off of injuries, man. It's a thing. No, but you're trying to capture something. And so right now, honestly, I know it's Sunday night in Chicago, but Dylan Smith looks to me the only guy controlling the strike zone when you need him. I haven't given up on Wynn and Killian to develop. Maybe by next year, something like that. Maybe that's the rest of this summer, is for those guys to develop that thick skin and that mentality. Strike one, what Brian Wilson talked to us about. Strike one.
It's the most important pitch out there.
And I tell you, when I was a kid, there was a reliever. I'm trying to find this online. I can't find it. I didn't dream this. I didn't make this up. Sports Illustrated used to have a quote. The start of Sports Illustrated is called "They Said It," and they asked a reliever, "Why did you name your dog Strike One?" He said, "Because the two most important things to me in my life are my dog and Strike One."
He's right.
So he named his dog Strike One.
It is. It's the most important pitch in baseball.
And so
Strike One.
Dylan Smith, Keaton Wynn, Caleb Killian. I don't know.
Especially when you're coming out of the bullpen, you cannot give away free 90s as a reliever. It's the death sentence. It's the one cardinal sin that you cannot do.
If you follow me on social, you've seen I've sent out a couple of all caps tweets of late. Stop walking fools.
It feels like I'm watching a walkathon.
And Sam Hentges walked the leadoff guy last night, got the hook right away. At least Tony's given the hook now on the walk.
Yeah.
But then he goes to another guy who starts walking fools. Eric Miller's not right since he came back from the injury.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all. He cannot find the strike zone.
He seems it's like ragged. It's kind of ragged when he's out there. So other than that, have a great Wednesday, everybody.
I'll see you guys at 12:45. I'll see you there.
$23 for a beer.
That's it, dude. Yeah. Shout out Bryce Eldridge. Last night, I won the KMBR Dong Pool, so I racked up 30 big ones. Murph, that almost covered the cost of a beer and a cup of clam chowder.
I like that you got a cup of clam chowder.
Not even a full bread bowl. A cup of clam chowder and a beer ran me $35.
Did you put some crackers in the clam chowder?
Yeah, 2 packs of crackers.
I like that.
I'm a 2-pack guy.
Those little round kind of ones.
Oh, dude, yeah, I turned it into a cracker soup.
All right, good man, good man.
Hey, now.
Shout out the.
I saw your face, Walter.
Shout out the Marx Brothers duck soup. All right, guys. Hey, here's the deal. Jared Shawley of the Quakes is going to talk to us about viewing parties of the World Cup. They brought us cookies. I think I might get into one.
Get into it.
Let's talk World Cup next on The Sports Leader.
Though a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. If you believe that you're a closer, you'll be a closer.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, World Cup, man. This is pretty darn fun. I love it. I love the World Cup, man. I'm excited. USA Paraguay Friday. Let's talk about it. Let's have Jared Shawley on. He's the Earthquakes, San Jose Earthquakes president, midi high school kid from San Jose. The Quakes are playing great, obviously, but taking a break, obviously, for the World Cup. And Jared, we're happy to have you on the Murph and Marcus show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher on the UMA guest line. How you doing, Jared?
Hey, morning, Jared.
Oh, I'm doing great. You can't wipe the smile off my face. We're sitting here finally 24 hours out from the start of this World Cup we've been preparing for almost a decade, and I'm just so excited to get it going.
And we're getting it going tomorrow, right? Tomorrow at noon. Is this right? Help me out. Mexico, South Africa, and you guys are having a viewing party?
Yeah, so, I know everyone knows we've got the games at Levi's, and I think those are going to be amazing to see, but we at the Quakes, we partnered with the Bay Area Host Committee and the city of San Jose, and we're actually going to have every game, 104 games of the World Cup, on big screens downtown San Jose. We're shutting down a whole street in San Jose. And we're kicking it off tomorrow. So I think we've got almost 20,000 RSVPs already for the Mexico game tomorrow. So, it's going to be a party all summer long in downtown San Jose.
Now, Jared, tell us more about the actual location. I'm seeing it's in San Pedro Square, but you said you guys are shutting down a whole street. I know we've hosted Giants Fan Fest events down in San Pedro Square. So what can you tell us about where you guys will actually be displaying these games?
So there's two big screens set up in San Pedro Square, which is now designated an entertainment zone for the rest of this World Cup. And then we're going to shut down as you turn around on Sharks Way and you wrap San Pedro Square. We're going to set up a bunch of inflatables, face painting for kids. We'll have Quakes players out signing autographs. And then all those bars and restaurants that kind of intermix through San Pedro Square and onto West Santa Clara Street will all be part of this entertainment zone. So you can go in, you can get a beer, get a wristband, and you can actually walk around outside with your drinks and check out the games on the big screens.
Damn near European style, right?
That's right. That's right.
That sounds like this is awesome. And I imagine Team USA games will be pretty darn popular, right? Saturday, 6:00. So it'll be beautiful. Like it'll be a nice evening, nice summer evening down there. Are you guys anticipating that one to really pack the house?
Yeah, so it's Friday at 6 will be the USA game against Paraguay to kick off. I think that one we're at 15,000 RSVPs right now. So if anybody is looking for a place to, check out Team USA, paint your face red, white, and blue, come down to San Pedro Square and check us out this weekend.
Oh, man. Sounded pretty good. Grab a brew, cruise around, watch Team USA. Oh, man. We're talking to Jared Shawley, who is a local kid from San Jose, went to Midi. I mean, for you guys, the earthquake season, we'll ask about that in just a little bit, but more on this RSVP. How do you RSVP? Do you have to RSVP to go?
We would strongly encourage you to RSVP. It just helps us with head count. It's on the Earthquakes website. Simple form to fill out. You don't have to. It is a totally free event, open walk around area, but the RSVPs do help us, with the planning and everything else.
Now, Jared, I just got to ask you on a personal note, growing up in San Jose, going to Midi High School, now working for the San Jose Earthquakes, what does this all mean for you to have the World Cup right here in your backyard in the Bay Area?
Oh, my God. This is a dream come true. So I grew up in Los Gatos, and when the 94 World Cup came out, I'll age myself, but I was 12 years old. Brazil took over the town of Los Gatos. And so as a 12-year-old, that changed my life. I was like, this is the greatest sport I've ever seen. Like, this tournament is just unbelievable. There were Brazilians partying in the street every night. So now here I am, worked for the Quakes for 19 years, and we get to bring the World Cup back and try and hopefully inspire this next generation of kids living in the Bay Area. Like, this is just a dream come true.
So once again, we're talking to Jared Shawley, president of the San Jose Earthquakes. We're having a great season. And just to reset, you guys are going to have this viewing party in San Jose, and you go to the Quakes website for details. What SJEarthquakes.com, right? Yeah.
SJEarthquakes.com. You can't miss it if you go to the site and sign up for the RSVP.
And so people will know where to go. And just want to make this clear, Jared, you're talking about every day during the World Cup.
39 days, 104 games. It's going to be like noon to midnight every day. So this is San Jose has never seen something like this. This is, and I appreciate Mayor Mahan's support on this initiative because
my God, local businesses
is going to be an unbelievable.
Yeah.
yes, 6 weeks for these local businesses.
Yeah,
exactly.
Jared, what do you think an experience like this can do for the sport of soccer, or should I say football, in the Bay Area? Because San Jose Earthquakes are one of the best tickets in town, going out and hanging out and drinking at one of the biggest bars in all of America at a sports complex. What do you think this can do for the overall game of soccer in the Bay Area?
Yeah, we just want to turn people's eyes toward the sport. Obviously, you mentioned it. We're having just an unbelievable season. I like to say we're America's soccer's best story and U.S. soccer's biggest year of its history. The Quakes had the best start in MLS history this year. We're doing with Coach Bruce Arena, the national team legend. We've got these young kids, many from the Bay Area, who are leading us. So our goal with this is let's expose everybody to the sport this summer, get them hooked, and really teach what the sport of soccer is all about. And then when we come back after the World Cup, come back and watch the Quakes. We'll be pushing for a championship this year, and the second half of the season should be unbelievable to watch.
Wow, it's great. Every time we have Bruce on, he's fantastic, and it's great for you guys, and I love it. You're right. Having a great season in the middle of a World Cup in the U.S. is pretty tremendous. So, well, that's awesome. That's going to be a big old honking party down there. It should be. You guys get that great summer weather. Not like us freezing up here in Daly City here in the summer. You guys are going to be shorts and T-shirts weather to watch USA against Paraguay tomorrow night at 6 o'clock with Entertainment Zone cruising around with a cold one and chanting for USA. So, Jared, that's awesome. Congrats. Everybody go to sjearthquakes.com and register, get their RSVP. They need a head count for organizational purposes. Don't be that guy who doesn't RSVP. Don't be that guy. RSVP and go have fun, man. I love the World Cup. Every match is awesome, and it starts tomorrow with Mexico, South Africa at noon, but the real one is Friday night, USA playing. So congrats, Jared, on all the success, and hopefully we'll catch up down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Jared.
Awesome, guys. Thank you, guys. Enjoy.
Yeah, sounds great, man.
So
if I lived closer, I need one near me. I need a viewing party near me.
Well, if you need a couch to sleep on, my brother lives around the corner from San Pedro Square.
Do you think Mike would go down and check that out?
Oh, 100%. I'm going to go down and check it out.
Honestly?
Oh, dude, for sure. San Pedro Square is literally my favorite neighborhood to drink in San Jose.
Isn't that where you do Fan Fest?
Yeah, that's where we've had Giants Fan Fest before as well.
It's back where you used to talk to guys like Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, I just posted that photo the other day. Me and Kyle, Casey Schmidt, and Copes hanging out in San Pedro Square.
Oh, man.
Oh, better times,
Now,
times.
Walt, where are we? Where are you now revving with the World Cup here, buddy?
Oh, dude, I'm so hyped.
You are?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay. USA. We're beating Paraguay, right?
Yeah.
We're beating Paraguay?
Now, are you boys all in on USA, or who you guys riding with?
I mean,
well, you got to ride with
it's really
America.
funny. I have to confess.
America, yeah.
Okay, I have to confess. So, you kind of go in knowing we're not going to win it. Right? We're not going to win it. So I automatically do kind of push the USA a little bit to the side. Not because I don't freaking love us, and I do. It's just that I'm looking at more realistic options, So Italy, right? My mom, Italian, all my cousins, everybody, the Benedetti, the whole deal. So they got a shot to win it. They freaking win it. So I'm like, I got a horse in this race, right? Guess what? Italy didn't freaking qualify for the World Cup.
Oh, you're saying we're not talking Italians.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
They freaking didn't. Dude, this is like the Yankee. I don't know what's the analogy in U.S. sports. Duke or Kentucky. Duke not making the tournament. Duke not making March Madness. I guess that would be it. If Duke missed March Madness, you'd be like, what? Duke missed March Madness? Well, yeah. So now I'm kind of so then the other one is Ireland, and that one is close to my heart because obviously we're going there next week, and we've been there a million times, and they have so much freaking fun that you can't resist being part of the Irish Army, right? They didn't make the World Cup this year. Right? So guess who's number one for your boy here? USA.
I like America.
I'll tell you, fun. Yeah, we do too.
Nice.
Well, I'm proud to
Nice,
be
Walt.
an American. Well, at least I know I'm free. And I proudly stand. Was the Lee Greenwood, buddy?
Yeah, keep singing. Yeah,
Well, now's the perfect time to announce. I put it on social media, but we haven't talked about it a lot because I've just been kind of fingers crossed until we got all the appointments. But our son, Candace's baby, Declan Murphy, is entering the United States Naval Academy. And, we've been kind of it's been like a no-hitter because you've had to clear so many hurdles to get there. And we honestly, until he got this, I'm getting goosebumps right now, the certificate from the superintendent just last week officially saying we're off, he had, it was like, yes, 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 but there's like, but you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this, you got to do this. So we were like, well, yeah, we think it, but dude, we could not. We like hearts bursting with pride. It's an amazing place. We're starting this incredible journey. We're so proud to walk in these footsteps, of these great Americans and this great tradition that we have, not to mention the education he's going to get, and then serving something bigger than himself, bigger than all of us and for the country, and it says a lot about him, the young man, that he made this choice. It's not the easy choice.
No.
It's not the easy choice. And Plebe Summer starts in 2 weeks. And that's where we're going after Ireland, is to drop him off at Annapolis. And I'm going to get emotional talking about this. But so do you think I'm going to root for the USA in this?
Absolutely, dude. You and Declan are going to be getting those face paintings down at San Pedro Square this Friday.
You know what I've always liked about the USA soccer fans is the ones who dress like various characters in American history.
They show up like George Washington or Abe Lincoln.
Like that's a fun one. Like I've always thought, who would you do to do the most fun one? You know which one I keep falling back on? Jerry Garcia.
Wow.
Because, you got to think about American culture beyond Lincoln and Washington, Like, we have so much cool S.
Yeah.
I've seen
Willie
guys,
Mays. I've seen guys dress up as Hulk Hogan before.
Okay,
in a match.
Hulk Hogan.
Chuck Norris. Yeah.
You dress as Nate Diaz. I don't know.
I'm not surprised, MFers.
But I think it'd be fun to do like Jerry, to wear the T-shirt, put a pillow in there, and get the gray beard. And they'd be like, and it's just like, let's go, Deadheads, man. They're American, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, come as Willie Mays.
Yeah, why the hell
come
not?
As freaking Ted Williams.
Show up as Babe Ruth.
Yeah. Elvis. Would you go 50s sexy Elvis or 70s fat Elvis?
I want to see heavy Elvis. I want to see big boy Elvis.
I think Elvis would be incredible, actually.
No, that's
a good
one,
deal with the
Walt.
rhinestones and give me a little one.
Yeah, really good
so
pull.
Walt's going as Elvis?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know it. Yeah.
And you're going as who? Who's your, just for fun? You got to go dress.
I'll go Babe Ruth. I once dressed up for an 8th grade history report. I did a whole book report on Babe Ruth. I showed up with a Yankee jersey, a pillow underneath my jersey, a hot dog, and a root beer from 7-Eleven.
Did you ever see Matt Williams do Babe Ruth?
No, I
go
don't
look
think
it up
I
on
did.
YouTube.
I'll have to check
he
that
did
out.
a savage Babe Ruth impression too. Who would Curly go as? Just anybody from American history, politics, culture, music. What has he got?
This guy right here.
I like America.
I'll tell you, fun. Yeah, we do too. It's going as me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Patrick
Bailey?
Bailey.
Pat Bailey, yeah.
I need one of those Patrick Bailey headbands this weekend.
Who else could you do? You could do any number of
I think Curly would be a good Joey Chestnut.
I like that.
Just show up shoving hot dogs down your face.
The Glizzy Gladiator.
You know the one that got popular when they were just starting to do it, like in the 90s? The popular one was Teddy Roosevelt. Because that's a look, right?
Yeah.
There's a look with the mustache
Definitely
and the glasses and all that stuff. And the Rough Riders and all that. I think, aren't they called the Rough Riders?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Maybe they named themselves after Teddy Roosevelt. So anyway, big doings in the Murphy family, and that's why we'll be gone for 2 weeks. And we'll be rooting for the United States of America.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
The superintendent, he's this old Marine, he sent out a video yesterday talking about to the parents of the class of 2030, your son or daughter is making a choice and, they're something bigger than themselves and, they're going to be in good hands. And dude, I'm getting I'm watching the video. I'm like, it's all happening, It's all happening. But they said, but then, at a certain point, we'll take care of them, but it's going to be up to them. They got to go be a young man, young woman, young American who does something bigger than themselves. That's a cliche, right? Oh, I want to be part of something bigger than myself, but it's not a cliche.
No.
Right?
No.
So now I was follling Eli Heidenreich in Navy football and Landon Robinson.
I was curious why you kept on wearing that Navy football hat.
Well, again, I didn't want to talk about it. It was like a no hitter. It wasn't like we were keeping it a secret. It was just like, there's another thing he has to do.
Yeah, you don't want to
test
jinx
he's
it.
got to take,
Yeah.
another medical pass he's got to, because you got to do these medical tests and all this stuff, man. And so, actually, Candace says she's not going to believe it until he walks into the hall on June 25th. She's like, until that day, because they keep throwing something at you. Yeah, well, this form, you didn't fill it out correctly. Like, Jesus H, man. So anyway, big weeks ahead for us, and we're looking forward. You guys have been very supportive. Thank you guys. Been very supportive all along. And he's going to play water polo. That's how the whole thing started, water
That's
polo.
awesome, man.
It all started because of
That's
water polo.
awesome, yeah.
He got recruited. And it's funny, the coach is a Bay Area guy. He's from, he went to Bellarmine. Sorry, I know. But he's a huge Bay Area sports fan. He's a really great guy, Coach Louis Nicolau, and he keeps saying, I need to call your show. He goes, I'd be the best caller you ever had. He goes, I have takes. He actually hits me on text and texts me. He's like, why didn't they trade Steph Curry 3 years ago? Should have blown the whole thing up.
Yeah.
They missed their opportunity.
And just real quick, give me a reminder. Which football team does he root for?
He's a huge Raiders fan.
You're damn right he
Raiders
is.
fan, dude. So,
the greatness of America is in the silver and black.
I have to deal. I'm going to Annapolis Naval Academy. I walk in. The guy's a freaking Raiders fan.
What do you expect? He's committed to excellence.
Oh, man. So good. So good. Anyway, so that's all because we'll be rooting. Got to beat Paraguay.
Yeah.
Got to beat Paraguay.
Bring it on, Paraguay.
On Friday. All right. Crazy day today, huh? Wild day.
Nutty.
Let's learn something on the other side. On the Sports Leader.
Let's do it.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Marcus, put on that lab coat. The doctor is in, my friend.
That's right. Giants are back in action today at 12:45, which means it's time for today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare. We've got an update for you today on Tyler Mahle. Rally. The pitcher's name is Tyler Mahle. He's been dealing with a left hamstring strain. He's been on the IL since May 27th. Now, the latest update is he threw a simulated game on June 9th and could be sent on a minor league rehab assignment soon. Another sim game still is possible, but that's your update on Tyler Mahle in today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare.
All right. Wild day, fun day. Javi Lopez, Brian Wilson. Those were great. World Cup cookies from the Earthquakes. That was pretty darn good. But let's finish it. Marcus learned, and we all learned here. Let's go. Yeah.
The ladies want to know.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
What did Waterboy learn today?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
All right. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly before today game. Well, we ended it on the last segment. We were talking about rooting for teams in the nations in the World Cup. We were talking about where you put the USA because we know they don't have a chance to win, but you're always rooting for them. And then I was like, well, we got extra rooting interest because big Declan Murphy, graduating high school senior, will be entering the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, 2 weeks from tomorrow. Marcus, that was what you learned today. Well, you already knew.
Yeah, I knew, but I had to keep it a secret. But congrats to the kid. Congrats on graduating. Congrats to everybody graduating. But really, Declan Murphy doing something special going on to the Naval Academy.
Do you hear this? This is the alma mater they play. You've been there. Did Navy win the last game you went to?
I have, and they did end up winning that Army-Navy game.
Sing second, they say it. And this is the Navy blue and gold. And Army's is cool, too. But this is, you got to stand, and they both stand at attention for each other. It's an amazing experience if you can get to an Army-Navy game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be there this December, and there it is. And they go, oh, but proudly wear, I got to memorize all the lyrics. Proudly wear the right to proudly wear the navy blue and gold is how it ends. The navy blue and gold. So there it is. We're singing second on the show today is what we are.
Yes, we are, because we like America.
And now you got a little Anchors Away dialed up there for a little peppy finish here for us here as they got to go to a game last September in Annapolis, and they took on VMI and the March of the Brigade onto the field and all that. By the way, they smoked VMI. There you go. And listen, this kid, Eli Heidenreich for the Steelers, he's a good little player. I wanted the Niners to get him.
Badly.
Yeah.
You talked about him a lot.
So Kalon Black better be good.
And now it makes sense why you had such a scouting report on Eli.
Yeah, and Landon Robinson for the Bengals, too. Good player, good D tackle. Niners could have used him. All right, thanks you guys for your support and everybody who texted in. I appreciate you. We didn't have time to do it, to answer to you guys, but I do appreciate you guys. Okay, Giants. Yeah. Let's go win a game.
Yeah.
Let's go win a game.
Go do it for America.
Yeah. Have some fun out there, Marcus, and we'll be back tomorrow. Papa and Silver next. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Welcome to United States. Welcome to Kansas.
And they send up Buddy Kennedy. Buddy Kennedy.
Though a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. If you believe that you're a closer, you'll be a closer.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Heodorichi Akabundu Ehioku.
What do you say?
We're all just mofos at the end of the day.
And whoever's available on the middays.
You okay, Tim?
4 hours starts right now.
Find your inner Greg.
Excellent.
This is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now a swinger. There's a drive into deep right field, way back there, and gone. He threw him a curveball, and not a good one. Crushed onto the arcade in right. 2-0 Nationals, 2 batters in.
0-1 pitch. That one goes to the backstop. Susac flips, Miller tags, and safe at home plate. Young speeding home. The ball took a hard carom off the backstop. Susac fielded, flipped to Miller coming home to cover. It's a run on a wild pitch.
Now here's a high drive by Dalen Lyle out toward Death Valley, deep right center. Back goes Jung-Hoo Lee, and it goes over his head, bounces up against the wall on one hop. Coming in to score is Abrams, and going all the way around to third is Lyle with a triple.
Hey, it's never a dull day here at the Sports Leader. That's right, baby. We are live at 58 Social. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, and it's rare that I ever toot my own horn, but if you ever thought I did just 2 jobs here, hosting, producing, we're going camera technician here on segment number 1. Just kidding. We got Josh to do the real work here. That's the dirty work, and dirty work will take it after the day game to see if the Giants can avoid getting swept, but we're picking it up right here as the Giants, just another tough loss. Adrian Hauser, I thought by the season he's had, was overall fine. It wasn't an amazing performance. It wasn't anything all that spectacular. But the real issue with this one is that they were able to set the table. They were able to get hits. They were drawing walks. We'll get to Bryce Eldridge and his ability to do all that coming up in the next hour 45. They just couldn't get the runners home. 13 runners stranded. Bases loaded, kept biting them. And overall in this series, JD, over 2 games, runners in scoring position, 5 for 24. Might I tell you, by the way, that one of those 5 was an infield single that did not drive a run home. So effectively, it's 4 for 24.
Matt Chapman's runners in scoring position average, but it did not actually lead to a run. And, yeah, it's tough when you get down quick also, especially unfortunately for the Giants playing at home. We talked about it a couple days ago. This team's got to start playing better at home if they are going to turn this season around, even in a small way, and they just have not been able to do it. I'm sick of coming out here to the patio, and the vibes are great, and people are excited and loving Giants baseball, and I feel like every time we come out here, it's can they avoid the sweep? and again, we find ourselves in this position just as we were a couple of weeks ago with the Diamondbacks here and the Giants trying to find a way to get a win to avoid what would equal their low point of the season, despite the fact that really for the last week they had been playing better baseball. But unfortunately, they start to fix one problem, and then an old problem pops back up. And again, playing from behind from the jump, I don't feel like is ever a good thing. And, yeah, I think Hauser was pretty solid overall. And, man, Tony Vitello the last week has had the bullpen ready. He's had guys ready in every inning over the last week after what happened with Landon Root there in Milwaukee. But going to the pen isn't always the best thing for the Giants at this point. But, yeah, the story of the first 2 games of this series really is they probably should have put more runs on the board, and maybe they would have won, definitely would have won the game on Monday night. Obviously, that's one where it's the closer. And I got some numbers on the Giants and the blown saves and just how the blown saves have impacted this team that we can get into. Yes, there's the games you lose, but what happens in the games after those gut punch devastating losses, and that hasn't been pretty for the Giants either.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Yeah, we still have the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We can still even take some calls, and it's our Wednesday usual. John Shea of the SF Standard will stop by here at the end of the hour. We got our Bloody Marys. We got some coffee. We got a whole team on hands making this all happen today. And look, last time we were out at the patio, the energy was great. It filled up pretty quickly in an hour and 45, and the fans continue to be so devoted to this team. It's just not been something that's been able to deliver, particularly at home. The way they were able to finish that road trip with a 5-5 record, all things considered, and losing the series in Colorado, the way you lost those first 2, I thought going, 5-3 the rest of the way with the Brewers and the Cubs mixed in there was overall fairly impressive. But you also got to do the math part of it. And I heard Andy Baggerly say this with Murph and Marcus. It was kind of a net negative, right? Because you don't lose anything, but you don't gain anything, and you also shave an extra week and a half off the calendar in the process of that. So to come home and to not play better baseball, or I guess I'll backpedal on that, right? Because I do believe they are playing better baseball. We are seeing a better output of offense. For it to not translate into wins, though, it's all going to look the same at the end of the day. And it feels like we're right back to where we were just a couple of weeks ago.
And in the short term, right back to where we were a few days ago, and a week or so ago when the Giants did start. They have been feistier. They have been setting the table. They have been hanging in games. They have been playing, I think, with that energy over the last week that I think they wanted to be a part of just defining who they are as a team. But again, you dig such a dramatic hole, and you almost have to be perfect for a lengthy stretch. And the Giants have still been far from perfect, even though they've been able to win some games when they haven't hit here in the last week as well. And they've had the games, the pile-on wins, as I say, the games where you score 12 and you score 18 that Friday in Chicago. But the offense really has not been there in the same way now for 4 consecutive games. And, yeah, they get a bunch of hits last night. They have a bunch of runners on base, but not cashing in enough. Obviously, the blown save was the story of Monday, but there were some missed opportunities in that game. But last night, the story was the Nationals didn't really have great pitching. It was just kind of mediocre get out of jams. The Giants were just a big hit away, it felt like 3 or 4 different times, from winning that one and wiping the bad taste of Monday night out of their mouth, and then having an opportunity for today to lead toward an extension of the weekend. Because I look at it a little differently than Bags as far as the trip goes. Considering how bad it started, you almost can't look at the first half of the trip as like that's part of the 15 under part, right? The back half of the trip is, hey, maybe you bottomed out and then you started to play better baseball in a number of different ways. And the pitching had been there in enough of the games to where that was the part that I was the most optimistic about was, hey, Logan Webb actually looks like Logan Webb here for a couple of starts now in a row. You're able to win some games when you're not maybe hitting at the level that you'd think you'd need to. But the one thing that just continues to destroy, as we talked about yesterday, all momentum is the blown save losses. And I had this number. I'll give it to you now. I was looking at it, and we ran through together. I had a bunch of them, but didn't have all of them. All of the blown saves for the Giants this year. So they've had the 8 blown save games, 8 blown save losses. They actually blew a save in Washington in April, and they ended up winning that game in extra innings. So you look at the 8 blown save games, 7 blown save losses. But then I added the Cubs game, which wasn't technically a blown save because Keaton Wynn had pitched the inning prior before he gave up the home run to Pete Crow Armstrong. So there's basically, if you count the Cubs game, there's been 8 of those gut punch losses.
Yeah.
The Giants are 2-6 in the game that follows that loss. So a lot of these, only twice have they won when they've had one of the devastating losses in the following game. So it's basically turned into a 2-14 16-game stretch. You got the games you
the
lost.
Old cliche of turning one loss into 2.
Exactly, and I think that's been the case. They lose to the Mets in that game early in the year, Easter Sunday.
Yeah, when Miller and Wynn kicked it away.
And that was the 8th inning, but still went down as a blown save. They lose to the Phillies the next night. And then they go to Philly and lose one, and then lose the next one, and then lose the whole series in Tampa. They get another blown save in Tampa. That was one of the times they actually won. One of the 2 times they've won after one of those devastating losses. The Trevor McDonald against the Padres game here back on May 4th when they shuffled the deck and brought Bryce Eldridge up.
That was right when they did the whole shakeup.
And all that. Okay. They won the one, but then lost that series to the Padres by dropping the final 2. And then you look at Arizona, Ketel Marte goes deep, and then they lose that one and then lose the following day to get swept. And then they obviously lose last night after losing the game on Monday. So you've got the 8 gut punch losses, and then you've got the 2-6 in the day after the gut punch losses. So it really has been a major thing here that's really ruined. It's ruined the momentum, but it's also left a bad taste in the mouth to where this team really hasn't been able to recover in the immediate term from that loss by getting back on track in the next day.
That's really interesting because the one that's going to stick to my mind at the top of the list, partially because of recency bias and partially because of just how brutal it was and your opponent, was the 2 in Colorado. How bad that blown save was with Caleb Killian going out there in the 9th and then effectively looking lifeless the next day. What was it, 8-3 in the end? But they were down 8-0, and I was like, they're going to get shut out of Coors Field. But to think of it in the sense of, yeah, that might have been the worst one and the most memorable one, at least to me personally. For the most part, though, you're talking about 2-6 following that. That's tough, certainly, where you don't want to turn one loss into 2, but it's kind of worked out with that way. And, something that I wanted to bring up as well, I was kind of prepping the diamond notes. I like to do a little bit of that the night before to the degree I can, just so I'm not scrambling when we're getting ready for pregame.
Got to do it.
Got to do a little diamond note prep. And so I was thinking about the defense for both these teams, and I went back to look at my crap pack of stats and what the Giants' record was when they don't commit an error versus when they do. As I'm in the middle of digging out those numbers and writing it out, we had the Matt Chapman error to Rafael Devers. That was the first of the night. And so they're a slightly above 500 team when they do not commit an error. When they do commit just one, they're 8-23. And it's not like Washington is an elite defensive team either. They got more errors than anybody in baseball, and C.J. Abrams is tied with Adames at 11. I think only Zach Neto's above them.
It just
Why
goes to
would
show.
you have that stat?
Yes, thank you, Manny Machado. It just goes to the point of when it hasn't been the games where they've just ridiculously hit, right? When it hasn't been the games where they've scored 12 runs or 18 runs or 19 runs, when it hasn't been those games, they've basically had to play almost perfect, clean baseball to win, right? They've had to pitch well, pitch well, get enough big hits, if not hit the ball out of the ballpark.
I was going to say, at the very least, have a timely hit.
Add on to the point where you're not making it a game that becomes a lot like the games that they've blown with the blown save, right? They've had to almost create a 3-run margin or so to be able to hang on to the bulk of those games as well. So it just goes to show that the margin for error in a lot of these is just not built for this team to be able to sustain that momentum because, frankly, they just haven't proved themselves to be good enough or consistent enough.
808 KNBR, that's your number, and we got the camera up and running. Shout out to Josh and Tim making it all happen back in the studio. We got some loud vehicles coming by, so I know that's going to be like the drill from Logan Webb in the locker room a couple of nights ago. We got a lot to get into. We will talk to John Shea at 10:50 or so whenever Tony Vitello is done with his media availability.
Bloodies.
And, of course, Bloodies.
Ode to Papa. That's right.
I got 2 words for you. Bloody Mary. John Shea. Maybe I'll come up with a better 2 when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hey, come on out to the yard if you're in the area. 1245 day baseball. And if you're not and you can't make it out there, we'll have a drink on our imaginary tab. And tune in to the Sports Leader for pregame starting at 11:45. Oh, great. More me. Steve Moskowitz, our friend and our tax attorney, is on the line, and he is going to tell us today about the latest with the ERC. Steve, what do you have for the people out there on this fine Wednesday?
Good morning. A lot of people feel it's an imaginary ERC. They've been waiting literally for years for their ERC. What happened? A lot of scammers applied for it, got paid, then the IRS stopped paying everybody, did a big investigation. And now there's a giant glut of paper forms sitting in the IRS. There are multiple ways for us to hurry them up. What we want to do for you is get the money in your hands. And remember, you're entitled to a huge chunk of interest because you've been waiting so long. Also, if you got a letter from the IRS that you don't qualify, no ERC for you, a lot of those letters are wrong. We need to appeal them and get your money. Or if the IRS says, you know what? They're auditing you. They want the money back. We want to represent you to keep the money. The bottom line is that's the big three in ERC. One, you've just been waiting and you haven't heard anything. Let us get you the money now. Two, you were denied. Let us appeal that. Let us get you the money now. Or three, you're being audited. They want it back. Let us represent you. The bottom line, anything in ERC, we want to take care of you. We have a lot of good experience here. We do everything for you. You don't talk to the IRS. That's our job. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
There you go. Steve Moskowitz can help you with ERC money if you just give him a call. 1-888-TAX-DEAL is the number. 1-888-TAXDEAL. You can also go online for more information to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
1-2 pitch, swing, and there's a high pop-up, shallow center. Nunez, the second baseman, is out. He's under it, and he's got it, and that's the game. The final is Washington 6 and the Giants 3.
Yeah, he almost said 2, but Bryce Eldridge getting that late home run to make it 6-3. That is your final score. It is Papa and Silver with JD. We are live at the patio at 58 Social. Great to be here as always, even if the Giants are reeling on this homestand to start. 0-2, chance to avoid the sweep today. And we do have, just breaking a few minutes ago, JD's favorite. The lineup is out. So let's go through it. Leading off at shortstop, Casey Schmidt.
Aw.
Ooh, Luis Ariz hitting second, playing second base. Matt Chapman hitting third at third base. Rafael Devers cleanup at first base. Jung-Hoo Lee, the hottest hitter in baseball right now, is hitting fifth. He'll be in right field. Bryce Eldridge continues to play against a lefty. Love it. He is the DH at 6. Daniel Susak behind the plate again. He will be hitting 7th. Victor Barracoto getting the start in left field because Casey Schmidt is shortstop. And then Jonah Cox, who had a triple last night, is going to be in center field hitting 9th. Of course, we got a lefty-on-lefty matchup as well. Foster Griffin for the Nationals, one of the great stories in Major League Baseball this year, and Robbie Ray for the Giants.
And the big note there, obviously, with the Giants going up against the lefty, they do give Adames a day off. Adames, since the 18-3 game in Chicago, 0 for 17 over the last 4 games with 9 strikeouts. So Adames gets that day off, and Casey Schmidt to play shortstop, and then, of course, going up against another left-handed pitcher. Jonah Cox is going to be in there. They use the opportunity to get Barracoto in the lineup as somebody that they like to have in there against left-handed pitching if they can, but they move Schmidt to shortstop to do it, and that means Adames finally gets that day off that I think we were talking about, a month ago, 6 weeks ago, that they're going to start shuffling it around. He had been performing at a higher level up until these last 4 games and obviously helping him win, but it feels like a good day to get him a little bit of a breather, no game tomorrow, and then back in there likely against the Cubs coming up on Friday night.
Yes, you said 0 for 17 since the 18-run outburst when he had the pair of
with
home runs.
9 strikeouts.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, look, it's a good thing. I'm not going to clamor about who's in, who's out in the sense that, obviously Lee's going to play, Schmidt's going to play, Eldridge is going to play. You got all the guys that should be in there. And
hey, you can play some platoons. Barracoto, get him in there. Cox over Gilbert against a lefty. That makes sense.
Yeah, maybe Adames comes in. You move Casey Schmidt back to left field. It's kind of the beauty of having a guy that plays just about every position, although, as we learned yesterday, he's not going to be playing catcher from Kylan Mills. He was very adamant about that one. But, just kind of the general theme of the day. And the 2 words is, I guess I said Bloody Mary and John Shea. I'll come up with a better one by the end of the segment. But it's really what you brought to the table, which is the Giants have had these gut punch losses. And it's not just those losses individual where you look at it and say, hey, if you had just flipped those or they'd been able to close half of them, they'd certainly be in a better position than when they're at right now.
They still
but
would be a good team.
Exactly. They still wouldn't. It's really the carryover effect. And you look at the 8 gut punch losses and the games that happen after that, 2-6 in set games.
No doubt. And in some of these stretches, it's led to lengthier even losing streaks. You look at the game in Philly, the doubleheader in Philly. They end up getting swept in St. Petersburg there. They lose the game in Arizona where it looks like they're going to win the second game of that series. They lose the next day, and then they lose the series opener to the White Sox at that point. So a couple of these have turned into even little mini losing streaks. So we'll see if they can get off the mat today and salvage the finale and going into an off day. I know the schedule with all the travel and playing a lot of games here consecutively has been something that maybe has taken a toll toward the back end. And I think, the one other thought that I did have, just generally speaking, coming off of the Cubs series was just how hard
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's talk baseball with one of our all-time favorites, the World Series champ himself, friend of the program, and now working with the Giants, the great Javier Lopez. Javi, we always like talking to you. It's just a good conversation. We're looking forward to catching up. How you doing, Javi?
Hey, what's up, Javi?
Hey, guys. Well, I mean, I could be better, I suppose, if the Giants are winning a couple ball games. But all in all, you know, I'm upright, I'm breathing, and things are good so far. So, yeah,
right.
doing okay.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things to talk about with this team. The thing we were just talking to you about prior to you coming on is something you know very well, which is relieving in Major League Baseball games. And right now the Giants are having a problem with walks. So I know it's a very broad question, and I know it's like, you know, the thing that bedevils any pitcher since the beginning of time. But if you are on a staff that's having trouble throwing strikes, in your history in baseball, what's the best way out of that as a staff and as like a coaching staff and as a bullpen?
Well, I do think I've been part of staffs just like that. I mean, I know I had a nice run in San Francisco, but I was awful bad if you check the scorecards. And I had those moments where I just physically could not find the strike zone. And I think ultimately what it came down to is pitching in much lower leverage situations, going out there, being able to repeat a delivery, and more than anything, working on the side, just to go ahead and not working on any specific pitch other than just finding the strike zone with the fastball. I do feel like when you find that release point, everything else kind of falls into place. But again, it's hard to do that at a big league level. So you've really got to try to do that on your own and do it kind of on a day-to-day basis. But I do think as a squad, this is when you need to start huddling around each other and trying to find some time to hang out with each other and kind of figuring everything out because, you know, you don't get a break. You got to go get in the fight this afternoon for the Giants. And it's for those reasons, it's time to figure it out because nobody's going to quit on you. You know, those fans are coming, the bullpen's coming, or, you know, bullpen changes will be coming and things like that. So you've got to go out there and fight for your job. And ultimately that's what's going to have to happen.
Javi, it seems like recently Giants relievers have been being used a lot. We look at the road trip in Chicago and even before that in Milwaukee and Colorado, and it seems like we're seeing guys almost on a daily basis. Keaton Wynn 3 days in a row, Dylan Smith 3 days in a row. Do you feel like the workload is maybe contributing to some of these wild pitches and some of these walks that we're seeing from the Giants bullpen?
I do think there's a little bit to that. Again, when everything is so scripted now and so much information has been be at everyone's fingertips now, whether it be 3 days in a row, whether it be however many ups they get in the bullpen. I do think a lot of those things factor in. I think the travel schedule as well, but you can't make the excuses, right? That's part of being in the big leagues. You're still traveling in first class style. You're still living in nice places. So those things will take part. I do think that they have been worked a lot, and I do think that does contribute to the walks ultimately, but I think what you're trying to get these guys back into is that you have to sell them in the fact that they're firemen. They work in the fire. They're comfortable in the heat. And you got to get that philosophy back into that bullpen. That's shown it at moments this year. But, when you look at, they've had the lead in 10 of the last 17 losses, it's tough to look at that and realize that you're holding up your end, and it's time to figure out how you're going to do that.
Javi Lopez, who's kind enough to join us, 4-time World Series champ, once with the Red Sox, 3 with the Giants, and he's now an advisor to the Giants baseball operations. And like he said, he's not stoked with what he's seeing, but kind enough to hop on and talk to us about throwing strikes, working on the side, having a different mentality. You mentioned closer, so let's go there. We've been talking on the radio, and fans have been talking about the lack of a closer. I guess, I know you're not going to blow up anybody on the roster or call anybody, but you can talk about the philosophy of needing a closer or finding a closer. In your history in baseball, Javi, what's the process? If you don't have a defined closer, how big of a problem is that for a clubhouse? And how easy or hard is it to find somebody to emerge to grab it?
Well, I think ultimately you would love to have a closer. I think those last 3 outs, I don't care. I know the people will tell you that those aren't the hardest outs. Sometimes it's a 7, sometimes it's a 6. But I will always contend that the last 3 outs of a ball game are the hardest outs to get. And when you have a reliable arm to do that, I think it's the best way to go about to win a ball game. But ultimately, the Giants had that opportunity in a sense with Randy Rodriguez. Unfortunately, gets hurt. But that was your guy that was establishing himself in that moment. And they felt like he had some answers inside the bullpen itself. And when you're in that spot, I know that I've been parts of bullpens that have not had a closer. And that's where you got to kind of piece it together with being really excellent at what you do. Now, for me, I focus on trying to be a lefty flush guy. Like I try to go out there and make sure that I would dominate lefties. Doesn't mean I was punching a lot of tickets, but I was getting outs and I was attacking the strike zone when I was good. With the Giants, again, before Romo or Casilla established themselves at the end there, and even Affel, like we'd come in and split some saves for like a month or so till somebody decided to step up and take it. And ultimately that was both Casilla and Romo being able to step up into those roles. And that's ideally what you want down in that bullpen. You want guys that kind of control the situation, being able to slow that heartbeat down and pick each other up and challenge each other too. Like, if you throw the ball well and Marcus, you throw the ball well, I want to do it. I want to get out there and do the same. So it's one of those things where healthy competition is never a bad thing. And I think that's ultimately probably what Jesse Chavez's message is down there, is kind of like, hey boys, let's go. Like somebody take the ball and roll, and that'll get everybody else going, as opposed to kind of looking around to see who really gets the call. Just expect it and anticipate it. And ultimately I think that's when things start going in the right direction.
All right. Thanks, Murph, Marcus, and Javi Lopez from the morning for keeping us afloat here. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Let's start it again. We are live at 58 Social. Giants
People are
Nationals
fired up.
Day Baseball. Let's get the people coming in. There were a lot of jokes going on about the replay leader. They're like, dude, they got pregame at 11:45. We're replaying an interview. What are we doing here?
It was a good interview.
Yeah, hey, I'd take Javi Lopez over myself any day now. But I don't know how much of us you lost in the discussion we were having at the patio.
Tony Vitello would take Javi Lopez right now over a few people.
No question. And that goes back to something I had brought up, which may or may not have made it on the air. So apologies if I'm repeating myself. But the 2 words I selected, and it wasn't Bloody Mary, it was free 90s, the Marcus Boucher special. Too many walks, especially from this bullpen. It was 2 2/3 innings. That was the span in which the Giants had 5 walks last night. And I mentioned someone like Eric Miller. Since he came off the IL, just has not looked like himself for whatever reason. And I'm singling him out in particular because at the beginning of the season and the early phases, you would have thought of him as one of the more trusted arms in this bullpen. And when you have a bullpen that resembles that of a more rebuilding kind of team where you're testing out roles, seeing where guys certain fit, well, if those with the track record aren't performing up to their standards and everybody else is working through the bumps in the road, and on top of that, doesn't matter who you trot out there, no one can really seem to consistently grasp the 9th inning, then it's a problem.
It is, and for the Giants to be the best version of themselves, the guys that have been here that had a track record, even a small one, of success, were going to have to be awesome. And Eric Miller was part of that, and Ryan Walker was part of that. And both of those guys have been just completely disappointing. And I think it's fair to look now at the fact that Buster Posey and the Giants front office put too much on those guys. They put way too much on those guys to hold up, while the rest of the guys were learning and developing. And look, you can't wild pitch in a run and you can't walk in a run. And Dylan Smith was the flavor of the day yesterday, and he comes in and he actually did an admirable job. He's actually kind of tough to hit. Yeah. I found him to be a little bit more intriguing there, but he walks in a run. And honestly, a couple of the Nats swung at balls. Otherwise, he would have walked in 2 runs in that situation. And so, not to put it on him, because obviously he's a guy who's been in the minors and he's coming up because they're in this emergency type situation. But regardless of who's out there pitching for you, you can't walk in runs and you can't wild pitch in runs in close games, especially when you're struggling to get the big hit, as the Giants have really been struggling to do here over the course of, for the most part, the last 2 nights. Bryce Eldridge had a big one on Monday night that the bullpen couldn't allow to stand up.
Yeah, and look, I don't believe that the Giants playing better baseball and a lot of the discussion that we brought to the table on Monday, I don't think that's entirely out the window because they've lost the last 2 games. But the problem is when you're already 12 games under 500, when you're coming into the week and then you lose a couple of more, it's just like you have to get ridiculously hot in a way that we haven't seen this season before the tone of the conversation is really going to change. That doesn't change the fact that guys like Jung-Hoo Lee or Bryce Eldridge have continued to really make the most of their reps. The Giants were doing a good job getting hits, but when you're not cashing in on them, when you have issues closing leads, when you haven't won a game when you're trailing after the 8th inning, the tone of it and looking at the big picture, none of that's really going to change, even if in certain parts you are playing a better product of baseball than when you were at your worst at the start of this last road trip.
No bad baseball team is bad at every single spot, right? I mean, every bad team's got 3 or 4 guys where you go, he's having a good year. He's a really good player. And you can look at the guys from Casey Schmidt to Jung-Hoo Lee to Arise. Bryce Eldridge is continuing to come on. I saw a little bit of some online social media conversation about, is he starting to put himself in the Rookie of the Year conversation? Probably a little bit too early for that, but who cares? He's been performing at a really high level here for the last couple of weeks, and he's been somebody that's helped to lengthen out this Giants lineup. But the truth is they're just not good enough at anything, to the point that you made a couple of days ago. They haven't proven themselves to be good enough at anything to think that they're going to be able to get on a streak. And when you start to think maybe they do have the hitting that can get them on a streak, maybe they do have the starting pitching that can get them onto a streak, they blow a game in the 9th inning, and then that turns into 2 losses, and then you're right back where you started.
It's interesting, right? Because you look at the stats, and just looking up at the end of last night after Eldridge hit the homer, I was like, whoa. Quietly, he's just gotten to 300 on the year, and he started cold. And if you just take this last 16-game on-base streak and that span alone, I think he's hitting 407 with like an 1159 OPS. Like, it is just damn impressive all around.
He's been good.
Jung-Hoo Lee, obviously the hottest hitter in baseball right now. Over his 17-game hitting streak, he's hitting freaking 500. The last guy that had 29 hits over a 12-game span was Bill Terry in, wait for it, I think only Marty Lurie remembers this one, 1932. And obviously, much love to Marty. Much love to Marty. But no, that's more about his memory than anything else. But the point is, there are instances, and you kind of ask yourself, okay, how much of this matters? I guess I would say, as a more positive, in the case of Lee or Eldridge, it actually does matter that it's those guys. Like, I used the term empty calories yesterday, and probably unfairly so, when we were talking about something as it related to the Giants. Everyone was kind of laughing when Eldridge hit that homer last night. They're like, oh, that was a Chris Paul kind of homer, right? Like, didn't change the outcome of the game. It helped the stats. And I think, yeah, but you know what? If it's that guy, the 21-year-old that you want to be a dude on your next good Giants team, then it's not really in the empty calories category. If it's Jung-Hoo Lee, who's showing that maybe he can be a kind of dude that we have never seen for an extended stretch like this during his time with the San Francisco Giants, that's certainly not nothing. So in that sense, I do take it as a positive, but the larger picture of does it really matter in this season? Probably not, because they're just not consistent and or good enough in all these other areas where you have me believe that they're going to go on a streak of 8 to 10 wins in a row. And Sean Estes said as much on postgame yesterday.
Well, you look at it, I mean, Jung Hoo Lee is changing the conversation as to whether he might actually be a building block player, which I think nobody would have really said. I mean, that was the plan when he was signed coming into 2024, but he hadn't done anything and really didn't have the opportunity because of the injury 2 years ago to do it. But he, from the standpoint of building block player, had been a disappointment coming into this season. Like, that's just reality, injury and performance. Now I think maybe that conversation is changing a little bit with him having 3 more years on his contract after this one and still being a relatively young player at this point at what, 27 years old. So I think that is important because he is still young and he is under contract. And if he's going to hit like this, it isn't really necessarily a bad contract anymore, right? Like, we thought, wow, this is a bad contract. Now he's making 22.8, and he's making 22.8 next year, and it goes down a little bit in 28 and 29. So yeah, I think, I mean, you look at it and he is sort of changing the conversation about, do you need to move off of him, which I think was something that was definitely on the table in April, to, well, maybe you want to keep that guy because he's young and he's productive and he's club controlled, even if it is at north of 20 million here for the next 3 years. So that in some ways might wind up being one less problem that Buster Posey and Zach Managian have to deal with.
Well, and like we discussed yesterday too, right? If you end up trading Luis Ariz, then does Jung Hoo Lee's skill set become all the more important in your lineup? And when John Shea joins us shortly, we were talking a little bit earlier, just off the air, and he was saying he had a conversation with Jung Hoo Lee about the influence of Luis Ariz. That's certainly something I want to get into when he joins us shortly out at the patio. Papa and Silver at 58 Social. Our technical issues have been sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Hey, come on. You got to have fun with it, right? Like, sometimes, here's the thing. We've all been calling it lash out season on and off the air, where we've had interviews or callers or social clips or whatever, and people are just mad, man. Like, one of our listeners who's awesome out here says he's going to lose a little bit, a handful of money because he bet on the Giants not to win the World Series or win the division, to get to 500, and that's not feeling so good right now. So it's lash out season. All right. Sometimes you just got to take a step back. The theme of the show, take a breath and have fun with
I'm
it.
mad for our guy. That's infuriating. 500? Are you kidding me?
Let's get mad with John Shea and some Surfsides next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Good to be with you at the patio. 58 Social 1145 is your pregame for Giants baseball against the Washington Nationals. Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you. We got DJ Webb making it all happen and sorting through crises back in the studio. All love to Tim here on this Wednesday. We will talk to John Shea of the SF Standard when he does join us at the patio. And I got to say, for it to be June 10th and this to be the first time where Tony Vitello's media availability either went long or started late to where it delayed John Shea, I got to say, like, this is a win. We've had Shea waiting more often than not to where I feel kind of bad about it. But, hey, no, good on Tony V. He might have a lot to say.
I was going to say, have you talked to the beat writers? Because it's not the first time. It might be the first time it's impacted us. But
oh, yeah.
I don't think it's the first time he's gone long or been late. I don't want to out anybody on that. But
No. Strictly Wednesday or Thursdays
sources
at the
say.
patio. So we will get him shortly. And speaking of Tony Vitello, I do want to hear from him last night. Here's what he had to say about the hitting. It wasn't getting hits that were the issue for the Giants, but getting the big one. Jung-Hoo Lee got a 2 RBI double. Outside of that, it was a late Bryce Eldridge homer and not a lot when it really counted. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's in common with a lot of them in specific tonight, it's with 2 outs, so you're going to need a 2-out knock. Limits the opportunities you would have if you don't get the base hit that you need. But nonetheless, those guys are out there, and I wish there was I know Augie had a big rant on 2-out hitting in his little YouTube clip that went viral, but I think all you can do is get a little more specific on the pitch you're looking for. Low line drives always do magic work with 2 outs, but that's kind of been the theme of the last 2 nights is we've had guys there. We just haven't pushed them across as often as we'd like. It's come in different scenarios too, not just 2 outs. So we'd be in a better position if we could do it.
Yeah, so it was a lot of 2 outs where they couldn't get it. They had the bases loaded, and ultimately it was a pop-up or a ground out or a strikeout or insert anything that didn't drive in a run, right? 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, I think you could argue that on offense and defense, the sole problem is walks. Don't draw any, and we give up too many. 13 runners stranded last night. A big part of that is that the Giants finally were able to draw walks. They had 7 of them, and Bryce Eldridge, in addition to all the hitting numbers I could throw your way, has done a really good job of working counts. Even he had an 0-2 that turned into a walk. So they've been doing a better job of getting on base consistently. But now you look at your Casey Schmitz, your Rafael Devers, your Willie Adamases, who have gone a little bit colder to start June after the 18-inning barrage at Wrigley Field. Small sample size, but even those guys in the heart of your lineup have been up in these key situations, just haven't been able to deliver to where it counts on the scoreboard.
And his presence, I think, has led to more walks, team-wide, which I think has been impressive as he continues to vault his way higher in the batting order. And I think that's the thing that we're going to start to see a little bit more of. But, yeah, just not taking advantage. And, again, it has not been a great offense when they haven't hit the long ball. That's just been the reality. And I know they've padded in some of the games where they have hit well a lot. We touched on that a little bit yesterday. Like I'm less inclined to look at an 18 or a 19 run game in Colorado or in Wrigley on a Friday when the wind's blowing out and think that changes much on the day-to-day as to what type of offensive team you have if you're not coming through more consistently in some of the other conversations. And so I get it, and especially, this team just hasn't done it enough with the bats to where I'm going to say that I believe that is what this team is because of those games individually. Like, they've had some explosive games, but I don't think the explosive games have been a true indicator overall of the offensive output that they've had.
Well, I mean, go back to the road trip, right? They scored 19 at Coors. They had 18 at Wrigley. They had 12 in Milwaukee, and those were great, but it goes back to they're all 1 out of 162, right? They all count for the same. And so when you talk about the gut punch losses and say 1 turning into 2, that's going to do more damage on your record and your standings than having one incredible outburst of offense. So I hear what you're saying as far as all that goes. Looking at Eldridge, and you talked about the way he's been able to draw walks and instill some fear in pitchers, impacting the lineup. I mean, look at this stretch of 3 batters from last night's lineup. You had Jung-Hoo Lee hitting 5th. He went 2 for 5. He's been red hot. He's hitting .335 on the season. Eldridge is behind him. He was able to draw 2 walks. And Matt Chapman, who has also been much better as of late, is hitting behind Eldridge. He drew a pair of walks himself. Going to be interesting now that they've moved Chapman up to 3rd. See how that all works as a guy that I think has earned the right to go back to that 3-hole. We saw Chapman hitting 3rd at a couple of times. Remember Sacramento on the Friday night loss when Tyler Mahle gave up the runs and it wasn't going well? We're like, Chapman probably doesn't need to be hitting 3 right now. As of right now, given the way it's gone with Devers, Adames, Schmidt, everybody else, sure, put Chapman back at 3.
The other issue they've had, and I can understand it, I guess, for today, but when they've moved guys who have struggled up after they've performed when they've been down in the lineup, they haven't held it when they've been, Adames is an example of that. Adames, they drop him down. He starts getting rolling. They move him up. He goes cold. Chapman at different points, and I agree. I mean, he's earned it because he's performing better, but they need Chapman to be the guy that – it's funny. There was a point, I think it was Monday night, where I just kind of thought to myself, and I'm jotting notes down, Chapman's hitting 7, and I'm thinking, wow, if this lineup's actually good enough for Chapman to be hitting 7, that's probably where Chapman should be hitting in a lineup with a team that can do some damage. And now he's back up to 3 here a couple of days later, and I'm thinking, okay, well, how's that going to go? Obviously, again, shuffling the deck in terms of getting your hot hitters moved around, like, I don't have any kind of problem with that at all. And you're giving Adames the day off here, so you're trying to mix it up a little bit. You're trying to get guys that are the guys that, Chapman's been more of a clutch hitter statistically, so move him up a little bit, right? Move him into that mix where you've got, Casey Schmidt, you've got Arise who's going to be a contact guy. You've got Jung-Hoo Lee who's going to be a contact guy. You want to have the contact guys protected and surrounded by the guys who are threats to do damage, and then you want to mix in one of your more clutch guys. But you do need one of your more clutch guys, preferably to be hitting, 3, 4, 5 as opposed to 6, 7, 8. The issue, though, I think, is Chapman is probably at a stage in his career where he probably should be more 6 or 7 than 3 or 4.
John Shea says he is heading over, and he is 8 minutes away right now. So what we'll probably do is take an early break in just a couple of minutes and make it all count. I'm kind of curious now for the conversation. As much as I don't like waiting for him in the short term, Tony Vitello must have had a lot to say, and maybe a lot about Willie Adames being out for again.
Or it could have been a riff about a rock band or, pop culture reference or something. I mean, don't treat that necessarily like it had anything to do with any of the pressing things that you want answers to, Greg Silver. You want answers.
Oh, we all want answers. And just overall having a lot of fun with it.
Might have been a little late. Might have been some kind of riff.
Nah, but Shea's done a lot of really good stories in the SF Standard lately too, where it's been a little bit more about features. I mean, he wrote about the issue with the Spanish broadcast booth and getting pushed out at Wrigley. Also, a big piece about Jung-Hoo Lee. Tagged the Giants gave Jung-Hoo Lee $113 million. Is this the player they expected? Well, you probably can't expect, I don't know, 335 and hitting 500 over 17 games. But is this the player they expected?
I think the fans expected this.
I think we're all agreeing. The answer is yeah, it is.
I mean, that's exactly. I think this is exactly the player that the fans expected.
And he's done a really good job transitioning over to right field as well. So there you have it. Before we get to Shea, I also want to play another cut from Vitello last night. He talked about the meetings to improve the pitching. Well, you got to have the horses to do it, but you also have a lot to work with in-house, and that is what his job is going to be right now because, again, you're dealt the hand you're dealt. Here's what he had to say about the pitching.
A couple different meetings, just about attacking in general. You come in and the fire's a little hot. You come in a tough situation, whether it's bases loaded or you got to get hot quicker than we had planned in a pregame scenario. It is challenging, but that's kind of the name of the game. This whole damn thing's pretty challenging. So you got to have an attack lifestyle or approach to you. So we've talked about it a few different times, but all we can do is find the guys that want to throw strikes and throw those guys the most. Haven't ever had a situation where guys, are badmouth for giving up hits or a ball getting driven off them. It's kind of the name of the game when you're seeing good lineups. This one's younger than most, but it's as talented as all the other ones at the very, very least, so guys can drive the ball.
And look, with Tony Vitello the last couple of days between him saying, no, I think we'd be handcuffed if we didn't have a good team, quotes as such, he's defending the guys he has, and you have to, right? Because you were dealt the hand that you were dealt, and throwing anybody under the bus isn't going to solve any issues. So I get what he's saying, but it's tough when he has to have somewhat of a different formula every single time. So you can go with meetings, and you can have the conversations, and you can instill faith in guys, but not having defined roles is something that we knew wasn't going to be sustainable early in the season. And we see exactly why the list of those gut punch losses just continues to grow a little longer.
I think for the most part, he's done the best he can with what he has. For the most part, I think, especially on the pitching side. So, we'll have to see. Yeah, throw that headset on, Shay. Do you need to finagle the camera, or do you need to mess around with the camera?
We'll do a little camera finagling in just a bit. All right. We're all dealing with the chaos of a patio show with an 11:45 pregame. But
John Shea joining us.
It is good to talk to you as always. Tony Vitello, we were joking earlier. We said, usually you come out earlier than we expect, and then we got to scramble and take a break, and I feel bad. But Tony Vitello, whether he started late, whether he was long-winded today, we had a little bit of a longer one today. So what do you have to say beyond Willy Adames getting the day off and a little bit of tinkering in the lineup that we read earlier?
Well, I did ask him a long-winded question about, who's hitting well? Jung-Hoo is on fire. Bryce Elder is on fire. Arise and Schmidt have been hitting all year. Let's focus on the big three. Let's focus on Devers, Adames, and Chapman. I said early on they all struggled, and especially the shortstop and the first baseman. Chapman was okay in April, but then he scuffled in May, and Devers had a great May, but now scuffling again in June, the old June swoon for longtime Giant fans. And I asked him, I said, well, what's the deal here? I mean, is optimal way of lineup construction is for everybody to be consistent, more so than what we've seen. And, he kind of went in a different direction with it, as to not putting pressure on any one guy because they'll all produce, and whether it's, all can carry the team at some point. But, to me, from the outside looking in, I'm thinking you have the secondary hitters doing very well. Now, it's still, we talked about this in April, and yeah, they got a little better in May. Chapman's on fire now, but Adames is, 0 for 17 and out of the lineup. And but before that, he had a whole bunch of hits since May 2nd. So there's you see the production, but you don't see it all together. And the offense has been a lot. It's the bullpen that cost them 2 or 3 games on the trip, but the hitting is coming around. So maybe that's the least of their worries for now, but still, you keep looking at the big three as if to say, well, when can they all produce together? We just haven't seen that.
Well, and if they do, I mean, the history of this team, at least to this point, is then the other guys are going to have their slump.
Yeah. Well, I don't think this team will never get no hit because Luis Ariz will get a hit every game.
But if they trade him, then it's all on Jung Hoo Lee to continue this to like 100 games of a hit streak.
And they will trade him. I mean, I love watching that guy. Fans love watching that guy. Teammates love him. Did a story the other day about how much Jung Hoo Lee looks up to him. They don't really talk about mechanics. They talk about the mental game and what do you go up there thinking about? What, analyzing the opposing pitcher, what, the whole mindset of hitting. Luis Ariz is just excellent at it. And Jung Hoo Lee, he's had the injuries. He's been up and down. He's gone in slumps. But ever since he went on the injured list for those 10 days, he spent some time in the cage looking at the technology of balls coming out of arms of certain pitchers. He was just standing there, and Justin Hahn, his interpreter, was feeding balls. But largely, he was spending time with Luis Ariz and watching his mannerisms, his body language, and getting as much of the mental approach from him to inspire him. And so you get rid of Luis Ariz, you get rid of a mentor for a lot of these guys. I asked the hitting coach, Hunter Mentz, I said, well, what has been the inspiration on Jung Hoo from Luis Ariz? He says it's not him. It's everybody in the lineup, everybody on the team.
So before you did the story, were you surprised to see how well Jung Hoo Lee picked it up when he was coming off the IL? Because when he originally went to the IL, I thought, man, he was just starting to get it together and get hot. What unfortunate timing. I can't believe that when he came back, it was like not only did he not miss a beat, he probably got even hotter than he was before.
Yeah. I mean, we thought of him as this type of ball player because we saw his stats in the KBO. He won a couple batting titles. He's always hitting in the 300s. Always excellent contact hitter. He's been that here, but weak contact. I don't want to say, unlike Luis Ariz, he has weak contact. Luis Ariz has weak contact, but he finds the grass, the soft liner, the ground ball down the line, double or triple. He's not going to power up and hit it over the wall too often, unless he just pulls the heck out of the ball and gets it up. But Jung Hoo, we thought he would be more of that, and he hasn't been up until now. And he told me about the art of finding the grass, meaning get the ball past the infield, don't hit. I mean, I think I labeled last year the summer of 43 because everything he did was a ground ball to second base, and he was easily thrown out. So he was pull happy, which is interesting. I mean, you tell me, because a question I had for Hunter Mentz in spring training and just recently last week, I say, I've noticed he's gone the other way. Are you trying to push him to do that? And then it dawned on me, this hitting coach told me in spring training, he doesn't want him to go the other way. He wants to pull to right center because that was his happy zone in the KBA, hit it hard to right center. And, oftentimes in a low pitch, that's a rollover to second base. And he said, absolutely not. It's just when you're hot, you go with the pitch sometimes and you do hit maybe soft contact through the 5-6 hole or a flare into left field. But it's interesting, the approach. It's not about going to all fields, which I think we all thought he ought to do more, put down more bunts, use his speed, get on base. But now he's just hitting the ball all the time. He doesn't strike out, and he's always finding grass, which is his wish.
John, we were talking about Willy Adames being out of the lineup. Casey Schmidt's playing shortstop. Is it because of the 0 for 17 and 9 strikeouts among the 17 over the last 4 games, or is there something else maybe going on with Willie a little bit?
My question, it was the first to the manager, was, is he out because he's hitless in his last few games?
You and I think alike.
And you want to get him a mental blow? I mean, that would have been your first question. He said, absolutely not. I said, oh. And then he started talking about this pain in the lower half. It's like, that's what they say in the NHL. That's hockey. Lower half, upper. I said, come on, man. This is baseball. Is it a hammy? Is it a quad? Is it a knee? Don't give us that lower half. So he was asked later in the interview, he said, what particular point? And he said hip to knee. So it's a hip to knee injury.
Could be looking a little adductor.
Middle third.
Yeah. So
instead of lower half.
Yeah, exactly. Middle third. It's a middle third injury. Put that on the press release. So that's as extensive as he got, and I think it's probably soreness. It might be a slight pull. Could be the quad. Could be a hammy. Although when he was asked in particular, was it a hammy? He said no. So general soreness. Remember the old general soreness?
Yeah.
We hear that a lot in this business.
We do. Jimmy Butler out
There
in Miami.
Right.
His Miami days did general soreness.
In the old days, when I was covering ball in the 80s and 90s, general soreness meant the guy is hungover, and you just don't want to say the guy is hungover. In today's world, you don't get that as much.
Hurt on the injury report.
Why have they been so reluctant to just tell Willie, "Hey, man, take a breather"? Like, because it 0 for 17, 9 strikeouts. You can take a day, right?
I think management has to put its big boy pants on and tell Willie and tell Rafi, say, listen, dudes, it's nice you want to play 162, but 162 could hurt the team. Melvin benched Willie at some point midseason last year. So it was right before a day game, right before an off day, and then he came out raking. So that's okay to miss a game. I mean, you're not any less defensive at first base with Bryce Eldridge as you are with Rafi Devers. Bryce is an amazing target, the best target in baseball at 6'7". McCovey was only 6'4", and Garvey was what? Garvey was like 5'9" or something, and that was hard for those Dodger infielders. But this guy, you just throw it up high, and he's going to come get it, and he's turning into a really good defensive first baseman. We haven't seen him enough, but I interviewed him this morning in the clubhouse, and he's always available. He and Luis Ariz are like my favorite guys because they always are willing to do interviews. And he actually said, you know what, I got to go work with Wash. So I said, hey, don't let me get in the way of you working with Wash, man.
Yeah, Wash will come find you.
He'll blame me. If he makes an error today, he's blaming me. But so all those guys swear by Ron Washington, and Luis Ariz, especially early on, he was missing those Wash sessions. And Wash went up to him and said, hey, it don't matter if you do this or not. It's not going to hurt me. It's going to hurt you. So if you want to make the All-Star team, if you want to win a batting crown, if you want to improve on your defense, and you want to be an all-around player, you got to come see me every single day. So something turned in spring training where he went from, I'm good, to he told me just the other day, I got to go see Wash every single day. I got to go out there. It's not like I have a choice. I got to go out there. And his defensive metrics are some of the best in the league. I mean, it's the turnaround has been amazing. The eye test, the metric test, the lack of errors, double plays, going to his left, going to his right.
There hasn't been a weakness really at
Right,
all.
right. Range, maybe, he's not Roberto Alomar, but who is?
Our time with John Shea is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference, and of course, by his favorite, Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Okay, so that's interesting that they all swear by Ron Washington. It's not surprising with the way that Luis Ariz in particular has played defense this year. But hearing something like that and being on the front lines of it, does that make you more inclined to believe that if they were to trade Luis Ariz, which I think is very, very likely, he would want to come back over the offseason and sign a new deal?
I mean, he might. They all say that. They say that in the NBA, right? They say that in this league. And, I'm going to, everybody went up to Rodgers' locker after the trade. Hey, would you sign with the Giants again? Yeah, sure. Well, the Giants weren't going to offer that money. So, I mean, it's really unrealistic when you say, would he come back? The Giants don't want to stunt the growth of a lot of these young shortstop/second baseman coming up. And they're not going to move Chapman off third. So Casey Schmidt is the perfect transition guy to move over to second base. He imagined being the second baseman this year before they got Ariz, and he turned into this super utility god where he just rakes wherever he plays. So it doesn't matter where you put him. He could pitch, he could catch, he could play any position on the diamond. Well, maybe not pitch and catch, but he's still going to hit. So that's the beauty of it. And I mean, Washington is he and Gary Pettis are buddies. They played in the same era, and they've known each other for years, and they've been on the same staff in Texas for a long time. But it's kind of cute. They always left the clubhouse together in Chicago and Milwaukee. It's like old buddies, and they hang out together. And man, what an upgrade! Not to dismiss the previous guy, who was kind of thrown into that position. I saw his jersey walking the streets of Wrigleyville the other day.
So did Marcus Boucher.
It said Borg and his number. And I'm thinking, I never saw that at Oracle Park. And now I'm seeing it in Wrigleyville.
John Shea joining us here. What did you make of Monday night and the decision to go with Keaton Wynn and the discussion between Logan Webb and Tony Vitello and what Logan told the media after the game and just how all of that played out as it related to Logan maybe not wanting to go out for the ninth or indicating that maybe he didn't feel he should go out for the ninth in his own way? How did you take in all of that?
Well, I didn't see anything wrong with any of it except for the guy who came in, Keaton Wynn. It was a 4-hour flight. It was a night game in Chicago, playing, quick turnaround in San Francisco after a long flight. And it's not like he dominated in either game. He had his moments. Crow Armstrong beat him, and then he beat Crow Armstrong. But to throw him out there, see, it's just confused me because the manager's told me many times that we're looking for a guy. People are there to win jobs, and the better they do, the more they'll be in those spots, and anybody can take down any role, blah, blah, blah. But the fact is, you can't overuse a guy. And if everybody can take down any role, why don't you throw somebody else out there and give him a whirl? Because this guy obviously was gassed. So I think they have a better chance. I mean, it's a 2-run lead. If it was a 1-run game, maybe Logan stays out. It's 99 pitches. Yeah. It's his third game after the injured list. His pitch count is escalated each time.
Were you surprised that his answer, though, wasn't, I want the ball?
Not really.
Put me out there?
I mean, only because, he's working his pitch count up. It's like he hasn't gone 9 innings for a while. So he praises Keaton Wynn. He loves Keaton Wynn. He said that many times. So it's hard to fault a teammate who praises another teammate and trusts another teammate. It didn't work out. And in retrospect, he'll pull a Madison Bumgarner, get the hell off my mound, and I'm staying here. But, I talked to Dave Stewart, who's still pissed off that Eckersley pitched game 1 of the 88 World Series and gave up that home run to Gibson. And he's still mad that La Russa went to the bullpen, even though Eckersley is one of the best closers of all time.
Having one of the best years of all time.
Right, and that was my game. That was my 9th inning. But La Russa played by the book. I did it all season. I got to do it now. And that kind of cost him on a bigger stage than what we saw in Chicago.
No question. John, always good to talk to you. I wish we could take it all the way up to pregame, but Tim's going to yank the cord on me. And we already actually got yanked off the air once accidentally with tech issues. So can't have it happen a second time on a short show.
One too many of these for our guy here.
I sent you video of the Brewers with the Surfside ad.
They're all over.
That's what I don't like about this park. It says, get loud, be loud. Come on. These fans are sophisticated enough knowing when to cheer or not. Save that for Tampa Bay and Sacramento or whatever. But for them to the sponsor for Get Loud in Milwaukee is Surfside. So there you go.
It's everywhere. And it's not a seltzer, guys. It's a Surfside. Go enjoy one at the game. Shea, you're the best, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you,
John
guys.
Shea
Appreciate
of the
it.
SF Standard. We'll wrap this up or not wrap this up. We'll recap it. And then we'll wrap it up at 11:45.
We're getting closer.
We're getting closer on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hey, come on out to the yard if you're in the area. 12:45 day baseball. And if you're not and you can't make it out there, we'll have a drink on our imaginary tab. And tune in to the Sports Leader for pregame starting at 11:45. Hey, what's up? It's Silver. I'm here to tell you about DraftKings Sports. It is live in all 50 states, and yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time, heartbreak. Oh, we're all gearing up for the good stuff. And the DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or watching at work, just don't tell your boss, except Mike Holder won't do anything to me or JD. We got all these noon games coming on. Or you can go to the bar afterwards. We got a lot of 5 o'clock kickoffs as well. Just be in on every minute, every match, every moment, and you can do it all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers. Sign up with the code TheSportsLeader and spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code TheSportsLeader in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC-registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss, market availability varies, eligibility restrictions apply, $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. It ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Silver with JD. We are live at 58 Social. It is good to be with you. We are 20 minutes away from the start of your Giants pregame, and we have got your award-winning Diamond Notes. We have got a conversation with the booth. We got a lot of numbers and stats coming your way. Did the whole crap pack yesterday. Here's just one for you. I'm not going to do a whole segment out of it today, but in the last 30 days, get ready for this. The San Francisco Giants rank first in batting average, first in slugging, first in OPS, first in hits. They went 11-17 during that stretch.
Yikes. Which is an improvement over, 8 under prior to that.
Yes.
But unfortunately, the pitching hasn't been there. And again, the one thing that we keep talking about is the bullpen as part of the pitching staff that hasn't been there. And all of these different gut punch, devastating losses that have too often turned into a little mini losing streak or multiple losses as we were playing out. The 8 losses coming off of the blown saves. The Giants are 2-6 in the next game. So you've got the 0-8, and then the next game after that, they're 2-6. So 2-14 basically in that chunk of the season. I mean, that right there is your the bulk of your sub 500 record. Just those games that you've blown, and then the after effect of blowing that game and not being able to consistently enough get off the mat and bounce back with a win.
Well, and it's a big day going against the lefty and Foster Griffin, the 30-year-old. Again, great story. Spent 3 years in Japan, was kind of an up-and-down reliever in his time with Kansas City and Toronto. Gets cut. Now he's back as a starter and has had a fantastic year. And because Washington figured to be a team in a rebuild, there's also chatter that they might move off of him and try to get some prospects at the trade deadline. But as far as today goes, it's lefty on lefty. Robbie Ray is looking a little bit better. The last 2 times that Ray's had a start, it's helped that they've had a combined 37 freaking runs. Probably not going to continue that pace. Just a hunch here at Oracle Park today. But your 2 best hitters right now have been lefties, and so maybe this is a day where it's good for Casey Schmidt. See if him playing shortstop, he can continue to move another position and get back into where he's been. Adames, we mentioned getting the day off, but you're looking at Devers, you're looking at Eldridge, you're looking at Lee. It's going to be important that this team can go ahead and hit a lefty, because if you look at the early part of this year and certainly last year, that was one of the big problems for a team that would just – I mean, the Giants started a lot hotter last year, but when they would look bad, like they would just get completely shut down, and so often it came in games when the starter was left-handed.
Well, it's just hit here at Oracle Park, I think, in general. I mean, the offense just has not been there for this team in this ballpark. And we all know it's a pitcher's park and the like, but, I mean, you go back to the last homestand. I mean, they score 2 against Arizona when they get beat. They score 2 on Memorial Day, they get beat. The one game where they do score 5, they end up giving up 7. But, it's really got to go back to that White Sox series, the back-to-back day games where they go 10 and they go 8. Let's see a little of that at the home ballpark a little bit more frequently than we have at any point. They flashed it on the road, but flashing it on the road when the wind's blowing out in Wrigley or at Coors Field or in an afternoon game in Milwaukee, like flashing it on the road and it I don't want to say it doesn't mean as much, but it like being able to do it there is one thing. Like put it together here, string those hits together, hit those doubles, hit the ball over the wall in this park, because they just haven't been able to do it. And I think when they can only do it on the road in hitters' parks during the day, that's when I think it maybe starts to look a little bit less meaningful than some of those numbers that you shake out in terms of the ranking.
Yeah, and just looking at the homestand so far, look, I could throw numbers at you all day long, so I'm not going to do this in a nauseating way, but just in a snapshot, the team in the first 2 games back at home, they're hitting 297 as a group. Their OPS is 819, but the runs per game is just 3, and that's not unique to Oracle Park. But when you look at the first 2 numbers, it really comes back to you found ways to get on base, including 7 drawn walks yesterday. Yep. You just got to find ways to drive them in. 1 homer, and it was the Eldridge one.
How many homers? It was the Eldridge.
And they've been incredibly dependent on the long ball.
They have been, home and away. It's just when they puff their chest out when they hit the ball over the wall. And they also, I've made this point a lot, when they hit the ball over the wall, then the at-bats get better. In terms of runners in scoring position and some of the clutch hits and some of the more they've been a good situationally hitting team after they've hit the ball over the wall, and they can kind of puff their chest out a little bit. They haven't necessarily been a good situational team when they've had to rely on being a good situational team.
All right, we'll do one final segment when we come on back. 11:45 is the start of your Giants pregame. It's Papa and Silver, JD hanging out, sun's coming out, patio's filling up, live at 58 Social.
Tarp's coming off? What?
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
1-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive. Deep center field. Going back. Young at the warning track. At the wall. Goodbye! Over the center field wall into the Giants' garden. To the right of the 391 marker. And it's 5-3, Washington.
Yeah, Bryce Eldridge giving us a little something to cheer about at the very end of last night, and we are taking this thing for another 7 minutes or so. Giants pregame beginning shortly. Papa and Silver live at 58 Social. We got to lift up the spirits with an Eldridge home run. We got to get out of the anger of lashing out Tom's bank account, everything else that's been bothering us here on this Wednesday. It is good to be with you. And Eldridge, obviously, a big story in the sense of 16 games in a row on base. He's doing it by walks. He's doing it by hard-hit balls. Had his third home run of the year last night. And, again, I'm not calling it an empty calories because anything and everything that he can offer you is something that you absolutely want to see if you're a fan of the San Francisco Giants. I would also say this is a big one for Robbie Ray. First drafted by the Washington Nationals, just glancing at his splits between day games and night games. So he's gotten 13 starts total, 7 at night, 6 in day. About a difference of 1.4 ERA better when it comes to the day games, and equal as far as the walks go, a little more strikeouts at night, but all around a little bit better numbers during the day, and Ray has kind of been scuffling a little bit. I don't want to say all terrible performances. He did have the one disaster in Arizona that he wants to forget about, but he hasn't gone super deep into games, and this is where, going back to the theme when we talked about Eric Miller or certain guys in the bullpen, you need your track record guys to show out and produce. Robbie Ray's a track record guy.
He's been struggling essentially for the last month, I think, up until the last 2 starts, though. And I don't care about the 18 that they scored or the 19 against Colorado in each of his last 2 starts. That has allowed for him to work through, I feel like, some of the things that he's been struggling with. And so I think today's the day where you can look and it'll be the indicator as to whether or not he's legitimately turning it around or not. He hasn't allowed a home run in either of the last 2 starts, which I think is important because I think he'd given up a home run in all but 2 of his starts prior to that, at least one, and the home run ball has bit him a little bit. So sometimes pitchers need a little more margin for error to work through and not have to feel like they have to throw 6-7 shutout innings or allow 1 run to be able to allow for the team to win. And he hasn't necessarily had that pressure in either of these last 2 games. So not getting deep into games, as you pointed out, but able to finish 5 in Chicago and be comfortably ahead and not give up anything. I think that was a nice little building block. And I even think the Colorado game, not having that thing blow up on him, the defense hurt him a little bit in that game. Not having that blow up on him, even though he was unable to complete 5 innings in that one, I think is something. So today I think tells the story as it relates to Robbie Ray and whether he's really turning it around and whether the Giants want to turn their season around or have Robbie Ray be a tradable asset where you can get something back. It's important that he pitches well here over the next month and a half.
Well, and let's also tell it like it is by just the math. If they lose today and they get swept, that's a gut punch loss on a Monday.
It's a new low point.
It would
equal
right?
it, but I'm always of the belief that the latest point you reach your low point is the new low point.
And on Monday we said they've been playing better baseball, but they had made up 20% of the deficit in their low point. A loss today would get you right back to that and erasing a lot of the feelings.
Yeah,
even
wipes
with
out
some
the last
of the,
week. It completely wipes out the last week.
Sure, even with some of the individual successes that we've been highlighting. A win today, maybe it doesn't turn around your season, but it has you avoiding that scenario, and tomorrow also presents a much-needed off day after they had the 4-game series in Milwaukee, the 3-city road trip for the 3rd time in the first half of the season. You get a little day off, then the Cubs come into town, who you just saw, and for the first time all year, the Giants really took advantage of a struggling team by taking 2 out of 3 at Wrigley. So maybe a chance to do it again.
Yeah, and they've played the Cubs well. They swept the Cubs here last year in August, which didn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. They won the 2 out of 3, and the Cubs, it's funny. I'm watching the Cubs play against the Giants over the weekend in Chicago, the Cubs really felt like the 500 but struggling version of the Giants in the last 4 years, right? Couldn't get the big hit with runners in scoring position. Yeah, they did get a couple of clutch home runs from Pete Crow Armstrong, but it just felt like they were right there, and they just couldn't do what they needed to do to put themselves over the hump. And then you get the one ugly game where everything kind of goes against you to lose 2 out of 3 as opposed to maybe winning the series. So it was almost the Spider-Man meme a little bit, I feel like. And for whatever reason, that's been a matchup where the Giants have just performed better against them. So and they went to Colorado and got smoked last night. The Cubs did in the first of their series. So they are really, really flailing, and they're going to play today and tomorrow at Coors Field no off day for them before they come and play the Giants on Friday.
It's so funny you talk about the Cubs being another version of the struggling 500 Giants, because that Sunday night game, more than any of the 3, really exemplified it, where you're thinking, man, how do they still only have 1 run? And Trevor McDonald pitched fairly well. You give him credit for getting out of jams, but then you had the 8th inning double play by Rafael Devers, and Dylan Smith comes in for his first career save, and you're just like, hey, you got a do-over from Saturday. You take it while you can get it.
You can't salvage the season this weekend, but you can salvage the week with what's still ahead here today and against the Cubs coming up on Friday and Saturday and Sunday. But it starts really with today, because we're going to be talking for the next 2 days if they can't win. It doesn't matter how they don't win today. If they don't win today, we're going to be spending the next 2 days talking about how they're at the low point of the season again and trade everybody and what do they do.
And you got to play better at home, plain and simple. They got to play better at home. So that'll just about do it for us. We got Giants pregame coming up shortly. Stick around for our conversation with the booth, your award-winning Diamond Notes, and much more. I will catch you, my friend, tomorrow. We got another full show, and maybe with the extra time on the schedule, hopefully we don't get yanked off the air first and foremost. But secondly, we got Brandon Ayuk on Instagram. We got LeBron to the Warriors proposals. We got a whole bunch of stuff in the bucket.
And the NBA Finals tonight as well. Nice of the Giants to have the day game today so we can focus on that and then focus on the NBA Finals.
Appreciate JD. Big thank you to Tim. Thank you to John Shea. And let's hand it over to the start of your Giants pregame right now.